Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. I'm happy that you are watching. Thank you so much. This is Mtembe TV, and your favorite open forum political discussion starts now. Today, we are still looking at tribute to President Mwai Kibaki, even on his departure, and preparation for his send off, and all that, sending in their tribute across the world. And the Kenyans are mourning their third president, Mwai Kibaki. We are in solidarity with the family and the entire Kenyan family for this moment. Well, many things are still taking place on our political front. The latest is U.D.A Nullifies Alfred Keter nominations, and Nandi Hills Nandi residents are up in arms in crying foul, and the name mentioned is Sudi. What is happening with U.D.A and the Nandi Member of Parliament, Alfred Keter? Why is the going forth and back on this one? Is it well with U.D.A or what is happening? Well, we need to get that and more even as we start out our discussion. Of course, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance had their first business forum in KAKAMEGA, chaired by the deputy president himself. Well, what is your take on the same? And is this making progress, or trying to do county hall meetings that they have been running away from all along? Well, karibu sana. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be here for us to discuss. I appreciate all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Welcome, welcome, and let's get talking. Rajab Hamisi, hi to you. Thank you so much. Nevastas Limo, karibu sana from Kapsabet, Nandi County. Utuambie nini kinaendelea? Mbona mnachukua certificate ya Alfred Keter? Kumefanyika nini? Felix Wafula, endelea kuposti upuzi. Upi huo? Karibu wewe utueleze yepi yanayojiri. Milton O. Oluoch, may he rest in peace. Amen. Anderson Neta, hi to you. Thank you so much. Carlos H. Ominde, hi, nice to see you. Thank you so much. Mwalimu Bathe Maringa, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Stella Homontas, Kateri where is this Keter or Keter? Get that right. Okay. Which is which? I thought I got it right. That's how it is written and pronounced the other way around. Whichever, I am happy that you noticed that. Kuna nani huyu Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Favor Akita, asante sana. Evening everyone. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Lindale, firstborn wa Magi, thank you so much. Karibu Naomi Wanjugu, asante sana. Kuna Okue Nyariberi Toto, haya mambo ni kama hayo. Wood Omolo tuko pamoja, asante sana. Chairman Ngiki CBS wewe ni wewe ni Mnigeria, mambo ya Kenya hapo sisemi kitu. Kelvin Kelaine, thank you so much kujiunga nasi katika show. Karibu kabisa. Nani huyu? Leonardo Temo, karibu. Lilian Tumo Kemboi, asante sana, karibu. Kuna Tyrone Ron, thank you so much. Daniel Makau, tuko pamoja, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu? Masho Mozaya Liki, thank you, nice to see you. Appreciate everyone. Thank you. Please let's click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. Tutapatana hapa studio tuanze kuongea mapana na marefu. Mambo ni mengi. Tribute to departed third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki. And then, of course, the storm at Nandi, where Alfred Keter's U.D.A certificate is, I hear, is snatched or nullified. We will need to know what is happening. The residents are storming Sudi's office and claiming he should not go to arrange them. I don't know what will become of the same, but tuendelee. Anasema nani huyu? Sawa, keep namna gani?
Mzuri sana, mzuri.
Mbona mtaki Sudi akae na amani tafadhali?
Achana na Sudi. Sudi is a goon, but the people like him. You know, his constituency, hata kama anafanyanga kelele hivi, watu wanampenda sana. But I think sometimes he overstretches his strength and moves to other counties. I think he needs to slow down. I know he's got kuna watu ambao najua wanakuanga na strength. Haya, ndio Ndeto anakuja kumpigia kelele. So Sudi, I'll give you an example. I see tunaitanga Spanner Boys. Kuna Sudi, Murkomen, and they are the usual people that cause this mayhem in Ruto's camp. Of course, kuna manager huko. Najua huyu ni foreman. Aitwa Farouk, but I will not talk about Farouk naogopa. Staki unipigie simu useme mteja wa nambari uliopiga patikani. So
keep utauliwa wewe.
I have witnesses here. I'll be very quiet. But with
I'm one of them.
Thank you. With what I'm saying about Sudi is Sudi like Keter have their own strengths and constituencies. Unajua Sudi anatumianga hiyo pesa yake ya CDF vizuri. He helps his people, but anakuanga na mdomo bagi. He talks a lot of nonsense. He needs to slow down. He's the sort of person like Babu Owino. He's a good foot soldier. Na mnaweza mweka huko politically apige kelele for the party, lakini ikifika siku ya kupatiwa kazi huko kwa parliament, huwezi mwekea ni chairmanship. He's not very logical, but you know, there are a few leaders like that hata unaona hata Simba Arati amekuwa kam kidogo, hata uliona juzi alipata MBA. You know sometimes you need to go back and play plan B. You know what got you there politically is not what is not what you need to go on ahead with your career. Now, what I think Ruto has done is just a bit of bad manners. Unajua home ground. I thought he played Bomet well in terms of what his aspirations were. Unajua mtu kama Sosion, he's a betrayer. Ni mtu alibetray ODM. So you wouldn't trust a fellow like that to help you in future. You know, he's just a lucky. So hata kama Ruto betrayed him, there's nobody who's going to complain about it. And you could see on the other hand, walikuwa wanataka kupanga women's rep, but he realized that this young lady, Lynette, was too strong. Huyo mtu amefanya kazi ya mkono. And someone's mic is on. You switch off. So, unaona vile alifanya Lynette, you know, sometimes you realize that you can't just push over some people. And Keter is one of them. I know Keter amekuwa akifight na Jubilee government for a very long time. And huyo mtu akienda independent, wale wake. And there is a lot of people that are going independent round hii. Kuna hata hapa nini? Kuna hata hapa huko Umasaini. Kuna kwanga na, there are a few people who are going independent that were under UDA, very strong candidates. Hapa kwetu kuna kwanga hivyo. And even further explanation as to my nation is, ukiona kama county kama Baringo is not just for the Tugens. Baringo has other communities. We've got the Samburus. We've got a few other communities there. This is a very complicated area. And we'll even speak of now Central, where we have like Laikipia, which has also other communities. So hii mambo ya Ruto akifikiria yani atachukua block mzima, thinking that there are not other communities. Like Bomet has Kisis, and yeah, it's split, it's a border. Trans Nzoia is on the other side, where ODM and DAP think that they've got the whole constituency. I mean, the whole county. We've got Luyas and stuff like that. So hii mambo ya watu wakichukua a whole block wakifikiria ni hivyo tu, haikwangi. So Keter is a heavyweight. I don't think that was a good move by Ruto. And even if they're blaming Sudi, he should think twice sometimes as to who whispers in his ears. You know, he has to be careful. Now, for the second point, which is now paying tribute to Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki was a very good vice president, I'll be honest. When he was with Moi, he kept his mouth shut. Hata akiwa akipiga kelele hivi, haikuanga in public sana. You know, occasionally it was, but at least, you know, there's a way that you wait for your power and your term. You know, alitoka alafu ndio akaenda akapigania hiyo kiti chake. And he's a person who brought a lot of economical growth. But just like any other president, when he came into term, kama sasa sisi tunakuanga na hii hapa ya Uhuru, kunakuanga na hii scandal ya Eurobond. You know, all presidents have kind of a scandal. Not them personally. I'm saying that their government have a few people that have brought scandals to them. Yake ilikuanga hii ya Goldenberg, ilimletea shida. Alafu kunakuwa na, he brought a lot of mkiona sasa vile hii freedom tuko na hapa kwa Mtembei, Mwai Kibaki also was moving towards the Moi regime kind of things. I'm not saying ill about the dead, but unakumbuka alianza kupigana na media. So Mtembei TV back in the day mngekuwa na shida. Some of the guys that are supporting U.D.A do not remember what this man did. Huyu mtu alikuwa kwa wheelchair akireceive akiapishwa kama president. He's worked with Raila. Na sasa he got into power with the old constitution. Now, why am I saying that it's significant for me to say that? Unaona hii kitu tunasemanga 50+1. It's very important because Matiba, Mwai Kibaki, and most of these people got a lot of their votes from Central. You know, Central inaweza beba a lot of votes to make somebody president. You know, somebody can just focus on Central back in the day and become president. Sasa ukiona watu wote wa Central wanapigia mtu mmoja kura, you know, why would you need to focus on the other counties? So we have to thank Raila for that. During the government of Nusu Mkate, there is one thing that Mwai Kibaki did that I did not appreciate. It's the time that as Prime Minister, Raila fired Ruto, and our dear President nullified it, and Ruto was brought back to continue with his corrupt ways, allegedly. So there are a few things, there are a few good and bad things that happened, similar that we see with Jomo Kenyatta and President Moi. Moi, some of the things that Moi came with were with good intentions, of course. Kulikuwa na hizi manyayo schemes. Hata sisi Bernard tumekunywa hiyo maziwa ya Nyayo, tulikuwa tumekunywa hiyo back in the day in the 80s. Mimi nilikunywa hiyo maziwa. So I think yeah, there's good and bad. And we had a very, very, very interesting first lady. I loved that lady. She was amazing. Hata tumkumbuke tafadhali. That was a strong woman. anaingia Nation Center, analeta kelele. Let's remember the good and also the hilarious things. Anaweka mzee hapo karibu na media house, anasema sasa, mzee, hebu tuambie sasa, hebu waambie watu wote, I'm the only wife. And then Mwai Kibaki amekaa tu hivi, yes, I'm the only wife of this is my wife, and everybody who knows I don't. So that was the time we were living in a very good what do you call it, economical feeling in Kenya. Things were great. That is before he left the country. So tumukumbuke huo mtu, and we've lost a very good person. Ni mtu mpole. He's fought for us economically. He allowed the change of the constitution. Ingekuwa kama mtu kama Moi, wangekataa. So we must appreciate him, and God rest his soul. Aende huko akumziki. And I don't think there's anybody who's going to say anything bad about him. I think let's appreciate. As for the last comment about KAKAMEGA and KKA, what I'm seeing is that Kenya Kwanza is trying to re-strategize themselves. Sasa ukiona anafanya town hall meetings, this was in the beginning, even before they started the campaign. Azimio did that. Raila alienda every single region and consider. You remember that? I mean, I know it's just the other day. I think people are forgetting that. This is what Azimio was doing in the beginning, and I think now inaingia kwa kichwa ya Kenya Kwanza that, first you need to go talk to the wananchi and find out what they want per region. Unatafuta what people need. You discuss it per region. There are certain regions that have special needs, and the other regions, of course, there are going to be certain leaders, the ones that I don't really appreciate, that will now start be looking for chairs, wanatafuta ambassadorship, wanatafuta, in charge of parastatals and stuff like that. But there are some people who are genuine. There is a clip on Mtembei which I want to refer to. I don't want to refer to any other clip about this old man in Wasingishu. That I think if Bernard can find it. Walikula, those are the people that Raila went and spoke to, and you can see he's discussing with people. Now, what I see Madividi was doing was just to try and he was just licking his wounds, and he just wanted Ruto to come and talk to his people so that he looks important. So I think he's losing. Madividi was looking really bad in his community, so he brought to this English ikizungu yake huko ati anauliza maswali, in the town halls, but there isn't even a structure in the town halls. Bado kuna kutukana na huko. I didn't see any real questions in those town halls. A few were good. I think uliona ya walimu, you're the ones for the teachers, but you could see that these guys were given these questions that were prepared for them. So niliona hivyo. Before I speak too much, usually I talk very kidogo, lakini kienyeji leo alisema lazima tuongee mingi kwa sababu Martin alikuja. Unajua Martin ni mtu wa U.D.A, lazima tu ni defend before he talks.
Hey, keep wewe, acha uchokozi. All the same, thank you very much for that elaborate start out. Before I bring in James Blue to rebut you, I want to respond to Favor Akitsa. Favor Akitsa
nikia hivyo ataache ujinga na 24/7.
U.D.A certificate. So Favor Akitsa, ngependa kuclarify, sio Martin Ndeto. Kuna yule Honorable Ndeto alikuwa na run on Kinangop member of parliament. I understand he lost the nomination and is going as independent. Bado tunamtafuta tumlete kwa studio ajitetee.
Kuna hata Duke mbili by the way. So
tangu ajifiche sasa ndugu yake ambaye ni ni huyu Ndeto mwingine, basi yeye ndo atabea hiyo brand mpaka siku ile ataleta ndugu yake ajitetee, ajinasue kutoka kwa haya masuala ya U.D.A na certificates. In the meantime, James Blue, nini kinaendelea Nandi?
Iligulwa. Iligulwa.
Aya, nilisema hii maneno.
Ai, ni kubaya bwana.
Na hapo ni home ground. Si ni home ground yake? He's from Nandi. Why did he do that?
Iligulwa.
Sasa si mnangoja msiku ndio mkule. Mnakula tu mchana hivi tukiona.
It's very painful. Just to wake up, vote, then somebody is given the certificate. Oh, kidogo. Somebody was afraid of ati akipigiwa simu atakuwa mteja. We are all witnesses bwana. Hii dunia ile unafanya inakuwa yako na watoto wako bwana. Bwana, you are born and there is one day you will die, so do not be afraid. Keep kienyeji bwana, usiogope kifo. Even
No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Thank you. I thought you fear death.
No. We have a day. Everyone has a day.
Yeah, thank you. You're a gentleman. Mwanaume unazaliwa siku moja na kufa ni siku moja, ama namna gani Bernard?
Ndio hivyo.
Bas sasa I'll start by just paying my tribute to the late bure kabisa mavi ya kuku. And one thing I'll never forget actually ni 2007 elections. As much as we condemn Miguna, yeye si mtu wa kuogopa kusema ukweli. Kama if he meant good for this country, he could have not actually engineered for his second succession. Ukishindwa kubali. Yeah, I don't fear saying that. 2007 Baba won by a very big margin. Alishinda tena kwa kura mingi. So kama mzee alikuwa anapenda demokrasia, angekubali tu 2007 ashindwe, baadaye akuje nyuma ya tent aongee na mzee, basi tinga nitafanya nini? I wanted to finish this. I had some businesses. Sikuwa nimemaliza kwa serikali. Nadhani tinga si mtu mbaya. Angemruhusu tu mahali, angeadvise, and things actually could run, ingeenda tu smoothly. So mi kitu nachukia sana is just forgetting the past. We can never heal if we don't remember where we messed up as a country. 2007, it was a landslide win for Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga. Bado tulimpigia kura 2013, we don't know what happened. 2017, hivyo tu, na hatutakubali kusonga mbele kama Wakenya. We never... Somebody is interrupting.
No, please, let's all remember our standing orders. You keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. If you want to interject, you lift your hand. You don't unmute, you don't begin to talk, because that creates an irritation and a disturbance for the people who are viewing and listening, especially with their headphones. So, let's keep within our standing orders. Thank you. Carry on, James Blue.
Yes, nasema hatutaendelea kama hatutakumbushana yale yaliyotendeka. Sisi ni Wakenya, tunapendana. And somebody was complaining yesterday, the basic structure of this nation is we begin from where we come from. I'm a Kalenjin, I'm proud of that. Somebody is a Luya and proud of that. So the basic structure of this country is just recognizing that we have 43 tribes. So we are living together as brothers and sisters. Tunahitaji kila mmoja. Lakini tuambiane ukweli. We can never heal as a country if we don't go back to where we came from. So sisi tukubali kwanza mzee Kibaki there was no evidence whatsoever that he won the 2007 election. So tukubali, as much as he did good as a president in his first term, tusisahau pia yale aliyofanya, tukahangaika kutoka 07 and part of 08. So may he rest in eternal peace. Sasa kuna hii issue ya Keter. Bwana, I want to be very clear today. No Keter Azimio inakuja sasa na fujo.
Yes.
Mimi sitaki kuwadanganya. Hii si siri sasa. Hii ni kuambiana ukweli. Na hakuna kesho ilikuwa hapana. I want to be very categorical. Keter won this thing fair and square. Alishinda kabisa vizuri. Despite the challenges, kuna mtu anaitwa Talama alikuja akasema now I'm speaking from whatever sijui what. I don't want to mention those things. But I want to be very clear. Keter alishinda. And I want to end it there. Keter alishinda, and actually I feel that Keter speaks himself. He speaks his heart. He speaks his mind. Nataka tu kuona kama Keter ameshinda kiti ya ubunge ya Nandi Hills. Kama sio hivyo, Wakenya Bernard bwana, sitaki kusema madoadoa, itakuwa mingi hata kushinda madoadoa, itakuwa sasa kala yote. So please allow Keter to have his way. Then just like Keter ule wa Kericho alikubali kushindwa na akarudi Nairobi atulie, angoje rafiki yake akishinda basi apewe kakitu. Lakini huyu wa Nandi Hills lazima atakuwa mbunge by all means. Independent, CCM, KANU, ODM, sijui ni Safina Party, lazima Keter atashinda, and actually is coming to be the second most vocal Kalenjin leader after the deputy president. Ruto pia ana sauti kabisa kubwa, lakini sasa pia atakubali in his backyard lazima kuna wale wanamfuata. So the best actually suitable after him is Keter. So Keter akubaliwe, tusonge mbele wote na tutasikia sauti yake. Lakini sasa kama sio hivyo, basi wira ni wira, itakuwa kumira. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana James Blue, tashukuru kwa maoni yako na mtazamo wako kwa masuala haya yanayojiri katika siasa za Kenya. Nani huyu Robinson Benzo Malo? I am all fine. Thank you so much for checking out on me. Bado niko Bungoma County, Kimilili Sub County, and nasikiliza watu huku wanasema wako Kenya kwanza, wako Azimio. So I think I should play one clip from there before we proceed. Martin, ulikuwa umenyanyua mkono, huu ni kujitetea ama kutetea?
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza nani, kwa nini anaogopa Keter sana? Si ati anaogopa James Blue. Si James Blue, I mean Keter alipata ya nani, ya U.D.A. Si hiyo ishaisha. Unajua sometimes when you doing the politicking, hiyo ni shida yetu ya keep nini.
It was nullified. He won and it was nullified.
That's why we are discussing it. U.D.A nullifies Alfred Keter's nomination. Certificate amenyang'anywa.
Na ikuwa
okay,
fair.
that's the news to me. I'm not qualified to comment on anything on that. So wacha hiyo ipite basi. Hiyo wacha niangalie.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's listen out to this before we proceed further.
Majina yako
ambayo unafanya, alafu tuambie maoni kuhusu uchumi vile inaendelea Kenya.
Sawa kabisa. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Kennedy Mlewe Buika. Mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Kimilili. Mimi nafanya kazi ya bodaboda ya pikipiki. na katika hii uchumi yetu ya Kenya, kulingana na vile tunaenda, enyewe tuko tunaumia sana. Ukienda kupata mafuta unatunga laini tangu asubuhi mpaka saa 7 ndio upate mafuta. Unakuta ya kwanza mafuta yetu inatoka Kenya hapa ikienda Uganda. Hata juzi tulikuwa tunasema ya kwamba twende tufunge hapo hiyo mpaka hapo Bungoma, hiyo road isipite na mafuta ikipeleka Uganda, kwa sababu sisi tunaumia, uchumi ni mbaya, tuko na loan, na tulipe loan, tuko na familia, tuko tunaumia sana.
So mnataka serikali ifanye nini isaidie uchumi?
Sisi tungeomba ya kwamba hii serikali wakati ilikuwa ya Uhuru na Ruto, yenyewe tulikuwa baba alikuwa nje, lakini alikuwa anapika kelele kabisa, mafuta ilikuwa chini, tena ilikuwa inapatikana. Lakini vile baba alienda tu kufanya handshake, enyewe Wakenya wanaumia sana. Baba angekaa tu opposition asaidie Wakenya, enyewe Wakenya tunaumia zaidi kulingana vile baba alienda handshake.
So serikali inasaidia wananchi ama opposition?
Serikali haisaidii wananchi yoyote. Sasa hii mwananchi mwenyewe anakufa tu peke yake tu, apate ama akose aende hale familia na njaa hiyo.
Okay. So katika uchaguzi mnabadilisha ama mnaendeleza?
Kulingana na mimi kulingana na mimi maoni yangu, unajua Kenya saa hii inatakikana mtu ambayo anakimbia mbio mingi, na mimi naomba ya kwamba tungepea hii mamlaka tupatie William Samuel Ruto kura, yeye apate hii tiketi, angeunda hii Kenya ingekuwa sawa sawa kabisa, kwa sababu yeye ndiye ameharibu hii Kenya.
So hiyo itakuwa mabadiliko ama kuendeleza?
Unajua mtu mkuu naibu wa rais,
si saini makamu wa rais,
saini makamu wa rais, lakini vile walienda handshake wakatupa Ruto nje. Sasa mimi naomba ya kwamba Ruto aingie kwa kiti afanye kazi. Na kulingana maoni yangu ya kaunti ya Bungoma, unajua wakati ya Lusaka, yenyewe Lusaka alikuwa anafanya kazi mzuri sana. Tena Lusaka alikuwa anajua kukaa na vijana kama sisi. Yes. Wakati msimu kama saa hii ya mvua mingi hii ama ya mafuta hii imepanda hii, Lusaka angekuwa anapita hapa anatuangalia anamina kitu watu kidogo. Lakini utakataa pia Wangamati pia amefanya kazi. Lakini unajua Wakenya wakishakataa mtu hata kama amefanya kazi wanakukataa tu.
So kura mnapatia Wangamati ama Lusaka?
Mimi maoni yangu, kura yangu mimi napea Lusaka.
Kibili Lusaka. Asante Lusaka. Asante. Haya ndio maoni wakazi wa baadhi ya wakazi wa Kimilili wakipiga siasa yao. Naomba kabla tupatie Sara, naomba tumsikilize Wangira kwanza. Wangira, namna gani?
Mzuri Bernard. Unaendeleaje huko Bungoma?
Mimi niko mzima, huku baridi ya Mount Elgon tu.
Okay, wacha nichangie basi kwa haraka. You know, yesterday I gave my tribute to President Mwai Kibaki, and perhaps I'll just add a little bit. Then I move perhaps to the next point. You know, as much as President Mwai Kibaki is being portrayed by many as that angel that landed in the Republic of Kenya, but you know, just like I said yesterday, he was just as mortal as me and you. And having been as mortal as you and as me and you, then he also had his own shortcomings. Remember, history will always remember President Mwai Kibaki as a fence sitter. In fact, there was that name that the Kikuyus had given him. I can't remember it exactly. General somebody, Kigwaye or I cannot get it correctly, but I remember it was General somebody for being a fence sitter because he was a person who was not known for taking hard decisions. And he was also a Kanu apologist. You remember, is this guy? He was the guy who said that you cannot cut a mugumo tree with a leather blade. And for a long time, he stuck in Kano even after he had been demoted from being vice president to becoming minister of health. And he waited for guys to struggle for the freedom we are enjoying today. You remember Wakina Matiba, Wakina Rubia, Wakina Mzeja Ramogi. And after they had struggled for the freedom that we are enjoying today, and Kenya had become a multi-party democracy, one December, I think it was December 25th, 1990, he now purported now to move from KANU and formed his political party called DP. So as much as he has a lot to be credited for, just as he has a lot to be credited for, and as a human being also, he has his shortcomings that I have outlined here, and as I did yesterday. I want to move to the second point on the issue of Keter. You know, this morning, there's a gentleman who wanted to run on a Jubilee ticket for governor in Busia. So he was initially in DAP. Then there were issues around DAP, the same issues that have now cropped up in Jubilee. So he was assured that he was going to get a Jubilee ticket to run so that he becomes the Busia governor. So this morning, when I woke up at around 8 o'clock, I found his missed call on my phone, and the missed call was reading something like 5:45. So I wanted to know why he was calling me that early. So I called him. So he called. He told me that I just wanted to tell you that just as I was planning to run on Jubilee, and I had paid for the nomination fee, and everything was running as scheduled. There was a call. There was what they call a call from above. Um, that order instructed the people in Jubilee House not to give him a nomination certificate, and just like that, his desire to run for the Busia gubernatorial seat could just die. And I'm using this as an example to relate to the issue of Keter. Who we know he won clearly, and he was declared the winner in that nomination by around 10,000 votes. And today we have seen that he has been snatched that certificate, and he can no longer claim to run on the U.D.A party. And this is a big lesson, especially for people who want to develop their political career as we move forward, because relying on political parties per se in this country now is becoming so dangerous for any politician. Any politician in this country must have a plan B, because political parties in Kenya, as we have agreed, have their owners. If it's UDA, who wants UDA. If it's Jubilee, who wants Jubilee. Even if it's ODM, my political party, who wants it, because there are people who have the real say in these political parties. If they say no, is a no, and if they say yes, is a yes. And that's why the Constitution of Kenya, under Article 35, allows people to run as independent candidates. I think as we go towards 2027, people should exploit this Article 85 of the Kenyan Constitution and try to run as independent candidates instead of just relying on political parties per se. Because just as I have explained, a political party can fail you in the last minute and you'll do nothing. And even in the case of Keter now, he could decide to go independent, yes, but there's a likelihood that that emotional power you are seeing in Nandi could die, and come the 9th of August, even as an independent candidate, he could end up losing this particular seat. So it's a very delicate scenario that people need to balance, especially as we move forward in other elections, perhaps in 2027 or 2032. Bernard, wacha niwachie tu hapo. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira, for that observation. So the phone call from above can change somebody's arrangement just like that.
Just like that.
Hey, this is Kenya for all of us. So before Sarah comes in, let's listen out to the people in Nandi Hills. Wanasema nini? Here we go.
Na tuko na shida kwa chama ya U.D.A. Shida ile tuko naye kwa chama ya U.D.A, iko watu wanachukua hii chama kama ni yao. Juzi tumekuwa na shida, tumepiga kura, tulikuwa wananchi ya Nandi, tumepiga kura mzuri, hakuna mtu mwenye aliiba kura, mpaka tukachukua kura mzuri. Ile kitu tumepatikana na shida ile, tumepatikana na mashangao. Ni leo asubuhi ya leo tumesemekana ati Keter mheshimiwa yetu mwenye anakuanga na usaidizi na sisi wote. Amenyang'anywa na certificate. Kitu ndio tueleze mheshimiwa Sudi. Wewe ukwenda shule. Wewe unataka kwenda kusaidia nini Ruda? Hakuna. Kitu shida moja tena napatikana. Msilete ofisati katika Nandi. Wabigo. Fanya usifisati huko. Panga kaunti yako ya vile unapangange watu wako, panga watu wako. Wachana hiyo watu ya Nandi. Wapanga. Shida ile tumepata hapa moja, karibu hata watu na wewe tu wewe kitu moja, nitakuuliza kitu moja. Wewe ni mkorpati kama mimi. Wewe unanijua mzuri. Na kitu ile hata amefanya niende Nandi kaunti, wewe unajua mimi ni mkorpati mwenzako. Tunafanya mkorpati naye Nairobi. Shida ile inapatikana. Tuachane hiyo watu. Kwa mbona hiyo watu amepata freedom tangu Keter apate kura ya MP. Hii watu amepata freedom. Keter amesaidia watu akiwa na wagonjwa hospitali, amesaidia watu. Vile amepata hiyo watu, vile amepata maneno ya shule, amesaidiwa na Keter. Kwa mbigo. Ile shida tuko naye. Msiharibu hii chama ya Ruto. Ndio. Usifanye hivi vitu karibu anafanyikana juzi Eldoret. Karibu watoto watu anamwaga damu. Kitu ile tunataka tuseme. Na tunaomba Ruto, ni kama unaona taarifa, utusaidie uchunguze maneno isikuharibu. Kwa maana hii watu wote atatoka kwa chama. Waje kunyamaza. Kwa maana hii mtu mwenye unaona watu anapigania ni mtu mwenye anasaidia watu wengi. Tuna maneno mingi kidogo sana. Ile tumekasirika. Na sisi tunabali tena kukufa, hakuna kitu kingine, sisi ni mamaremo wengine.
Sara, namna gani? Karibu.
Asante Bernard. Ile kitu imenichekesha, unasikia sisi ni marehemu na kweli tuko marehemu watarajiwa. Hii politics sio rahisi. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Good evening. How is the going?
Not bad. I'm doing well. I thank God for the gift of life. I want to start by giving my tribute to the late President Mwai Kibaki. Inyewe ni uchungu. That is the president who brought uchumi ya hii Kenya to its bar. Lakini saa hizi imerudi to its toes. I'm sending some condolences to the family. Tumepoteza mtu wa maana. Na wote wa Kenya tunalia. And now let me go to Keter issue. Bernard, I'm telling you, the government independent will be very many of them. Na hiyo independent watasumbua watu parliament mbaya mbovu. Hakuna kitu itapitishwa. And one thing, hii mambo yenye unaenda kuongoza boma ingine, hii watu wa UDA wawachana naye. Ama UDA mimi ni mtu wa UDA. But ile kitu yenye unaenda kuongoza boma ingine, unaenda kuongoza kwani wanaume wako huko? That is stupidity of highest order.
Ngoja, hebu nane.
Ne.
Wewe unatoka
Wewe usijali mali natoka, mimi ni Mkenya.
Fikiri ni Nandi.
Mimi ni Mkenya. Ama namna gani Bernard?
Asante sana. Endelea.
Mimi ni Mkenya. Mkenya daima. Ile kitu iko mtu apewe demokrasi yake. Na ujue demokrasi inatoka kwa wananchi. Si watu hii wako mababe. Nasikia ni wananchi ndio walivote in Alfred Keter. Mbona alipewa tikiti na kwenda kunyang'anywa the certificate? Hao watu wanafikiria wananchi ni wajinga. Wananchi this time si wajinga. And the power of social media imesaidia wananchi ya Kenya ile hujawahi ona. Chenye inafanyika huko itafanyika kule kwingine. And I'm telling you, if my own party chairman, Mheshimiwa Deputy President Ruto, asipotake action, I'm telling you, atakuwa na independent candidates, watu watakuwa msituni wote. Sasa sijui atabaki na nani. Ni kama saa zile unaenda kulalia mayai, unaona nyoka inakuja kupepa, inatoboa mayai, kesho imetoboa ingine, within bado utalalia hiyo mayai. Si hakuna, si ni empty. So that is the process where our deputy is heading to. Mtu kama Keter ni mtu wa watu. Usiwezi enda kuchukua tikiti. In fact hata saa hii nilikuwa was writing in a social media panel of Nandi County. Nikaambia hata Keter akuje na chama yenye imeitwa Matawi. Nasikia? Chama it is only ni gari ya kupitia. Chama ni kitu ya kushikilia tu ndio ufuge ngambo ile nyingine. In fact hata Keter leo akiamua, and I think ni kama ameamua ameingia independent. I'm telling you, UDA haitaonekana huko. Na wacha tuambiane ukweli. Vitu zingine tunataka tuseme ukweli vile kuko. Na tusichekiana because hawa wakubwa wote unasikia mtu anapewa direct ticket. Kwani hii direct ticket inawasaidia na nini? Let the power of the voters speak out. Wakisema ni Bernard ni sawa. Wakisema Bernard utakula nje ni wewe tu. Kama huko haifanyia wananchi kazi utakula nje. Hakuna kupembelezana hapa tu kwa sababu huko na lineage na deputy president. Kwani ukikuwa na lineage kama sio sisi ungekuwa na hiyo lineage na hiyo jamaa. Na ukue na lineage na hujafanyia wananchi kazi. Hiyo ni ushenzi. Uwezi kuja kutupigia debe huko juu ati mpaka hapa ground utaka kujua kitanda yangu chini imekaa na iko na nini nimepack nini huko chini. Never. The only thing wawachie wananchi wenyewe waamue wa viongozi yao ni kina nane. Hii story ya kupigana vita haisaidii. Ona sasa saa hizi Sudi kila mahali. The topic is Sudi everywhere. In fact hata juzi ya Magoti alikuwa anataka kukanyaga. Na ile watu wa Magoti walikuwa kichwa ngumu. And I'm telling you the Mogotio seat it is going another way. Inaenda na way vingine. That thing will go to an independent ticket. Na utasema huko na watu aina gani? Tuseme Mungu amsaidie apate kukua achukue hii gigeti. Ataongoza independent candidates. Na independent wakisema hiyo kitu hiyo bila tupitishi. So utabaki tu ukiwa tu kama mtu mwenye umefungwa mikono kama minyororo because you cannot do anything without any bill being passed in the parliament. So deputy asingoja akiongozwa hapa na timu ya kina Sudi and the Faruk team ya kuweka watu makofi kila mahali na kuzungusha. Ukikuta MPs wanataka kuspeak wanasukuma kama makondoo ile nataka kwenda kuwekwa deep. Mimi even if I'm a leader mtu hawezi kunifanyia hivyo, hiyo tutatembezana kwa kifua. Mimi wananchi ndio wako suppose kunifanyia vile wanataka because they gave me that position. Not a person mwenye hata class hawajajua ni class ngapi. No, tuambiane hapa ukweli. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Sasa mimi ile kitu naambianga Mungu asante. I speak out where my mind says and tuseme ukweli. And like also Azimio tunapeana direct ticket. Kwani wananchi wengine hawajaza? Nani Bernard, tell your party leader. Mambo ya kupeana direct ticket utawachana naye. Wacha wananchi waamue. Jakwa vituko amefanyiwa leo. Si Jakwa ndio ameruka independent. Na juzi alikuwa anaimba UDA. That is why some of us we've decided to go on an independent ticket. Kwa sababu gani? We already knew what is ahead of us. We already knew. Sasa hii tungekuwa tunalia kwa choo na kuvaa pampas huko kwa choo, lakini sasa hii tunaambia watu karibuni independent. So tuendeni. So I think
Sawa sana. Asante sana kwa maoni yako na mtazamo wako. Ni muhimu kila mmoja ajipange. Lakini kuna sehemu ya direct ticket isikuwe mtu ameenda nomination through the process, amepata ticket alafu unamnyang'anya. Hiyo sioni kifaa. But kama kuna mahala ambapo wamenegotiate as party officials na wakaona wapatie some people's direct ticket, let it be a party decision, not to be a tool to use to punish others.
All these aspirants wote ni wajuaji. In fact, even on my same sub county, mwingine alikuwa anapiga kifua akisema nyinyi mnaomba kura ya kazi gani hapa na mimi niko na direct ticket. Tukaambia let it come, that direct ticket wacha ikuje. Lakini mwisho si tulimwangusha, lakini leo nimeona kwa social media akisema I'm coming on an independent ticket. I was even the first person kumwambia come na utalia mara ya pili this August.
Okay, sawa, keep nini?
Sera nakuja kwa upole, lakini nilikuwa nataka kuuliza other than Keter hapo kuna ma MC.
Usiniulize unatoka wapi?
Sijauliza, nimeuliza.
Basi mimi ni Mkenya.
Ngoja, relax. Nimesema sikuji na ukali. Relax. Come on. Ni swali. Sasa other than Keter kuna ma MCAs wenye wanaenda independent pia, wenye wanapiga kelele hivyo. Ni wengi sana. The whole county.
Wengi sana. Even the zones, hii zone ya UDA, mali UDA wanasimama. I'm telling you, independent candidates from MCA, MPs, and some of the women reps wameenda independent. I'm telling you, mwezi wa 8 kuna mtu atalia kwa choo akishindwa kutoka nje.
Okay, asante. I think keep your questions answered.
She's confirmed what I suspected. Okay. Kutakuwa na independence wengi and they have got strength, wana nguvu.
Yes, hello.
Keep. Hii watu wako na nguvu ile utashindwa hata wakikaa au wakubwa wakikaa, wanashindwa hiyo force watatumia aje? Hiyo ni kama tsunami.
Agree with you. Nimekubali kabisa. Na watarudishia pesa yao.
Let Olo ask his question please. Thank you. David Olo.
Okay, thank you Bernard. Mimi nataka tu kuuliza mama swali kitu. Mama Sara swali zingine hapo. Kuna vitu zingine amesema hapo na sioni nikikubaliana na yeye. Kwanza akisema ati hii term inakuja ma independence watakuwa wengi na hiyo serikali hakuna kitu itapita. Sasa hakuna kitu itapita aje yet most of those independents wanakuja because of U.D.A. So inamaanisha ni U.D.A ndio watasafa because those independents watakuwa na support government. You don't expect ati mtamenyang'anywa certificate na U.D.A akienda parliament ati atakuwa na support position ya U.D.A. And then sasa ukikuja hapa alafu jipige kifua ukituambia ati this time sijui watu wataona, then at the end of the day wona support Ruto. Sasa what is the need of you vying in an independent party? You should unafaa kupost UDA wape joto huko penye wako.
Wacha nikwambie.
Lakini ukikuja hapa na unatuambia ati uko Mama Sara Simi ndio naongea.
Sinataka nikujibu ama?
Why don't you have some respect please?
Amalize maswali alafu tajibu.
Wewe ni mheshimiwa bana. Have some respect. Sisi ni wenye kura, tuheshimu. So ukisema saizi ati wewe uko independent, you are not independent, you are supporting Ruto. An independent person should be neutral and should be rational. So usikuje hapo kituambia ati wewe uko independent. Wewe sema tu labda ungechaguliwa kwa U.D.A juu joto ni kali huko kwa ground. Sasa umeamua shortcut ndio kwa ballot. Thank you very much.
Umemaliza?
Amemaliza jibu
Kabisa
Sara.
Umemaliza?
kabisa.
Wacha nikuambie na usikize. Wacha kuniambia ukuja polepole. Nitakuja kwa speed ile nataka. One, it is me who chose that my money will talk. Si ati ya chama ndio itaongea, itakuja kunifandia. Ni yangu, pesa yangu binafsi. Siendi na chama. And I chose that one even before. Secondly, hiyo unasema independent, tukishaingia pale, we will decide which party will we support. Si ati utaniambia niende ni support U.D.A. I can be inside the parliament na nikose kusupport U.D.A, niende ni support wapi? Azimio. Hakuna kenye utanifanyia because hakuna kitu ile umenisaidia. So I'll support where I want to support. I'm not saying mimi, I'm not saying Ruto is bad, but the people surrounding him, and I will speak out. Kama kuna makosa lazima tuseme. Tusikue tukipampa ati uko mzuri na uko ndani imeoza. Lazima tuambiane ukweli. Because even that ticket, mbona walipatia nini Keter tikiti usiku na kesho yake wakaenda kunalify? Wangekataa from day one kwa huko Nandi na waende waseme hiyo tikiti atukupei, wacha tuende mpaka headquarters. As a law, how do you feel upewe tikiti ya Azimio na kufika headquarters umenyang'anywa? Hiyo nywele yako si itaruka akili? So tuambiane ukweli vile kuko. Tusibembelezane. Tuko kwa hii platform, tuambiane ukweli. If my own boss ako na makosa, nitamwambia boss, hapa uko na makosa. And the problem with us, ni ile tunataka ati tunanyenyekea, tukiambia about time ni about time. Hata kama unaenda kuingia kwa shimo, utasema about time uende kuingia kwa shimo. With me, I will never agree. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, na kama ni mzuri ni mzuri. There is even a time I applaud in Raila here. Nikisema Raila hako kwa njia mzuri na saa hiyo niko na support deputy because ile mwenendo yake ninaona, lakini huwezi kuniambia ati kwa sababu kuna makosa niendelee kupamba my U.D.A people nikisema oh you are very good, you are very good. Never. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya.
Okay, asante Sara. Bwana Wangira, iko nini?
Wacha niulize Sara swali moja. Sara, tayari Deputy President William Ruto atakuwa rais na tunaona yuko na ubepari, yani udikteta tayari. Na je, akiwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya? Ni hayo tu.
Wacha nikwambie, hata watoto wako kwa boma ukuwe na watoto wanne, hao watoto wote hawafanani. Uko na mwenda simu, uko na mpole, uko na mjeuri, uko na kila aina. Si ni kweli? But it will determine to you how you will handle all of them. Hata mimi kaza kama my party leader ako na ubebari na kiburi. Akifika huko juu hata akuwe president, mimi kama Sara, I will tell him the truth. Na unajua ubaya hii politician hawataki kuambiwa ukweli. Simama na ukweli yako.
Okay, asante Sara kwa majibu yako na maoni yako. Naamini kila mmoja ametosheka. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele na debate. Kabla tulete Murunga, naomba tusikilize huyu kwanza, alafu Murunga atakuja. Okay, na kifupi. Okay, umesema urais Ruto ataongoza lakini baba atapata kura. Unamaanisha nini?
Namaanisha unajua kibidii ikiwa ni unajua siasa mara nyingi nenda na mbunge ambaye yuko pale. Sasa hivi sasa mbunge wetu bwana Nullifies Baraza ukienda mashinani watu wengi wanampenda na ana influence katika upigaji kura wa kibidii. Kwa hivyo mahali yeye anaelekea lazima kule watu wengi wataelekeza kura upande wao. Kibidii kuwa cosmopolitan town ambao makabila yote yako ndani na kuna watu wasomi na kuna watu wengine wanaenda shule na kadhalika, utapata kwamba hao wawili Ruto na baba wote wako na kura. Baba ako na kura, Ruto ako na kura. Lakini Ruto hapa kimdili ako na hapa hand bila kudanganyana. Yes.
Okay. Na mbona 2017 mlichagua Nullifies Baraza lakini baba akaongoza kwa kura hapa? Nullifies Baraza alikuwa kwa Jubilee.
Yes. 2017 unajua kulikuwa na mambo ya kupakia ilikuwa inaitwa NASA hao. So 2017 tulichagua Thomas Baraza kama mbunge kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaangalia mtu binafsi. Watu waliamini kwamba Thomas Baraza unajua ni mtu ambaye anaongea mambo mengi kama mnakuelewa. Ni rafiki yetu na anajua, unajua is a public orator, mtu anajua kuongea. So hiyo maongezi yake ilivutia watu na watu wakamteua kama mbunge. Na hata hivi sasa amejaribu kazi amefanya. Kazi amejaribu sana huyo kijana mdogo amefanya kazi kweli kweli. Na hata wenye wanakuja lazima watu wajipange. Sio mtu wa kushindwa vile wanafikiria. Hata wenye wanakuja bunge naona wengi wameogopa hata yes.
Okay, sawa sawa. So unahimiza Wakenya wafanye katika hii uchaguzi unakuja. Una ujumbe gani kwa Wakenya?
Yes.
Kwa jumla.
Mimi ujumbe kwa Wakenya ni kwamba Wakenya wachague viongozi ambao wanaweza kupeleka mbele. Na mimi kama mfuasi wa baba ningependa kusema ya kwamba Ruto na Uhuru wameongoza nchi na ile kosa ambayo limetokea kwa serikali ya Uhuru Ruto ni hao wote wawili. Kwa hivyo wakati huu wapende mtu mwingine nafasi aongoze taifa, hii mambo ya kurun from responsibility kutoke hapo.
Mambo ya governorship. Mambo ya governorship.
Okay, Bwana Murunga karibu.
Yes, Ben. Yes, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm very fine.
Yes.
Habari ya masiku mingi, habari ya Bungoma County.
Sisi tuko huku tutatafuta mbivu na mbichi katikati ya Lusaka na Wangamati na Kenya Kwanza na Azimio.
Huko na wewe ndio utatuambia mambo ya Kenya Kwanza huko na Azimio Bungoma County. Lakini mimi kwanza niko na mengi ya kuongea. Nitaanza na mambo ya nominations ambazo mimi mwenyewe zimenikera sana. Imenikera kabisa. Especially kwanza nitaanza kwa maeneo bunge ya mikoa ya magharibi. Ile imeniudhi kabisa ni ile ya Nambale constituency. Nambale constituency, and I will say this without fear of contradiction, that Junaid Mohammed has missed the nomination, the Busia nomination, especially for Nambale constituency. How do you award? In fact, opinion polls have been giving Wakili Mulanya 76%. And if you look at TIFA poll, you look at ile ingine ilikuwa inajiita Mizani, all these opinion polls have been giving Wakili Mulanya 70 and above. And you give the certificate to somebody who is unpopular. This guy is the guy who was given the certificate. Okwara is popular in Utarbo, not Nambale constituency. These are two things that people must understand. Mulanya is the people's choice. And that's what I'm telling you, and I agree with my sister Sarah that we are going to have many independents. I am an ODM member. I am an ODM life member. But when ODM makes a big mistake, a big blunder, like giving a certificate, direct certificate to somebody who is unpopular, and especially in the areas that are perceived to be ODM strongholds, it's wrong. Kevin Okwara.
Ngoja Murunga.
Yes.
Junaid anahusikaje na masuala ya nomination? Ako kwa board ya nomination ya ODM?
Director of elections, and we know what happened. We know what transpired. We know this is somebody who is too close to him. Somebody who is very close to him. And from very close source, it is him who influenced this. Wezi chukua mtu ambaye yuko unpopular. I feel it. I know Joram has a rebuttal, but this is the position. I come from KAKAMEGA County. I have a home in Busia County, Nambale constituency. You cannot tell me that today somebody who is unpopular. And you remember, we lost through the same process, dubious process. We lost the Nambale seat to the current member of parliament kwa sababu ya hii mchezo hii ya nomination ya political parties. And we do not want the same to happen. We love our party. And when we vote in one Raila Odinga without members of parliament, it's wrong. We cannot tell you, we cannot be pleased by saying that just because it's our political party, the party that we are affiliated to, sasa tupigie tu mtu yeyote kura. It is wrong. When our party, yes, I'm an ODM member, kama chama inafanya makosa, imefanya makosa. Na mimi sija raise issue kuhusu mambo ya Nairobi. Nairobi issue is a serious issue per se, but I will say it that Nairobi we cannot have and for a fact we cannot have two lawyers contesting for a gubernatorial seat and senatorial seat in Nairobi. So we had to discard one. But the fact of the matter is, mambo ya nominations imeenda mbaya kwa chama. Na sisi lazima tuseme ukweli. We have been members, I have been a member of the ODM party since 2007. I remain to be a loyal member of the party. I contested on an ODM ticket, on the ODM party in 2007. I lost in the nominations. I embraced democracy. I went after the wishes of those who voted. Hata kama walininyang'anya, mimi nashukuru, I still remain loyal to the party. But what I'm saying is this: let democracy prevail. Let us not subvert the will of the people. It is wrong, and the people of Nambale are likely, and you see, the office has been repainted. It's wrong. It portrays a very bad image of a party. And watu wanasema ya kwamba ati maybe baba amechangia hapo. I'm saying this: Junet Mohammed is actually making the biggest mistake in the political party that we love. We want Junet Mohammed to desist from that, and if possible, Nambale case must be revisited, because we are going to lose that seat just because of the wrongs and the ills committed by the party. Now, secondly, we are now, nimerudi kwa mambo ya kuomboleza mzee Mwai Kibaki, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the man I voted for, the man I voted against, I voted for and voted against, and the man who I will proudly talk about, especially when we talk of the economy of this country. I used to travel from Nairobi to Athi River region. Those days, kupita kwa hiyo Mombasa Road, hakukuwa na barabara. The man who made sure that we have the correct infrastructure in the country, and continuity of the same will also be spurred by Raila Odinga. In spite of what is happening in the party, I remain loyal to the party. I'm supporting Raila Odinga. Lakini ile kitu nasema ni hii: sisi wote, yes, tukumbuke ya kwamba kuna mabaya yalifanyika. Yes, 2007 election was disputed. The name Mwai Kibaki will remain in the history of this world and the books in Kenya, that the will of the people was subverted at that time. But let's agree, kila mtu, hakuna mtu ambaye hana mahali kuna mazuri pia kuna mabaya, yote yanaandamana pamoja. So tukubaliane ya kwamba mahali unasikia kuna mazuri, kuna ambatana na mabaya, na mabaya yote yalitendeka 2007 na kuiwemo kuapishwa usiku. Hiyo ni mambo ambayo yalifanyika wakati huo. Saa hii tugange yajayo, na God's time is the best, and God's time is here, and that Raila Odinga is going to ascend to the presidency. But we must be very careful that Raila Odinga, if we want Raila Odinga to ascend to presidency without members of parliament, then we continue playing the same old rules that have made us lose the popularity in other regions in this country. Hiyo mimi nitasema. Lakini pia kitu kingine nimeona engagement ya Raila Odinga, anaenda kuanza engagement yake USA, amefika salama. Na pia tusahau ya kwamba timu ya baba mimi niko memba wake, tumeshinda leo watu wa Manchester United. Pia hiyo lazima tukumbuke. Niko na mengi ya kunena na nasikia Joram amebeba mkono sana, Bernard atanitetea. So unaweza mruhusu aniulize swali, nitarudi nichangie baadaye, manake muda upo.
Yes, Mr. Wangira, what is the matter?
Murunga, habari yako?
Mzuri ndugu.
We ni kama umenunuliwa na watu wa Mulanya bwana.
Mbona?
Kwa nini unapatiana madai yasiyo na ukweli kwamba Kevin Okwara si popular?
Kevin baba Joram, nitarudi hapo. My home is in Tangakona area of Nambale. I am about less than 7 kilometers to where these guys are talking about, live. So I'm telling you, from Kona all the way to Kwirare, all the way to Marachi, all the way to those sides of Nasewa, as you come back to Nambale, Tangakona, Niaban, Ama Nambale Center, Yote. I know these places. Me, I'm telling you this. Kevin Okwara is not popular. Mulanya is popular. And go based on the opinion poll. And Joram, I'm going to share the data with you. I have it. Nitakutumia kwa page yako. I have your account, nitakutumia. Mimi nataka kukuambia kitu kimoja, my brother. Nambale constituency, we lost it to the current member of parliament kwa sababu ya hiyo mchezo. And we had popular candidates. Let's admit that even if we try to cover up the dirt in our party, it always exposes itself when we are voting. People will always vote against. And you've seen that happening. And that's why we saw last time in Western Kenya, we lost quite a number of seats, including our traditional seats, the Teso, North Teso na South Teso. We did. And let's admit that makosa ikifanyika kwa chama, lazima tufuatilie. Okwara is not popular. Kevin Okwara is not popular. Wakili Mulanya is popular.
Murunga, hakuna makosa hapo. Kitu ya kwanza lazima ukubali kwamba Mulanya ni mall ya UDA. Haujui hiyo?
Ameingiaje kwa mall sasa leo? Mimi unajua
ni mall. Unajua
hiyo mambo ya mall.
Let's do this. The communication between the two of you is is developing into something else. Let's do this. Whatever information Wangira has about Mulanya and Okwara, let the two of you meet and clear it. What is there is, Murunga, you are complaining about nominations in one place in Western Kenya. Where else? Because you are dwelling in Nambale all through. I don't know, is only the nomination in Nambale that have issue or the entirety of Western Kenya? I thought you had information
entire Western Kenya.
On that.
Entire Western Kenya, Bernard.
So where else? You have exhausted Nambale.
Yes, we have, we have a candidate in Matungu constituency who has been ardent supporter of the party. By us rewarding the current member of parliament, that was also wrong. A stab to the current guys who are going to contest for the seat, knowingly that they had invested so much in the party and in the hope that they were also going to be on the ballot. And you see, the party went ahead and rewarded members of parliament in those regions. And the same thing.
You need to differentiate between a single party vying for participating in a general election and a coalition. When it comes, a coalition is give and take. You can't have everything, even if you are the superior party. It's wrong for a single party to be fielding candidates everywhere. There has to be that aspect of sharing. And what is the use of reinventing a wheel when there is already one that is working? So let's be fair to the party and understand that Baba has a lot to do in terms of balancing. When you are a
Bernard, who is this?
You need to know that when you buy 3 kilos of meat, it has to be distributed to the entirety of how many houses you have. You can't be behaving as if a man who has one wife. So let's be fair. There has to be a balancing matter on the how the seats are distributed. Mambo ya opinion poll, I support it. If somebody has a popularity support, apewe ticket. Lakini kama fidelity, faithfulness, if that comes into play, you know our standards now. We don't change that one.
Bernard, who is this popular candidate in Matungu? Who is this popular candidate in Matungu? Name him.
Wangira, hold on. Thank you.
Bana, let me name the person. Bana, allow me to summarize.
Order. Thank you. Mr. Wangira, you
Bernard, allow me to ask him, sir.
Quickly, we conclude, we go to another person. All these people are waiting. Thank you. Mr. Mrunga, endelea tafadhali ukamilishe.
Haya, sasa mimi kuna mambo ambayo pia nilikuwa nataka kutoongea mambo ya Nairobi, lakini wacha sasa niguzie kidogo. Sisi wanachama wa ODM, sisi tumepewa tikiti ya presidency ndani ya Azimio. Tumepewa presidency na hatuwezi, hakuna vile tutakuwa na governor wa Nairobi ili hali Jubilee ambao wanatuunga mkono na hivi vyama vingine nao wanataka stake. So hapo mimi ninasema namna hii, tukubali turidhike sisi watu wa Mlembe na kiti cha Senate ambacho tumepewa, kijana wetu amepewa, na pia tuko na viti za members of parliament ambazo tumepewa, na watu waache mambo ya kuongea ya kwamba sisi kama wana ODM tunajaribu kubagua watu wengine. Hakuna ubaguzi hapo. We must give and take. Hapa hakuna mambo ya kubembelezana. Tuambie watu wetu ukweli ya kwamba chama cha ODM kimepewa uwezo wa kuwa na rais na tutapewa naibu wa rais huko, lakini upande wa gubernatorial seat ya Nairobi hiyo tunaachia hao wanachukua. Jambo lingine lenye limenikera ni kwa chama cha Wiper ambacho ni memba wetu wa ndani ya Azimio wameingia ndani kabisa, wanataka wachukue mpaka kitu, wameenda mpaka Mombasa kuhujumu kule Mombasa. Hii ni mambo, kwanza tuangalie mambo ya integrity ya yule mtu. Yes, hajahukumiwa, lakini iwapo kuna maswali dosari kwa yule mwenye anayeogombea, siwe ndio ile ngazi ya kuvukisha watu wenye wamefanya makosa. Sisi tuseme ya kwamba kwa kauli moja ya kwamba mtu ambaye ako na dosari hatumpi nafasi ya kuongoza. Na ninapomalizia ni kwamba tumeona list ya wale ambao wamekuwa proposed kuwa deputy presidents, lakini mimi kwa wazo langu, vile safari ya Raila Odinga ilipokuwa imepangwa leo vile alivyosafiri, mimi nina imani ya kwamba amesafiri na anayetarajiwa kuwa makamu wake, na huyo ni Mama Martha Karua. Tafadhali msinipige mawe, hiyo ni maoni yangu. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, mimi nitakuwa kwa studio nikisubiri kuchangia kwa muda, nikipewa muda tena. Asanteni sana. Na Bwana Jaram, nikimaliza namalizia kusema ya kwamba Mlanya ako 74% na huyo mwingine, na mambo ya kukosa kuwajibika kwa chama, Mlanya ndiye amejenga ofisi ya Nambale constituency na Busia county as a whole, na wakisaidiwa na kina Peter Odima, na Peter Odima yes amehama akaenda kwa chama kingine. Yes, Peter Odima anaweza kuwa mall, lakini Mulanya hapana. So kwa hayo mengi na machache, niko hapa, tunazidi kuengage. Asante.
Asante Bwana Murunga, and show me your friends and I will show you who you are. Kama ni rafiki wa mall, basi usha confirm. Hatuwezi kwenda any further. Sarah, you have an issue? Nataka tulete nani? Nani huyu? Anaitwa I think Richard alikuja kabla ya Douglas, ama? Ni kama nani amekwama. Okay. Richard namna gani?
Salama sana.
Yes, karibu maoni yako haraka tusonge mbele.
Okay, asante sana kwa siku ya leo tena. Mimi kwanza natoa lambalambe zangu kwa Mwai Kibaki ambaye alituongoza vizuri, especially kwa upande ya uchumi. In fact, we remember him because he contributed a lot to our economy. But still we remember him because Kenyans, we became divided more than ever before. Because you remember 2007, 2008 elections. In fact, he made us, all of the communities in Kenya, to divide because the election was stolen, which brought about the violence. But all in all, at this time around, we ask our Almighty God to put his soul in eternal peace. Secondly, I come at the side of Keter, the revoke of his certificate. You know, as I've been saying before, these primary elections, sometimes, like now, I hear Murunga, I don't know, Murunga is trying to defend that ODM, they did a wrong thing. You know, when somebody is given a direct nomination, the party, they see, they are weighing how they are going to win. What is important now, what the party is looking at is the win. How can we win this seat? Or how can our presidential seat be won? That is what they are looking. In fact, let us not blame them so much. Because like now, if we say that sometimes, you know, our people, we are given that opportunity to select somebody or to elect somebody, and we make a mistake. Look what happened last time in Nairobi. People who were given that opportunity to select, they selected Sonko, but finally there was a problem. So sometimes when the party comes together, especially this one of a coalition, as Robert Bernard has said, there is a difference between a party, like now ODM, and a coalition. A coalition is you have to divide things equally. Even if you cannot be 100% equal, but at least you have to equalize. That is the problem now, Azimio, they are facing. That is why you see they are trying to see that every party is represented. So that is the problem. But this one for U.D.A, Keter, you cannot underrate somebody who is talking the truth. Keter always stands for the farmer in Eldoret. Me, I happen to have my second home at Eldoret. Keter stands for the farmer, the maize farmer in Eldoret and the whole of Asinigishu, even the Rift Valley as a whole. And the Keter is more popular, even the national level. So, and it is very, very, very bad when somebody gets a certificate, you know you have passed the exam. You have got A, like now the KSC exams. Mako has announced that you are number 1 in the whole nation. And tomorrow, or after some hours, they say that, no, you are number 5. What kind of that now? What kind of nuisance is that? So, Keter, you cannot underrate Keter. And whoever is blaming Sudi, leave about Sudi. Sudi also get directive from DP. That it goes without saying, in fact. So, Keter, me, I know Keter because Eldoret is my second home. I know Keter. Keter stands for the poor man, the farmer. So there is no way Keter, even if he stands alone. I think now Kenya should introduce independent candidates party so that all those people who go independent, they form their own party so that we have independent part of Kenya so that they can go like that. So that when they go to parliament, as Sarah was saying, you know, the independent people, when they reach in parliament, when they want to pass a motion, maybe a bill, they see if you are a person who was sent by the people and you have gone to represent the people, you see where the people can benefit, where your people are benefiting. That is where you vote. But if you go there, you are not decided. You get yourself pinballed and you vote a wrong thing. So what I'm seeing, me, I don't see any problem. Nairobi, even that guy who came as a governor now, of course, last time he was an assistant of Sonko. But the reason why I think they saw that it is good to put him there, it is because he was somehow transparent. You know, we like somebody who is very transparent, who says the truth, who fights corruption, especially corruption. If something is wrong, say no, it is wrong. Sometimes I like the way Sarah expresses things, that if it is the truth, it is the truth. Now, Sarah, what you are supposed to do, you have seen that DB is a dictator. If we compare Baba and Ruto, sincerely speaking, Papa is somehow than Ruto. So, Sarah, cross the floor. We vote Papa in so that next time, anything can happen. You never know. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Richard, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Sijui kama Sarah ulikuwa najibu kwa hilo kabla tumlete Mwakoa.
Richard, okay, mimi nabaki mahali pale pale, sibanduliwi. And then there is someone I wanted to answer his question, lakini ni kama ametoka. Huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa anaimba mambo ya nani? Ameenda?
Murunga.
The Murunga. Akisema opinion poll. Opinion poll hizi mambo ya kusikiza ati opinion poll ni ya ukweli. People can give you opinion polls mpaka utashangaa ukifikiria unatangulia. Wacha ifike ground. Hapo ndio utajua kweli hauko.
Okay, sawa, asante sana Sara. Bwana Douglas, karibu tafadhali.
Naona Mr. Wangira ameinua mkono. Mr. Wangira, you can wait.
Fanya hivi tafadhali. Bwana Wangira ameongea. Bwana Wangira, subiri kwanza.
Yangu ni swali tu.
Subiri Bwana Wangira tafadhali, unaweza subiri hata hilo swali lako. Naomba hivi. Niko katika kipindi cha lala salama. Nataka nimalize zamu yangu kabla Wekesa aje kuendelea. Kwa hivyo mkiniweka hapa, mimi sitakaa hata dakika moja. Niko na kipindi very early in the morning, so as soon as Wekesa comes, I'm out of here. So I need to finish my lot before that time arrives. So Wangira, spare me please. Thank you. Bwana Douglas, karibu.
Thank you so much. I salute you all the panelists and I hope you all doing well. David, I hope you are good. Now, I want to start from the issues we are talking about, nullification of nominations, the parties, the nomination problems. I want to honestly say that is the price you are paying for the multi-party democracy that we are having in Kenya. And Moi said that siku moja mutakuja kulia when we repeal Section 2A of the Constitution. which gave way to multi-party democracy. It is actually what we are seeing here, and it's not about how hardworking you are or how you serve the people in a party. It's your party loyalty. I was listening to the story of how Junet Mohammed became a good buddy to Raila Odinga. You listen to that story, the way alinyanganywa certificate at the first time he was nominated in Suna East, akafuata Raila mpaka kwaka, akashinda naye mpaka usiku, ndio akakuja kupewa the following day tena, ndio stories zikaenda. Those who have listened to that story, so you must be loyal to the party. There is no compromise, and that is it. And Keter is paying for his evils of going public against the DP. And when there is a boss in a party, you toe the line. The rest comes second. Ya kutumikia wananchi and all the rest, it comes second. And what happens in Kenya is we will make noise in social media, we will make noise wherever we are, but when it comes to voting, you find the same people who are making noise will vote for that party. There is a cult that we follow. There is a spirit that comes into us that we vote parties and not individuals. And even those people are saying that kutakuwa na independent wengi, don't be surprised. Independent watakuwa wachache. The party wave is going to take charge as from May, and people are going to vote either U.D.A or Azimio. Full stop. Independent watakuwa wachache. Hii kitu watu wanadanganyana eti independent watakuwa wengi. Mimi, you will come tell me independent will be very few. It will be the party politics, and the boss will have to say, this is what I want. And I'm not surprised, and I not be wrong to say that the nullification ya Keter didn't just happen eti kulikuwa na malpractice. It came from the boss himself. Remove that thing, give it to somebody who is loyal to the party. Because when you go to parliament, you must articulate the issues of the party, and that is why the ODM diehards wanaitwa ng'ombe za baba. Why? They are loyal to the party, and you must toe the party line. That is finished. Let me move to the demise of our beloved president Mwai Kibaki. The good book, the Bible, tells us when somebody dies, uzuri wake, ubaya wake, furaha yake, machozi yake, yote yanamfuata. So I have no much to say there, because may he rest in peace, and may the family be comforted, and everybody, because if we start listing the goodness of Kibaki and the badness, we will spend all hours. So all I will say is let the family be comforted, the nation, and such like things. Now, into the issue of Nairobi, as Murunga said, it was clearly that there is no way we could having a presidential candidate coming from ODM, Governor ODM, Senator ODM, Women Rep ODM. It could be an ODM affair, and this is a political party. Azimio One Kenya Alliance is it's a coalition political party where everybody's interest must be taken care of. So those who are aggrieved, they must sit down and ask themselves, was it right for us to have one party dominating a capital city like that? It was good. People could come, negotiate, and have their way, and be able to solve that issue amicably. And there are people who are saying that there's this thing we are talking about. What wanasema it no fulani, no Raila, no fulani, no Ruto. That's a facade. That's a fallacy. Those people will wake up in the morning and vote Ruto in Nandi Hills. He will get 100% of the votes. Let's not cheat each other. Hiyo tu ni watu kupeana sauti so that he responds and takes care of their interest. It's not about watu wanapiga kelele, si wao wataenda kupiga kura. People who will be voting, they already know where they are going to vote. So it could have just a little sway. Sio kubwa vile. It will be just a very small sway. But again, it's party politics. Come up with your party, build it well, make it national. You will get members, not like the CCKs of Moses Kurias and the Tujibebes, parties that do not even have party structures and offices. So build a good party like ODM or U.D.A or Jubilee, and you will have people fighting for that. Thank you so much. I'm listening.
Asante bwana mkoa, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba sasa for gender balance tumsikilize Mkenya Spain kwanza, ndio tuende kwa G and then David. Mkenya Spain vipi?
Salama sana, habari zenu, long time.
Tuko wazima, twashukuru.
Amen, amen, amen. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hope mko.
Amina, tupatie uhondo basi.
It has been long time. Jana nilikuwa nataka kuingia cause I wanted to kupeana our tribute to the president, to the late third president of Kenya, that is Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Poleni sana kwa kuachwa na mtu ambaye tunajua alikuwa kiongozi. Some of us, most of us, we were in Kenya during his regime, so we can say he brought change, a big change in our country. The first time Kenya saw super highway, it was Thika. And some of us, we are from this side, and we have used Civic highway, and we know how good it is to have some infrastructure like those ones. So poleni sana, may he rest in peace, and may the angels receive his soul. Though ashakufa sasa, we just pray that apumzike kwa amani. Okay, now back to the politics. I think like today I watched people were demonstrating because of Alfred Keter, that the nullification of his certificate, that he was nominated, and at long last we know what has happened. But I think it's not only him. We have several, and we have many candidates who have been affected by this nomination, and we have seen many of them crying. We have seen, like, for example, Waruguru, the way she cried. We are sorry for them, but remember that I've just read somebody here, someone in the comment has just wrote, watu wengi chenye wanataka ni kuitwa waheshimiwa. So remember, everyone want to be called mheshimiwa, and there's that like friendship which we can see it's working in some of these political parties. If you are my friend, some of characters of some of these candidates, maybe they're the ones which are making them not to be nominated to these parties. So ni wengi wao wenye wanalalamika, wenye wanalia, like Madam Sarah here. We have heard from her. Na poleni sana. Take heart, you can vie like an independent candidate, lakini sasa mtu anaamua msimamo wake, cause politics are politics. No one knows. Kesho inaweza kakua you were left out and you become a winner. So mambo hii ni kung'ang'ana, viti ni kung'ang'ania, na be positive. Hii maisha inataka positivity. Never lose hope, cause losing hope is like being a loser. So what I can just challenge these are our leaders who have been left out, and we know they are very popular to Kenyans. Just vie as an independent, and maybe you can form your own party, because Kenya is a multi-party country, and you can register it, although I think it's late now to register any party. But be positive, never lose hope. God is there for you. He will fight for you. He will fight for your justice. That's if I can say. So I think I think imekuwa ngumu. Me, I've been following, and it's not even Western part alone. Hata si Said Zananti alone, ama Said za Baringo, ama where. It is everywhere in Kenya. We have seen candidates who are crying. Hata is not even UNDA ama ODM. other parties, they have done the same. We have seen candidates wamenyimwa certificates zao and they had already won the nomination. So it's something which is like ni kama ni mdudu umeingia Kenya, umeingia kwa hizo political parties and hope huo mdudu hautaenda mpaka elections za August, because if they do that during August general election, it will affect a lot and it will be bad. It will be bad and it will just cause a lot of commotion among Kenyans. So for today, what I can say is that, and I hope 9th August will be there voting in for in Baba to be our 50th president of Kenya, because we have seen he has fought a lot for our country to be where we are. Because if it was not for Raila Amolo Odinga, we could not be talking about multi-parties. And we know what could be happening now. Because now when we'll hear these candidates who are saying that they have been nullified, they have been done this, they have been done this, it's because of that freedom which we got when Raila Amolo Odinga fought for us. And it's for him, we can talk a lot. We can talk about what is happening in our country. So I think this is the time we just accept. Kama 208 alinyang'anywa kiti. This is the time and this is the moment. We have to agree either tutake ama tukatae. And I think he will be our 50. Watu wakatae, watake. We are waiting. Thank you.
Asante Mkenya Spain. Watu wapige kura, sio watake wasitake. Hii sio lazima, lakini kila Mkenya atoke apige kura. Raila hawezi kuwa rais bila kupigiwa kura. Aswa wale watu wanamsupport. Hii story ya tuchachukua hiyo msahau. Tuende kila mmoja kwa booth cast vote kwanza, hiyo vote ihesabiwe ndio matangazo ikuwe ya favorable. Lakini ukikaa kwa nyumba ukisema tushachukua, hey, there will be a surprise for you. Don't bang on that. All the same, thank you very much Mkenya Spain. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako na kusaidia kila Mkenya amakinike katika ufahamu na kuelewa yale yanayojiri katika siasa na afanye uamuzi unaofaa. Asante sana. So naomba tumsikilize huyu bwana G ndio tumlete David. G, namna gani?
Sawa bwana Bernard. Iko salama?
Aya.
Kwanza ni
vipi? Rambi zako zimekwama? Unatuma rambi ama umekwama? Iko nini?
No, ni madam nilikuwa nataka kumwambia sasa asigojee baba akuwe president. And I like the way you told her atakuwa surprised because I don't think that's gonna happen. Based na vile mimi nimefanya mahesabu yako. Kila mtu anakuwa na maoni yake, of course kila mtu akona yule mtu ana support. But mkuwa talk about the issue ya the example watu wana complain sana mambo ya cartel. Unajua hii ni vita tunaenda bwana Bernard, na wakati unaenda vita kama ile unaona Ukraine na Russia, unataka kwenda vita na mwanajeshi ambaye unajua kwa pande yako 100%. Lakini ukijua mtu ama mnaenda kucheza mpira wenye wanasema Man U na Arsenal, hutaki muenda kucheza na mpira, lakini game ikianza huyu jamaa anaanza kupiga side, the opposite side. So I think cartel, kama if cartel last time alicheza the same game, akaenda akasema Jubilee Ruto, wakati aliingia anageuka. Now he wanted to do the same. Kama if he is popular, wacha aende tu independent, right? Akichaguliwa well and good. Lakini asisema ati sasa tuko pamoja na Ruto, tuko pamoja, lakini wakienda game inaanza tena anageuka. And we saw the same hata wakati Uhuru mwenyewe, the way he did with akina Duare, akina Murkomen, Susan Kihika. Kwa sababu he told me, mimi nataka kwenda hii njia. na nyinyi mnaenda the opposite. So kaeni kando, nataka kupigana vita hapa, I have a plan, but nyinyi naona mko opposite. So so hiyo issue ya kusema you have to be loyal to the party and the party leader, and I agree with that part. If you're not, kama hauko comfortable, enda kwa timu ingine yenye uko comfortable. So I think Keter, I don't even understand why they allowed him to vie in the first place. They should not. And the other issue of the opinion poll.
Wanaji, kabla uendelee. Sasa story ya atupangwingwi sasa inakujaje? Kwa sababu ninyi mlisema wananchi waamue. Wananchi washaamua. Ninyi mmetoka huko juu mnasema ile wameamua sio mwanajeshi wenu, mnataka mwanajeshi mwingine. So hii atupangwingwi inachagua sehemu fulani ama inapangwingwa kila mahali?
You know, Bernard, ile kitu tunakubaliana hapa ni kwamba at the end of the day, the reason why as a leader, as a president, you need more members of parliament, because ile agenda ambayo utakuwa nayo for the country, itaenda through parliament, most of them, right? So you need these members of parliament. Huwezi enda kwa parliament kwa mtu unajua, akienda pale, kuna history. Awe siya Mutahi Ngunya akisema, kama mtu ilikupatia maembe 2 years ago, last year kapatia maembe, there's no way this year itakupatia mandizi. So mtu anaitwa Keter, it'll be the same, regardless kama mtu ni popular kama si popular. So I think kwa sababu yeye anapenda kuwa mtu independent, then he should run as independent. Mtu anaitwa Ruto aende na mwanajeshi ambaye anajua huyu ni mtu yangu, I can count on him, I can count on her.
But there is no guarantee that if you have nomination certificate, you're going to be, if you are nominated, you're going to be elected. You can only count on the members of parliament that have already been elected. There is no guarantee that if you get the nomination, you're going to be in parliament. Secondly, as a national leader, you can't lead a country with yes people. You need to have somebody who thinks differently so that it helps you govern the country, seeing situations from the other perspective. So are you telling us that William Ruto wants to lead the country with yes people and he cannot stand somebody who questions what he raises?
No, of course. Let's be honest, Bwana Bernard. Wakati unaenda kucheza mpira, timu yako inavaa jezi ya blue, ingine tunavaa red. Kama uko, if you want kwenda kucheza kwa blue, enda ile side nyingine tujue, lakini usijifanya uko red tukupatie t-shirt yetu.
No, Bwana G, you are looking at only from one angle. Hii sio mpira, hii ni kuongoza watu na kujenga nchi isonge mbele. Hauwezi kuwa unatumia akili moja wakati kuna akili nyingi ambazo zinaweza kuja pamoja zikatengeneza kitu kizuri ambacho kitafaa kila Mkenya. Kama
sasa Bernard ukisema hivyo nikuulize.
Ya president kuongoza eti kila mtu anayemuita kwa meza anasema yes sir, beba hii pereka huku, yes sir, twende hivi, yes sir. Kama ni hivyo ndio anataka, basi angesema mapema ili tumchagulie wale watu wa yes sir kina Sudi wote tumwekee pamoja, abebe kwa gunia apeleke kuna anataka kupeleka.
Nikuulize Bwana Bernard, kama sasa watu wa Ruto wanasema, yeye alisema yeye the main kitu ambayo atapeleka kwa wananchi ni bottom up, right? Raila akakuja akasema acha na mambo ya huruboro, wachana hiyo ni takataka. So you have to decide between the two. If you believe in my bottom up and believe in me, kuja tucheze na wewe. Lakini kama you have a different ideas on how you gonna change the country, enda ile side nyingine. Mimi sikatai, you have a freedom, you associate with whoever you want.
Just give me a second, I'll give you time to continue. Let's get a question from Sarah.
Asante Bernard. My question to Guy.
Yeah.
Yani, leo Ruto akisema muiname kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni mpige magoti, tutapiga magoti mpaka jioni?
Hapana.
Na unapiga hiyo magoti ukiwa na swali na makosa gani yenye umefanya?
Na usiwezi kuuliza swali kama hiyo.
What is the problem with Keter? Keter amechaguliwa na wananchi wenye wamempeleka parliament, si ati amechaguliwa na members of parliament, wamechaguliwa na wananchi. Na kama Ruto angekuwa na hiyo maneno, angekataa wasimpatie certificate kwa polling kwa handing off of station. Si ati vile imefika Nairobi wana nullify. Hiyo story ya no, we are not here to beg someone. Hii ni haki. Keter amepata haki kutoka kwa wananchi. Umesikia? Sio MPs, sio the party leader. It is from the voters themselves. Why don't the team of U.D.A, because I'm among them, respect the people's power?
Wewe
Mbona
si U.D.A, wewe
wasirespect?
umesema ni independent.
Mimi
Right?
sasa lineage ya U.D.A. I'm in the lineage of U.D.A.
I know,
And
but
what is the meaning of independent? Independent, I might go at the lineage of Azimio or the lineage of U.D.A.
I understand. So the thing is,
so mwache hiyo ukora, tuambiane ukweli.
okay, wacha nikwambie tu kitu, to be honest. Mimi nimekuja hapa, nimesema nataka kwenda vita. Nataka mwenye tunaenda kufanya vita na yeye akae namna hii, uvae hii, ufae hii. Nikiona umekaa hivi, mimi nitajua wewe ni adui yangu. Then ukuja kama umefaa kama adui yangu, unakuja kumevalia ngozi ya kondoo. Na najua vizuri wewe ni nyani. Siwezi kubali. Kama wananchi ndio wataamua aende independent, wataamua on a nine. Kwani shida iko wapi?
Bernard, huyu Gi is misleading us here.
No, it's not misleading. That's not called misleading. Na hilo different of opinion.
Ngoja Sara, ngoja bwana G, naomba hivi.
Yeah.
Nafikiria hiyo point yako utamaliza. Naomba sasa uende kwa nyingine. Achia.
The other one was the other baby naweza ongea ni mambo ya opinion poll. I think kama hii kitu inafanywa very genuinely, I think it save a lot of time, it save a lot of resources. Na hii mambo kupigana. We cannot just sema ati opinion poll ni mbaya ati mtu, kwa sababu in some cases it's very hard and we are spending a lot of money. Na hii pesa yenye tunatumia, that's why one of the reason watu wanakuwa more corrupt, because yes. So the only problem I have in mambo ya opinion polls, you have to tell all the aspiring candidates, you need to let them know in advance kwamba tukienda pale kwa mchunjo tunaweza enda kwa nomination or tunaweza enda wawe wakijua, because I think that's a good idea. Inaweza save a lot of time, a lot of money, na kama ni kitu inaweza fanywa kitu genuine. That's in my own opinion. Kwa hivyo kama mtu alirushwa nje kama ule alikuwa anasema wa Busia, anasema 76%, how? Sio mtu anaweza kuwa na 76%. Mambo kusema watu wameenda independent, na mkuu alisema vizuri sana. Si kitu mpya. It always happen. Kila wakati wa uchaguzi watu wakishindwa, anaenda kama umekasirika. Unasema si nimefanyiwa, nimeibiwa. Wengine wanajiapisha because they believe they won. Hiyo ni kawaida. So I think in future we need to look for a different way of nomination, kwa sababu hii ingine yenye tumezoea hiyo. We always complain every wakati wa nomination, watu wana complain. That's why Madam Sara alikuwa anasema yeye alijua kitambo hii kitu haitakuwa nini, kwa sababu that's the history yenye tumekuwa nayo. We even better U.D.A watu sisi tulienda kwa nomination. Jubilee mimi si kuwaona. I never see them wakifanya. Mtu ulikuwa unaenda tu unapewa certificate kama sweet hivi na unaenda. But I think at the bottom line ni tukue na uchaguzi mzuri. And again, I don't, in my own opinion, in my own analysis, I don't see any way possible either becoming president. No way whatsoever. Kwa sababu, how is he going to...
Okay, Bwana G, I'll just hold on, get a question from Alex. I'm coming on that. You told me you have numbers. I want you to crunch them as we come on. But Alex, go ahead.
Bwana G, nakusalimu, habari yako?
Nzuri.
I think you are the GG man ambaye anakuanga huko comment anatusumbua sana, si ndio?
I never comment. No.
Oh, okay. I know, I'm just asking. We have a GG man down there. Okay. No, ni vizuri kujua watu wetu hapa na tunawasalimia. Na kama ni wewe ni GG tunakukaribisha kwa panel, which is okay.
I'm always here once in a while.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to know. Ni vile hata captain tulikuja tukapata ndio Ngeno akakuja akatoroka. Tulipopata captain Ngeno akatoroka. So I have a question for you, and I want you to be honest. Of all the counties that did nomination,
of all the counties that did
nomination in 2013 and 2017, Nandi County seems to be the most radical county, isn't it?
Yeah.
In 2013, they took everybody out, and many, including the senator, and also, the senator became the governor, and the governor was thrown out, and all the 30 ward representatives were taken out. This time around, they did that, including even the members of parliament, when were water. So you can see the trend in Nandi in that they are very democratic, and they're very serious about their democratic right. Can you ask yourself the reason why, of all people, after throwing everybody out, they retain Keter? Doesn't it tell you that Keter is somehow a person who has performed, and they are telling Ruto that, you know what, despite and in spite you sending Sudi here, Baraza here, primary spokesperson, they said capital N-O, we will elect him. Can't you ask yourself the reason why did they retain Keter but not everybody? And you come here yapping and telling us that, oh, that was right. Those people do not have a right to elect who they want and to be in a party they want. Answer me that.
So, one Alex, I'm hoping this is not Mingata. You sound like a guy I used to debate with used to call Alex Mingata. You're not the one, huh? Okay. So I think the question you're asking, and I answered the same question because Asara asked the same question. He is a performer, right? They like him. He can still run as independent, ama ende Azimio. There are so many political parties he can choose. Watu wa U.D.A wamemwambia, we don't trust you. Hii vita zenye tunaenda, we don't think you are one of our own. So go try somewhere else.
Bwana G, you are not being honest. Watu wa U.D.A ni watu gani? Wale watu walifanya nominations watu wa U.D.A?
No. It's possible opponent walituma watu wao huko. Ndio ingie. It's possible.
Walituma watu wao wapi?
Sasa
nominations zilikuwa za U.D.A. Kwani U.D.A mlikuwa mnafanya nomination ya general election?
Tuseme kukienda like Embakasi is kwa Babu Owino. Give an example. The former member of parliament alikuwa anaitwa Muriithi, right? Babu Owino knows very well akiachiwa na Muriithi atakuwa by 8 am atakuwa amemaliza na Muriithi. So wakati wa nomination most likely Babu Owino atatuma watu wake and then uchaguvutia Muriithi ndio akiingia. Kwa unajua nitamalizana na yeye. Politics watu wanaweza cheza hivyo. But again, I don't know why this guy is forcing himself kwa nyumba hatakikani. He is popular. He has performed.
You're not answering the question. I think you seem to be having some vendetta on him. Because the question is...
Lex, kidogo tu, I want to clarify something to Guy here. Yeye wakati Keter alienda kuchukua nomination kwa U.D.A headquarters, mwenye alimpatia na kumpatia mpaka kofia ni Rigathi Gachagua. Kweli ama si kweli?
Kweli.
Kama angekuwa anatakikana, mbona alipatiwa, mbona alipewa hiyo nini ya kwenda fee he paid for MPs? Mbona hakukatazwa siku hiyo? Nyinyi mwache ujuaji.
Sara, nilikwambia I agree with you on that part kwamba they should not have allowed him to run under U.D.A kwa U.D.A nominations kwa sababu they knew him. Lakini hao walikuwa na expect, because I remember the last time they had a rally in Nandi Hills. Keter alijaribu kuongea watu akakuwa bored. So they probably assumed huyu wacha tu ataenda atagongwa. We don't like him anyway, but atagongwa.
Hakuna mtu alibu Keter, hiyo ni watu walinunuliwa asubuhi wamalize Keter. So unajua kweli ilifanyika juzi, wamuonyeshe deputy president that this is our own son, we will give him the party, we will vote in him. Mbona ile watu walikuja kina Sudi walikuja kudefend, mbona hakupata? Alimshika na home vote. Utasema hiyo iliibiwa. Hiyo iliibiwa. Tuambiane ukweli hapa na ukitaka tusaidie Kenya, tuambiane ukweli. Kusikuje kufunika nini kuvaa ngozi ya kondoo na kumbe ndani ni mbwa mwitu, haiwezekani.
Okay, thank you Sarah. Let's make progress. Kama U.D.A inahitaji inataka kuchagua wale watu ambao wana dance ya deputy president, na deputy president ataki mtu anayefikiria tofauti, hiyo ni ishara tosha kwamba hiyo ndio anataka na kwa hivyo apewe. Ji, umesema uko na numbers, hebu tuashe kwa hizo numbers kwanza ndio tusonge mbele tumlete David.
Uva sasa siwezi, iko kwa hii simu siwezi toa. Nilikuwa nimeangalia jana. I can text them.
Umeangalia kutoka wapi?
I'm assuming
you must have an authority that you are using to come to that
of course.
conclusion.
And the single one is Musalia na Wetangula last time. Walikuwa hii saidi ya Azimio. Sasa hivi wametoka na watu wao wote. Na tuliona kwa by election yenye ilifanyika Matungu and what was the other place in Bungoma? It was Matungu and yenye Mudavadi
Jamana West time we can't go there. You're wasting time, G. Please.
No, don't do that. Don't.
So Alex, relax. Alex, relax.
You're out of order.
Ngoja. So
Bernard huyo jamaa na waste time bwana. Wacha tuongee kwanza and then we will follow up.
Siwani dictate jamani.
Hold on. We need to move forward together and be able to make conclusions that our viewers will also understand, not just us. So according to you, the Musalia and the Wetangula factor is what will give the presidency to William Ruto.
That is one of them. And the other two, which is the very, very main one, was in 2013 and 2017. There are some people, especially inside the coast and some part of Ukambani. Unajua Kenya mambo ya politics ni ukabila. There are some people who did not want another Kikuyu. They were not comfortable. Based on the previous, walikuwa wanasema nyinyi mlikuwa hapa, like the normal politics vile watu husema. But they don't have problem with Ruto. That's why umeona hata coast watu wamegeuka. Western watu wamegeuka. So the only place unaweza sema wako stronghold Raila ako popular vizuri 100% is Nyanza. And I'm giving you Nyanza yote, including the Kisses and Kurias, which I believe, I know that you get another portion. And then the opinion polls zenye zimetolewa na akina Mizani, like Star walitoa ingine this week, Raila had 41, Ruto had 45. Finally, even in Rift Valley yenyewe kwa kina Sara huyu, there are some people who did not want. Raila alipata kura mingi sana because ile vile tulikuwa tumesukumana nao for the previous in 2007, they had swear we are not going to vote for another Kikuyu. They are most likely to vote for the one of their own. So I do believe huyu jamaa atakarangwa asubuhi mapema, and that's just my own opinion.
Okay, now
jamaa anasoma True Love magazine.
Bernard bana, mimi nataka kuongea bana.
Jamaa anasoma True Love magazine.
Moja Alex.
Wewe unasoma wapi?
Kwani urafiki yako ako na shares hapa Mtembei?
Mwache mtu atoe comments yake bwana. Ni nini? Na kila mtu atafuatia yake.
Bwana G. Katika 2013 ticket, 2017 ticket, okay?
Yeah.
Katikati ya Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto, tuseme contribution yao ya numbers zile walitumia kupata hiyo ushindi wao, okay?
Yeah.
Aliyeleta namba nyingi ni nani?
Alikuwa Uhuru Kenyatta.
Ile namba ile jina ingine.
Uhuru Kenyatta, of course.
So wewe unaona Uhuru Kenyatta kutokuwa kwa ticket ya William Ruto haileti tofauti yoyote?
Not at all, because let me give you the facts, Bernard. First of all, MCA wa Uhuru Kenyatta, MP wa Uhuru Kenyatta, Senator.
No,
let me finish.
Kama walileta 6 million, okay? William Ruto akaleta 2 million. Wetangula na Mudavadi wataleta 6 million.
I was giving you an answer ukanisimamisha nikakwambia, and I'm from Kiambu County, so I can tell you for a fact. Uliona vile tulifanya Juja, uliona vile tulifanya Kiambaa. Sahi, from MCA to the senator to the member of parliament, anyone akina Kabogo hata independent, Hakuna mtu so Uhuru, by the way, wacha nikwambie, nakwambia tu kweli Bernard, ODM is more popular in Mount Kenya more than Jubilee as we talk. So hakuna kitu huyu jamaa anapelekea Ruto hata kura moja labda yake.
Okay, thank you Bwana G. David. Where's Temba?
Bernard, I wanted to disabuse some of the stories.
Mr. Kamau, when it's your time to nini, you will do that. Let's nini. Mimi nataka kungatuka kwanza. Wacha David yakuje, alafu ni tafute huyu Temba. Ametupwa nje tena.
Lakini hiyo kusema ati ODM
kulete watu wengine wako kwa line tafadhali.
Okay, can I talk now, Bernard?
Yes, quickly please.
Thank you very much. Mr. G, are you there?
I'm here, Bwana David.
Are you getting me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay, now I want to start by I want to start by talking to you about your claims that you brought in this forum. First of all, saying that Raila will not win this election is below nonsense. And such kind of claims, maybe you can go and sell them in your village and they will be very happy with you because you will be massaging their egos. So I want to tell you that at this time, if you can make such a statement, it is maybe, I don't know how I can describe you because I have no words. Kusema ati Wetangula na Mudavadi ati walihepa na watu wake wote, labda wewe umetoka tu prison juzi ujui kitu inaendelea hii Kenya. Wetangula walihepa na watu wake wote na Mudavadi aje. Yet everybody including akina wale Pastor Wamala, sijui nani walikuwa na msupport. All of them moved to Azimio. So where are you going to get those numbers? And then if you say that there are some people who don't like Kikuyos this time, kwani do they like another Kalenjin again? Unafikiria Wakenya wanafurahia tena wakale wa rule tena if they don't want another Kikuyu? So when you say something that will not lead to another question, and then unashinda ukisema ati let us be honest, but you don't follow your statement with a honest opinion. So I'm just wondering what you are saying. So I just want to say that whatever they did to Alfred Keter, I think it is going to create a lot of noise in UDA because hata leo kama ulisikia vile Jagu alikuwa na describe Ruto, then you should worry so much. And there are so many pockets of these things. Ukiangalia pale Jen Kihara alipatiwa certificate when she was not the one who won. Ebu count for me places in ODM penye kuna wrangles. You can hardly get one. Na kama iko, watu washanyamaza. So by you saying that in UDA and then you come here, you praise UDA, you're just, I think you're just trying to make yourself happy for no reason.
If someone has a different opinion like you, don't call it nonsense.
Okay,
right?
According to me, it is nonsense. I didn't say, according to you, it's a genius opinion. But according to me, it is nonsense.
Okay, order.
And give me time to talk, please.
Let's respect one another and accept different opinion. I'm happy that the G is recognizing different opinion as being important. And so that is why I'm in support of Keter, having a different opinion, but in UDA. So if you want to hold different opinion on this platform, let's also allow different opinion in UDA. We don't have to.
Unajua jamani ameharibu. This guy he has addressed us in a very disrespectful way. So hakuna vile tunaweza endelea kumheshimu because amekuja hapa ametudharau.
Lakini mtu apewe democratic right yake, freedom of speech, akuwe na
haki yake ya kuongea. Kwa nini mimi sina yangu?
I will differ. No, lakini yako tutaelewa na tuelewe yake, lakini usiseme ya mwingine ni nonsense na yako ni important. Haiwezekani.
Which part of my statement is not democratic? Nonsense.
Withdraw that word of nonsense. You know, you need to withdraw and apologize.
Yeah, Bernard, he need to do that.
This guy doesn't deserve any apology. Unaweza jisema ati Raila atashindwa kimadharau hivyo?
No, because that's my own opinion.
It is his own opinion, na wewe pandi unasema Ruto atashindwa. Sasa si ni democratic right ya kila mtu.
Basi sio ni goal. Sio ni goal, basi tuache hiyo maneno.
Lakini you must withdraw the word, hiyo nini, the abusive word na apologize.
Now I want to talk about President Mwai Kibaki. To me, I think Kibaki, I don't find anything good to say about him. To me, Uhuru is 10 times more than President Kibaki. So even as we mourn him, I'm still searching my heart to see what I can say about him. That is what I can say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Wekesa, have you arrived?
Yes, I've arrived. You may leave if you can, but I'm coming on video shortly.
You're coming on video shortly.
I have a flight in 20 minutes. Can I give my opinion here? Please, I beg.
Okay.
I beg.
Your begging has been accepted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. You know, sometimes we have divergent opinions, but we cannot have, inferior logic. Inferior logic is not divergent opinion. It cannot be that somebody wins a nomination. He passes through all the processes that are accepted. He even accepted in a pet. He pays everything. And then if somebody comes here and start yapping and saying that that was wrong, he should not have ABCD. That because he was going to be booed, they allowed him so that he can lose ABCD. If that was the intention then, well and good, the guy has won. You can't come back and start, deviling him that he was not even supposed to be given. Why did you even do that in the first place? I mean, you must have a superior logic in explaining to that than just coming here and say it's a divergent opinion. There's nothing like a divergent opinion on that. I respect, and I said it here on this panel, if there is anything that I've come to love about democracy, it's the people of Nandi. 2013, they swept off people. They brought new blood. You look at even their two governors, very young, competing. They have tried to do everything they can to integrate and do development. Remember 2017 when Mandago was having a up-task hill against Buzeki, the guy left even campaigning for himself, went to Singisho to help one of their own who could have lost a seat. Why did they not bash him then? So, I mean, we have people who are ingenuine here, people who do not accept a reality that at some point, your development supersedes a party. And because people want to align with the popular party, I believe if he would have wanted to go to independent, he would have gone. But the people came and told him, we want you to be among us. We help William Samoei Ruto. I don't think he came in, and I think there should have been a lot of problems for him even registering to be a U.D.A member, because we know very well that the man has been fighting for the truth. Remember the funeral of Mzee Kibor, our chairman for Men's Club. The pastor, the senior pastor, they have forgotten his name, protected him even before he started speaking. He told them, you must leave him to speak because Kostani did not want the guy to speak. And when the guy started speaking, he was given an opportunity to speak. Others were given only 3 minutes and told to go away. The guy spoke in Kalenjin. Later on, I asked a friend of mine what he spoke. He spoke about fertilizer. He spoke about how he was supposed to go to the agricultural committee. He spoke about how things had gone bad. And he told his people, we still have an opportunity, even with a corrupt of our own people who have been eating us and then blaming the other side. We still can work together and help our people. After 2 days, we saw the prices of fertilizer being announced, and because that guy understands the problem of his people. He speaks about the problem of his people. Somebody cannot come from from Central Province and think that because he's affiliated to U.D.A, now he's a better person because he can speak good. He can crowd fear among other people so that the people can listen to him that this person is a bad person. This person has not been with us. At the end of the day, Keter has been agitating for his people when it was not fashionable. When talking about fertilizer was not fashionable. When talking about maize was not fashionable. When talking about Kostani being a hooligan within U.D.A was not fashionable. And it has come to pass that whatever was speaking was right. And the people of Nandi Hills have looked and seen his record as a person, and they have rewarded him. So you can't come here and say that, oh, he is a degenerate. He doesn't need to be given. Let the will of the people who suffer down there, the same people who made sure 30 county representatives did not even qualify, are the same people who qualified this man. So, I mean, at some point we have to realize that development supersedes the party. And at some point, U.D.A must realize maybe this person is an asset to us. Is not a liability as we think. So when we are doing politics, let's not vilify a person that the people have fully gone and voted for, even against the oligarchs of U.D.A. And when I say oligarchs, I mean it, because these are people who have swindled billions from their own, and we know it. And we are not here to fashitize them. Even on our side, Martha Karua, when he came to Azimio, he said, we have people who are bad both here and both here. But he looked, he said, according to her, more masses of bad were there, but a little bit on this side. But he said also, there are good people on the other side. The Keters, good people. These are people that we admire. We wish they were in Azimio. We wish they were even in Azimio. Why? Because of one simple thing. They stand for the truth. Mr. Gee, truth is incontrovertible. If you want to set yourself free, you must speak the truth. And you cannot defend the truth. When you defend the truth, it becomes a lie. So truth speaks for itself. His record and what he has done to his people speaks. You are not from that constituency. Shut up.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to, can I ask him a question? Bernard. So, Jubilee hata Uhuru Kenyatta waling'oa kina Murkomen, Duare, wakatoa kina Ichung'wah kwa committee. Do you think they did the right thing? Same as ODM wakatoa kina Isha Jumwa na kina all that when walienda kwa hii side ingine.
My friend, we are talking about nomination.
No,
and the
I'm
process.
just asking a question.
Wait, you have asked a question. We are talking about a process that was followed. Somebody went and registered as a U.D.A member. Somebody registered as an aspirant. Somebody was allowed as an aspirant. Somebody was voted as an aspirant. Why do you allow all that process to happen in the first case? That's the question we are asking. And you are here, the person who told us that, oh, we just allowed him because we knew after all he's going to fail. You said it here.
You didn't answer my question, but that's okay. You know the answer.
Bwana G, I will.
This is a nomination. That was not a nomination.
Order,
that was House leadership. This is nomination for aspirant to become a member of parliament. And the people choose. That is House leadership, where leaders choose a leader within themselves. That is a big difference. Nobody took away Murkomen's seat. Nobody took Kiika's seat. My friend, you're living in a different world. Nobody took even Ruto's seat.
It was taken and it was taken away.
That is not a seat for the people. We are talking about the seat directly nominated by the people who have been allowed to vote in a nomination.
Okay, so the members of parliament, when Electoral committee, in your own opinion, nothing was taken because they didn't, for the last 4 years, they never served in the committee, any committee, even though they are entitled as members of parliament. None of them served.
There's a difference between the members of the committee and being a member of parliament. A member of parliament is voted directly by the people. The
So
committee
what you're telling
members
me-
is a reservoir and a privilege of the party.
Just say yes or no.
No, I can't say yes or no like an inner form. I mean, this is not a yes or no class.
Next order, Alex, please. Let's do this. Bwana G, you are either refusing to see what Alex is saying, or you just don't want to see it.
No, Bennett, my
Nobody
point is, what
lost
I'm
their
saying is,
parliamentary seat because they were removed from a committee.
my point has been, and I'll always nimekuwa nikisema, kuna vita tunaenda, right? You want the people that are fighting, your general, your army, the people that you are going to put at the forefront, people that you trust, the people who are loyal. You don't want to go kwa vita na mwenye anajua, just uko na any doubt. Kwa mpira 11 umepewa uchague watu 11. You want watu unajua huyu atajaribu, huyu atacheza. Lakini kama unaona ukiingia ataenda kupiga goals hii side nyingine, why do you have to trust that person? I can't myself.
Bwana G, does it matter to you what the people decide in terms of nomination?
It does, and that's why I said, and I have been agreeing here with Sarah, kwamba they should not have allowed this.
Decided is still right.
I'm sorry?
You think you as party leaders overturning what the people have decided is your right?
It's not the party leaders because we don't have evidence there was party leaders that overturned. Kunasemekana kulikuwa na ukora. We don't know whether it's true or no. Then
you don't know what you're supporting. Then let's drop it there.
I personally believe nikienda kama mimi, if I was a member of U.D.A, I can vita.
You are outspoken on the same, defending the fact that it is loyalty issue, that the deputy want to go with people that are in support of him. Then suddenly we ask you, is it right for the party leaders to overturn what the people have decided? Then you have changed tune again. You are now saying, ulisemekana kwamba kuna ukora. That means you either know what happened or you don't know. Now, if you don't know what happened, you can't be defending it that way.
Personally, I am relying on what is on the media, Sikwa Nandi Hills.
Okay, thank you.
But what I know, I don't think anyone, every one of us, we are relying on what we are media.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we have been on that mountain for too long. I wanted to rest there. Welcome, Wekesa and Themba. I'm happy you're here. Sarah, just relax. I want to leave you in able hands as I run away from here. I will be seeing you people later on in the day after I am through with the people of Kimilili. I think niliwaonyesha kile wamesema kesho I mean by daybreak I've lined up a bunge la wananchi in Kimilili, so probably I'll get more on the exact situation of the Kimilili politics. In the meantime, Niko Kimilili town. I was speaking at the Crisco Church. The Crisco Church Kimilili, and I'll be speaking that tomorrow morning. You know Pastor Ademba.
That is where my maternal shosho comes from.
Sawa basi, so mwambie achimbe njugu na nduma anipatie kesho asubuhi kama sadaka.
Sawa.
So just note the following. Sarah had an issue to take with G before I left. The following people have not spoken. They should be given priority. That is Otieno, Joe Ben, and then King Gobra. alafu Mr. Kamau. Mr. Kamau amekuwa hapa kwanza, so Mr. Kamau apewe priority kabla even Otieno, and then iende namna hiyo. Richard has submitted, G has over submitted. So Sarah had a rebut for Mr. G. Hiyo mengine mjipange wenyewe vile mnajua vile game inaendanga. Sawa sawa. Otherwise, see you people later on. God bless you.
Sawa sawa.
Na upitie Eldoret nikupee mahindi.
Sawa, nikipita hivyo na kupigia simu. Niko na namba yako.
Yeah, I have heard G arguing that
Wekesa,
yeah,
I think you are the person to give me to answer to ask a question, then you follow.
Nakupatia, I'm not contributing. I've just heard G arguing that the party has discretion, which is okay. But prevention is better than cure. They will have just not accepted his money. These guys took his money and they processed everything. Now they go and bungle his election. They would have just decided, like any other parties, they are deciding which candidate is best for them. They would have just said, for us in Eldoret North, we think this guy is the best. But taking people in circles like that is not right. So Sarah, you can speak. We will come in later.
For real, I think Keter arudishiwe pesa yake. For MP aspirant, it is 250,000. Arudishiwe pesa yake. Secondly, I wanted to ask Gigi. Na ukiwa na watoto wanne na uende ununue nguo zote mpya, na kuna mtoto amefanya makosa kwa boma, huyo mtoto utampatia nguo ama utamnyima? I think the question, you will discipline na umpatie nguo yake. Lakini sasa hii chama yetu ina discipline Keter na inamnyang'anya nguo. You think huyo mtoto atawahi samea mzazi yake milele na milele? So you guys,
if I have,
na mimi naona usifuate mambo yenye iko kwa social media sana. Sometimes ingia ground. Some of us we were in deals.
Let me tell you, Sarah, if I have 4 kids, nikiwa na watoto 4, watatu wamefanya vizuri na mwingine ako tofauti. Kizu ya kwanza nafanya DNA. Hayawezi kuwa na tofauti na hawa wengine, lazima kuna shida. Huyu mbona anajihave vizuri kiasi kama
wewe kwa kwenu, wewe umezaliwa watu wangapi kwenu?
Tuko 9.
Ehe, mnafanana wote kitabia?
Hapana. Lakini
wengine mama yako hajaenda DNA, wewe wacha kutudanganya hapa.
No, I'm telling you, kuna wengine tu hata baba hujaisikia mzazi akisema huyu hata huwa na doubt hii ni mtoto yangu kwa sababu hii tabia ako nayo hii. Hii si yangu.
Lakini kubali tu Gi, that ile makosa yenye Keter amefanyiwa, it is so inhuman. Tuambiane tu kweli. It is very inhuman. Hata kama that was the democracy of wananchi. They voted in Keter. Hiyo ni democracy ya kwanza, hata the party himself wangeheshimu the power of the people, the power of the voters. Lakini hiyo mwenu kusema loyalty kitu gani? Wachani hiyo loyalty yenu hiyo.
Kwamba it's good to have some order. One person talks, then we listen, then another one rebuttals. Otherwise it will be mnapishana na hatuelewi ni nini inaendelea.
Ile kitu iko heshima itembe na loyalty, because Ben Wekesa, what I'm talking about here, Nandils spoke through the power of the people, the power of voting from wananchi. You cannot come and dictate ati kwa sababu wananchi wamempatia the wrong candidate that you wanted, anyang'anywa na kifua. Mbona wangekataza from day one? Wakati alilipa nomination wangemwambia no, your ticket we will not give you at this place. Lakini si mtu afanye process mpaka mwisho anaenda kufanywa madharau. Hata mimi hata hapo siwezi kubali. I will differ with my party leader. That is not genuine. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana na itaonyesha ishara mbaya kwa chama. Na hata saa hii imezunguka. And I was saying here before you came, I'm seeing independent candidates being majority in the parliament. So wacha tuambiane tu ukweli. So Gi, can you go and talk to the party leader? Ndio unaona unatetea. Mimi hapa nimemkosoa. Na mwambie Sara amemkosoa. Ndio anatafuta kama hako na maswali na mimi.
Thank you for that. I think we need also to allow the voice of minority in every region. And personally, for me, Keteri's voice has been for Rift Valley, not for any other place. His focus issues to do with farming. He has been raising issues that other people cannot raise. And for me, it's good to have a dissenting voice in your backyard. You don't have to have everybody speaking the same language. Let's have Mr. Kamau make his contribution.
Thank you so much, panelists. I want to, first of all, clarify, sometimes it's always good before you go to the subject, you speak on the lies that have been peddled by people so that people don't go home, and those who are listening to us believing in lies and innuendos and propaganda. G came here and said that the party that is popular in Kiambu is ODM than Jubilee. And I wonder which Kiambu he is in right now, because even the U.D.A nomination in Kiambu, me, I live in Kiambu, you need to have noticed there was any nomination going on. And that tells you one thing, that there is no excitement and there is no wave of U.D.A in Mount Kenya. What is there? It is some Buddha people and people who have been sometimes hired and given some changa and karobo shouting all over, but the majority of the people are quiet and they're waiting for the day when their voices will be heard. The nomination of U.D.A was, the turn-up was about 2% in the whole larger Mount Kenya. It was that way. And I will tell you something else. U.D.A has no members. It has no members. What they have is a following that is not concrete, because you'll find that even in their nomination, they used the IBC register. It was every Dick, Tom, and Harry around there who could be mobilized with 5 or 200 bob that came for the nomination. And it was so shambolic. That is why you see people like Django are going independent, because how do you overturn a person who has been in the ground for many years? It was a shame. It was shambolic. In any case, I think U.D.A was that nomination destroyed U.D.A in one day, and therefore the stories G is giving us are very good stories when people are drunk and are eating mogoka. If you are somewhere having those kind of stories and you excite people, then people will be very happy. Yeah, because even though the numbers he's talking about, they are not there here. You talk about the Star gave Ruto opinion poll that he was on 45, and I mean, surely this time and age, you want to carry people like they have never gone to school. And that is the problem we have in Mount Kenya, because Mount Kenya has these 3 groups. One group that is principled and the people who can stand for the truth. There is another one that is neither here nor there, undecided. And then there is the group we call Togeges in English, in Kikuyu. They are excited by nothing. They want to punish Uhuru because of their predicament. It's interesting. And therefore, those were lies. Those were stories that are based on nothing. And therefore, for me, I want to say this, and this will be confirmed on 9th. There's no excitement. There are no people who is so excited to vote for Ruto in Mount Kenya. There are very few people, and you'll be surprised on 9th. But let's come to the topic of the day, because I don't want to digress a lot. Mr.
Yes, you come on the topic of the day. I think Jeff Koinange hosted this engineer guy who is in charge of U.D.A nominations, I think. And one of the things he said was, we are very much prepared about this nomination. and we have invited to sit 39 or how many observers. We want to show the world how UDA is very democratic. In your observation, have they lived to that mantra as you can make your contribution?
You and I know, and you saw the elections in Embu, you saw the election in Mombasa, you saw the election in Kiambu, in Nandi, in everywhere. I've never seen such a disorganized nomination in the world. It was so unfortunate. You can imagine Kihara won with 1 vote. You know, even stealing needs some intelligence. How can you win in 1 vote after complaining? You know, it is unbelievable. It's unheard of. But we cannot talk a lot now. You will see the repercussion of that nomination on 9th. It's 100 days to election, and you will see that. But having said that, we will say that our democracy has progressed. They were not ready for that. But I think they have learned, because the parties that have learned how to do nomination, they do it well. If you look at people in Northeastern, they do their nomination, whether it is negotiated democracy or not. They do it better than what we saw in UDA. UDA was a big shame. It was waste of I think public money, because they used a lot of money from the aspirants, and I think it was very low, or not what we expected after the bravado and the much publicized nomination. So I was saying about, first of all, I want to say, Paul, and send my condolences to the Honorable Mwai Kibaki. This is a man who came to this to become the president at the age of, I think, 71, and changed the paradigm shift. This is a guy who came when the country was only able to collect 81 billion shillings in a year. And in 2 years, the country could collect over 1.2 trillion shillings. And it has been progressive because of a foundation that Mr. Mwai Kibaki did. We have seen what a good leader can do. And therefore, Kibaki was not just an economist, he was practical. He knew what economy is. It's not about talking about what other people are saying bottom up, and they cannot explain it even in 1 sentence. This is someone who knew what he needed to do. Even when he was elected, he was campaigning. He didn't talk about trickle down or bottom up, because he knew what he wanted to do. He knew he was a cure of a problem that we had gone for 24 years. And we cannot go back there. That's where we will not go back. We will not go back to the 24 years of misrule and mismanagement of a public resources, mismanagement of the government. And therefore, me personally, I really respect, or I really feel like this son of Kenya, Mr. Mwai Kibaki, was the change that actually we expected, and he brought a lot of change in this country. We have seen Boda saying, even Bodas were not there, many things, and bank giving loans. So all those things were brought by one Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Therefore, we have lost our son, and we condole with the family, and we are sure that whatever he left is going to be taken over by a person who has also a heart and the interest of Kenya in his heart. The other issue is I want to talk about is there was also the U.D.A Nullifies Alfred Keter. Someone says here that Keter, Keter says so many. You cannot, if you cannot allow a different opinion in your party, then that is not a party. It's a dictatorial party. Parties should have freedom where people speak their mind. In fact, Keter can do better, is more helpful to UDA than other people who are saying yes each and every morning. And those people cannot help you. People who criticize you, no matter how the critics look like the people who criticize Uhuru each and every time, the Dendes and the regardless who criticize Uhuru Kenyatta every day, they give you an opportunity to some of the things you might change. You might say, na hapo nimeona ameongea juu ya bomolea watu ni vibaya, ameongea juu ya pikipiki hiyo ni mbaya. Sometimes criticism is good, is positive, and it helps the party to grow and the people to grow. Therefore, it is so disheartening that somebody has not even become the president of the Republic of Kenya and is still manipulating and controlling dictatorial tendencies in a party primaries, surely. It is a shame. He could have allowed that guy to continue as he was, because even him, even as he became the member of parliament of Eldoret, he was not so much pro-Moi ideas, but people stood with him. And that is why you stood with your guy until now. He is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Keter is the future of the Kalenjin people. And there are many Kalenjin and Nandi people who are brilliant, and they cannot be denied the fact that they can express themselves and say the things that are affecting them. I've never seen Keter talk on things that are not important. For example, he raised the issue of the maize, who is destroying the maize and all those things that affect the farmers in Nandi. And therefore, he's a very important registrar, whatever MP. Yeah, he has the heart of the people, and I think the people know that. They still can vote for Ruto, but they also need a person who can deliver. And that is why I'm saying he should allow democracy in his party. We do not expect that we are this time and age that you should be controlling everybody in your house to a point that they cannot even have a breathing space. People need to ventilate and speak on things that can improve this country. Having said that, I'm happy. I don't know this KAKAMEGA thing, what is it about, but I don't know about it, so I won't comment about it. But I'm happy that I had an opportunity to speak today. May the Lord bless you.
In 1 minute, I had Sabina Cheke speaking in Kikuyu. What was she speaking about? Her big announcement.
You see, Sabina Chege is among the. You see, the good thing about now, and I will tell you some of the leaders that are cropping up in Mount Kenya that are leaders, people who lead from the front. As a leader, you should not be a person who is cowed by the noise of the people. We're just telling them the Kenya we are today, it is a Kenya where we need to progress, not a Kenya where we need to get to a point and fear because the people feel like this is the way the ground is. You should tell these people the truth about the Kenya that we are living in. Not because you have heard that several people are saying this is the way to go and then you are scared. No, you should show them the way. Sabina Chege and the leaders that are cropping up in Mount Kenya that are knowledgeable and principled are showing the people, and that he is determined. He is determined to sell the candidature of Raila Amolo Odinga. He is determined for the idea of one man, one vote, and one shilling. Those are the kind of things and the kind of things people want to hear. And I'm happy that he is one of the, yeah.
Thank you. I think it was Otieno to follow unless kuna swali.
Oh, good evening, Wekesa, and also my fellow members in the panel.
Good evening to you, young man, or a gen.
Yeah, young man. I'll still accept a young man. Don't worry. First, Bernard, let me thank everybody who is on the panel and also for the opportunity to allow me to give my contribution to this. I had a friend of ours, he's a friend of ours. That's why he's on the panel, because if he would have been an enemy, he would have not been here. And as we are here, we should also expect different opinions from other people. And I just want to remind him one thing, that if these people of Nandi Hills, they were against their MP, they would have not came out and vote on that large number. Secondly, we were following this election of Nandi Hill. And through the social media, you saw there was a vehicle that came in, and they were suspecting there was some ballot papers that have been brought to that polling center, so that it can go against Keter. And they chased it away. So we have all those pictures, meaning the Keter, whether he was going to win this election through the U.D.A ticket or not, he was not going to get the certificate very easy. And for now, they have proved it wrong. They have proved it that if you have different opinion, whether you are a Kalenjin and you are within Rift Valley, there are some group of people that their interest must be addressed so that you can get that certificate. And that's what happened to Nandi Hills. When Keter won that election, there was a lot of celebration. And that number, if you saw it on the TV and also on the social media, it was not a small number. It was like the entire constituency. And these people should know that Keter, his people have decided it is Keter. Whether it's going independent or whether it's going to another party, which is not the U.D.A. Because U.D.A, it has its owners. As our friend Guy was bringing his argument on that matter, he contradicted himself, because first he said that we are going for this war, and on this, as we are going for this war, you must choose your team. Yeah? Get that point, you must choose your team. Meaning it is now other bodies to choose whom your leader is, even if your MP was performing on the ground. So you will be forced with a certain leader, because it is the system that is working on that. Secondly, he said that he heard from the social media and also from people that the election, that nomination was shambolic. So there is one thing that Keter is now paying the price for it. It is the maize scandal and also the maize scandal and also the fertilizer. And there is that clip. I saw it on a social media. If you can trace it, and I think if you play it here, it will answer our good friend, and he will rest his case on that. I think another thing that he said, that they have numbers within central Kenya and also Rift Valley, that Baba will not win this election. Or if we can go through the nomination, if those numbers were there, turnout would have not been 2%, because these people, they would have loved that party and they want to show the entire world that they are out for the good nomination and also for the interest of the party. But the percentage was 2%. So how can you believe that that 2% that went out for nomination will also be there when it comes to general election? I think we believed that U.D.A had a stronghold on Rift Valley, of which it is not there, because even Alfred Keter, it will force him to walk out of that party and either go independent or go through the CCM, Chama cha Mashinani.
No, for other parties is not an option. There is no time for that. That's why people are going for independent. The time for shifting parties ilipita kitambo.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. Yeah, he can go through independent, and the same people who nominated him will vote for him overwhelming on a large number, because now they will be trying to show the DP that whether you like it or not, this is our choice, and we want him as our member of parliament. of which is now going to, or he's also going to get the sympathy votes. And in future, Keter is now trying to build his political career within the Rift Valley. And people should take this one as a serious issue. Because once you have a different opinion within the Rift Valley, you are kicked out of the party. And why were they receiving his nomination fee? Because I think if they had a preferred candidate within the Nandi Hills, would just be given the direct ticket, and they don't take the 250 for nomination, and also giving this person that hard time going through campaign and everything. When it comes to the last minute, you are being played. And the same thing, it also happened to Jaguar. How do you replace a sitting MP to leave his seat for a new member? I think our brother, if you are close to the organs of that party, you can advise them well. Let them arrange their house. Let them arrange their house. You also talk about the Western, that Wetangula and also Mudavadi went the other side. So Baba has no numbers within Western. How many MPs does these people have within the U.D.A from ANC and also for the Kenya that followed them to U.D.A? It's only 2 people. All the governors are on Azimio. And these governors, they are people that goes down to those people that are on the ground. They meet those people on the ground through the MCS. So I think if you can tell us that Baba is not going to win this election is not about Baba. This election is about change that we want in the entire country. And you should also know that Baba have been winning this election. It's only that it has not been good for him to get this power, but he has been winning this election for the last 3 elections. And now there is another force that is now it's now combined from the president. And ever since, Central has never voted for Baba. And if you can see for now, Central are really celebrating, and they're in Azimio. So I don't know where you will get those numbers to defeat Baba on that general election. So to the Kibaki, I think my tribute to our departed president, the late Honorable Mwai Kibaki. In fact, Kibaki done a lot, because after Moi, when Moi was in power, people never knew a lot of things. It's like our eyes were closed. So when Moi was out of the office and Kibaki took the office, we've seen a lot of things. Border, he introduced border, getting loan. It was not all that difficult. Yeah? The infrastructures, the thicker superhighway. So I think Kibaki did a lot of things. And also the President Uhuru, he also tried. It's only that if your house is not in order, you can't do anything, because you are fighting within the house. So you never know, you can't say if you will be walking into the house, maybe you will find your families, they have left you alone. So that was the problem, that the challenges that Uhuru had. But to Kibaki, he really did a lot of things, and may God put his soul in eternal peace. Then I guess I'm still around, and somebody can contribute. Thank you, brother. I'm done.
Okay, thank you for that. Kuna swali kwa ama comment kwa Otieno before we move to I was told nani mwingine hajaongea. Alikuwa Nyumba. No, Nyumba has come right now, isn't it?
Yeah, Nyumba.
No. Nyumba. Wewe na Themba nani alikuja mbele ya mwingine?
Themba alifika mbele yangu. I want to be truthful.
Themba is a mole. Themba is a mole, I guess.
Yeah, so let's have Themba aongee. Alafu hata mimi kwanza nilikuja mbele ya Themba, nitaongea alafu
Themba is a mole.
Themba aongee alafu tuendelee, si ndio?
Yeah, wacha Mola aongee kwanza.
Aongee na achukue ushukani.
Ndio uende.
Siendi, niko tu, lakini aongee na achukue ushukani. When he's around, I'm always a co-driver.
I will not respond to Lazarus. Kuna mtu amekuhat na amekwambia kuja utafute umaarufu na jina langu eh? Kwa amekutuma mwambie hautapata umaarufu na jina langu kabisa. So I want to start by yesterday we paid tribute to the president. Of course, I agree with those who have said that it was unfair for Keter to be denied the ticket. But I want to take a tangent on that, and it's a complaint that we have had across parties, across ODM, U.D.A, and all the other parties. So my submission is this: if you join a party, if you join any party in Kenya, any party that you're going to join, you need to be ready for 3 outcomes. Outcome number 1 is that you will go attend the nomination and you will win, whichever way you win, and you will be given the certificate. Outcome number 2 is you will go and vie, and you will win, and you will not get the certificate. Outcome number 3 is you will vie and you will lose. And maybe sometimes when you join a party, you will not get yourself at the ballot box because probably even nomination, because you will have negotiated your way out of it. So those are outcomes that I think by now those people who are joining any political party should be ready to face, because political parties in Kenya, they are not necessarily the envisaged political party. They are party owners, Each political party, they are party honchos. They are people who control the party. And Kajwang, the late Honorable Kajwang, might have put it better. I cannot find better way to put it. He said that loyalty, fidelity, he said 3 words: loyalty, fidelity, and I think consistency, something like that, So the party will want people who have been loyal to them and who have been maintained
trust. Trust.
Loyalty, fidelity, and trust, to the party. So those are things that each party will strive to progress and even look at when they are trying to look for their people. So it is not unique to U.D.A. It is not unique to Kenya Kwanza party. It is across board. Political party system in Kenya, it is not developed. It is on its juvenile stages, all right? There's no single political party that is owned by the people. None. All the political parties are oscillating around specific individuals. If you check U.D.A, it is William Samoei Ruto. ODM, it is the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Jubilee is Uhuru Kenyatta. Wiper, it is Kalonzo Musyoka. ANC, it is Mudavadi. Ford Kenya. You know, it is any party that you talk about, it has someone that is actually, you know, it is oscillating around. So it is pretentious for us to come and pretend that we are having some political party democracy. Now, these people who are coming out and maybe crying foul after nominations, they should have known that from the word go. And the first thing they ought to have done, if they thought they were pretty popular, the first thing they would have done is go straight as independent candidates, so that they do not have to come and you know, struggle with the political party system and try to imagine that they'll be given whatever they're looking for. So that in my view is quite a great thing to think about when you're imagining that a political party will grant you what you think you deserve. However, it is also a political game plan. You can join a political party knowing so well that you're not going to be treated well, and then use whatever it is and systems that come out to continuously build your popularity and maybe gain from the apparent mistreatment by the party, which is what has come out in most situations. So I want to say that those people who are suffering right now from the nomination process, they are suffering from a bigger picture and an endemic problem of our political party system. And is it likely to end with this? When we will reach a time where someone was even suggesting the Constitution does not necessarily make it a must that you must have your nominations towards around this time of the political party system. I wish it was possible that some of the parties could even arrive at their candidates a year to an election, you know, where you already have a general agreement of who are going to be running, who are going to be vying for specific posts a year to an election. That way, it removes us of this kind of thing where people are rushing against some perceived, you know, or rather set deadlines. It is not IBC and Office of the Register of Political Parties, and IBC should not determine for the parties what they need to do. You know, that is the law, but it should not determine your internal processes. Your internal process should be continuous. Political parties can set that even 6 months or 1 year to an election, you already have your nominees for various positions. And these people are already campaigning and, you know, progressing their self. If someone is going to be dependent, they're already doing it on their own. Nothing in the law, you know, gives them, you know, prevents them from doing that. So for as long as this is going to happen, I pity those who are being taken round and round about nominations, but it is a bigger problem than we are thinking. That is just a nomination certificate, and of course, I pity some of them who are using it. I don't know what people tell their supporters. You know, you know, we have people saying that if so and so is not given certificate, we are not going to vote for that party. We need to prepare our voters, even as we are going for nomination, that this is something we can either win or lose. That is a process and democratic process. So there are several things that are likely to happen. Now, when you start coming in and you say because someone has been denied a nomination certificate, then we have to go this way. You should have gone that way in the first place, which is something I think is a consideration that many political parties and people interested in the parties should be able to consider. If you think you are popular, if you think you have the people around you, then there's no need to subject yourself to a process that is going to be costly, emotionally, financially, and it's going to leave you more beaten than before. You better just go straight as an independent candidate, and then of course pursue your political dream in your own way. You know, if it was possible for you to do that before, then you can still do it either way. So, but it gives us a bigger picture, like I say, in our political party movement. I wish to just say that on that and take it back to Wekesa. Yeah, we'll be continuously talking.
Okay. Thank you for, I think you have decided to take a bipartisan tangent, which is okay, to consider both sides of the coin. Let me just also make my short submission and then I allow you to moderate. I've seen different clips showing different people dissatisfied, even from Kiamba. There was this guy who was popular in the Kiamba by-election, Kariri Njama, has gone independent. I think, I don't know what happened, but maybe Jubilee still had misgivings about him. I remember they robbed him from U.D.A and then gave him the nomination that time of by-election. So I think there's this other lady who came and she proved to be aggressive. So they're arguing that since he lost the election, he has been relaxed. So we don't know. Yeah, anyway, in other words, I agree with what you're saying. The party has its own mechanism of looking who is and who is not for the party. And they have that discretion to choose their candidates. But if you feel aggrieved, you can still, the Constitution has an opening. If you feel aggrieved, you can appeal your case directly to the voters through the independent option. And let the candidates not fear. Maybe this is part of their own liberation and giving them a new way to chart their course. So if you feel the process was unfair and someone just didn't want you, then independent is an option to take. I've also seen Jakwa using a very vulgar language that afadhali hiyo nomination ya ila ipewe bibi ya Mbukwa than for him even being suggested that he can go to East African Parliament. Yeah, so he's actually aggrieved with his own party. So tuliwaambia hii story ya kusema asipangwangi. It was just a loud noise that will come to an end at the rightful time. I believe going forward, nobody, I not believe, I know, going forward, nobody will have the courage to use the same tagline as Pangwingwi because they have properly been arranged. And each person given their space to operate in. And party mandarins have even the courage to talk the way they want, that we are happy that this is how things are going. We are happy that mtajua chama iko na wenyewe. But as they talk that way, I wish the voter, because the constitution gives us the express power, I wish the voter came out strongly, because most of the time they get aggrieved that their candidate has been unjustly removed out of the race, but they go ahead and still vote with for the same parties and vote in the same big man who are suffocating their meaning. So they need also to rubber stamp the authority and say, this is our candidate and we are standing with him. If that is the case for us, we say either way we need to improve our democracy. We may be supporting Azimio, KAM, or any other party, but in terms of issues to do with democracy, we all yearn for democratic space to be expanded, whether in Azimio, whether in U.D.A or any other movement or grouping that may come out. On Kibaki, I've seen a few clips which are looking at what previously people said and what they are saying. There are those showering Kibaki praises. He's the best economist. But while he was looking for that opportunity, they never gave him that chance. They also were among the people who said that he should, we're giving him an ultimatum that he should leave office because he is the only threat to our democracy. So that is a clear indication that in politics, we don't say what we mean. We say, we play into the gallery and we say things that are politically correct. I was seeing some jokes on social media whether the governor of Nyeri will be given chance to plan for the center for Kibaki. And he's trying to imagine that he can have a funeral committee in Nyeri when this is a state funeral. In other words, if given chance, U.D.A would have wished to take over and control this center of Kibaki and gain political mileage. But since this is a state funeral, they will have to observe it from the periphery. I will stop there and I will come in later for more contribution. I just wanted to play this short clip and then as I allow Themba to continue presiding over.
William Samoei Ruto alivaa kofia nyekundu akatembea Kenya mzima akaambia watu wa makanisa wasichague hiyo katiba ati inasema watu watoe mimba. Raila akatuambia haitoi mimba, hii katiba inaleta devolution. Mungu aliye mbinguni, huyu Raila akatuletea katiba ambayo tuko naye saa hii. Kwa hii katiba tuko naye, nani hajaona maendeleo kwa area ya kwao? Area kwenyu kulikuwa hakuna stima, kulikuwa hakuna governor, kulikuwa hakuna senator, saa hii kuna senator, kuna women rep na kadhalika. Haki ya Mungu ni huyu Raila. Watu wa Raila walipiga kura milioni 8, watu wa Ruto walikuwa milioni 3. Milioni 8 ikashinda katiba, milioni 3 ikaangusha katiba. Katiba ambaye saa hii Ruto ni deputy president, mwenye aliiweka ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Joshua Tielala, tipi Azimio. Mbona mnakasirika? Mbona mtakagi ukweli? Raila ni mzee. Mzee ndiye anaweza tawala Kenya iendelee. Kenya hii ilitawaliwa na baba ya Uhuru akiwa na miaka 77, ndio alitoka jela. Akaweka mimba Gina aliwekwa mimba na mzee Kenyatta akiwa na miaka 78. Tunaelewana? Huyo mzee wa miaka 78 akajenga nyumba inaitwa KICC 1976. Na nyumba ya KICC ndani ya Afrika ndio inafanyiwa mikutano ya kitaifa. Kama baba ya Uhuru alijenga KICC 1976 akiwa na miaka 78, na ndio nyumba the best mpaka saa hii. Mpaka saa hii KICC ndio the nyumba the best. Na ni ya 1976. Na je, kama huyo mzee angekaa? Wachageni kusema wazee. Kibaki tulimpatia uchaguzi wa Kenya akiwa na miaka 73. Mzee wa miaka 73 akasema masomo ni ya bure. Kusema kweli tukapata elimu ya bure. Mzee wa miaka 76 akatuonyesha kuunda barabara. Hatujawahi ona barabara ya ghorofa Kenya. Mwenye ametuonyesha barabara ya ghorofa ni Kibaki, mzee wa miaka 73. Mkaamua hapana, tunataka kijana wa miaka 50. Mkaweka kijana wa miaka 50 Uhuru. Baada ya kuweka Uhuru, angalieni ile hasara Uhuru amelete, huyo kijana ile hasara amelete. Moi alikuwa anatuuziana mkate shilingi 7. Kibaki akatuuzia mkate shilingi bao, Uhuru atuuziaga mkate 50. Moi alikuwa anaendaga kuchukua mafuta mahali kunaitwa Iran.
Pemba, continue. It may not be gospel truth, but I just wanted it for reflection purpose. Pemba yuko. If not, let me.
Yeah, sema mkubwa.
Yeah, you can proceed. Nimemaliza na hiyo clip ya huyu jamaa was the former coffin. Alikuwa anaibanga coffins kitambo before sijaokoka.
Ni
Okay.
pastor.
Ni Nyumba
Yeah.
alikuwa anakuja next. Nyumba.
Yes, sir. How are you, Bwana Themba, Wekesa, and the rest of the panel? How are you?
You're good. How are you?
I'm best. Now, I'll be very brief, and I'll start with the point I wanted to raise last, because I can see Mr. Wekesa escaping. It's directed to him. It's a small comment. Mr. Wekesa, this evening, I was in the other local channel, One Talks Local Language, Mount Kenya. Recently, in Mr. Themba's chairmanship, I asked about this channel, Mtembei, if it has something special, and he confirmed it is addictive. Now, I'm raising this with a light touch, Mr. Wekesa. You see, I was in the other channel, kafungwa, nimekuja hii. Can you confirm if this channel is addictive? And if the answer is yes, is that addictiveness a health hazard? So I think that one, that's to Mr. Wekesa, because I can see you want to leave. But I may continue with the more relevant issues now. Tribute.
I will answer later. You continue. I'm still there.
Thank you. Tribute to President Mwai Kibaki. I'm a resident of Nakuru. By my originality is Othaya, some place called Kihome. So I'm a product of Nyeri, Othaya. So I feel very sorry having lost a very able person, somebody very considerate, and somebody who cared for our country, Kenya. He was a man of few words, but a man of action. May his soul rest in peace, and the family be comforted to take the laws in strength. Now, I've seen all the presidents ruling Kenya. In fact, Jomo passed away when I was a grown-up, so I saw his leadership. Moi's leadership for 24 years, I experienced it. Kibaki's 10 years, I saw it. Uhuru, I don't know to say Uhuru or Uhuruto, because this was combined like twins. So I've seen all of them. Up to now, my analysis is this. The best president we have ever had is Emilio Mwai Kibaki. I don't know, during my life on this earth, I'm an elder, if we'll have a better one than Kibaki. Maybe, maybe not. But up to now, the best president we have ever had is Mwai Kibaki. He was a professional economist. We leave the pretenders who talks about knowing economy, bottoms up and all that. They know nothing. And many years back, even the presidency of Mwai Kibaki had been predicted, I think in 1974 by these international publications. President Kibaki was not greedy, because that was what spoils most of us. Become greedy, corrupt. You want to have all the things in the world, forgetting you're just passing, and you leave all these things here. So him not being greedy helped Kenya a lot. In fact, by the time Kibaki was taking over, or earlier, I feared who will be the next president after Moi. The country was in shambles. I was in the public service myself then. And everything was down, down, down. The international road from Nairobi, this one to Eldoret to Kisumu, was in shambles. Even driving, for example, from Nakuru to Gilgil, used to take hours. Potholes. There's a time I went to Nairobi and CBD, Nairobi, the city itself, full of potholes. Nairobi, CBD. So Moi had run this country down totally. And by the time his reign was coming to an end, I feared for the person who would take over. I didn't know God would send us our savior. By the time Kibaki was taking over, the GDP was even negative 2%. And later on, through his able economic expertise, the economy, the GDP, or the growth of the economy was at 6% plus, 6% that is. The guy was a genius. He didn't interfere, gave you work, do it. If you don't do it, you go home. But the supervisory, he was not supervising people on a daily basis. When Kibaki took over, some people, I think from Central or Hodaya, they ran to him to be assisted financially and all that. Kibaki was not a man of handouts. He told them he'll make the environment conducive for business, for farming, for everything, but you have to work hard. If you know you plan your business, just go to the bank, take a loan, do your work. Don't wait for handouts. And that sort of foresight, the economy of the country grew. Somebody said earlier about the borders. I remember in Moi's time, you could not even buy a mobile phone. A friend of mine found the simplest mobile phone. Moi had made sure communication is suppressed so that people don't talk and remove him from power. Remember, all my friends bought a phone. There was very few at 150,000. The simple mobile phone, because they're not available because of the system was not allowing for that for security reasons or for their rule to continue. ICT and all that improved, communication improved, roads were made, and the economy improved. He was the best president we have ever had, up to now, I say, as even compared to the current one. I think I leave that one there. The other one, I go to U.D.A Nullifies Alfred Keter. We can't say everybody is 100% perfect, but I remember even the episode of Keter at the Gilgil toll stations episode. Keter has been outspoken, principled, and corruption crusader, and even talked so much even about the railway. This one, Nairobi Mombasa. Until I don't he's either through threats or money, he kept quiet. But was talking the truth. The inflation of the cost of that project for people to put monies in their pockets. This is a very strong-willed man. So the only thing they are doing is to make some of these people stronger. There's a small point that was made by Mr. Themba. No, let me not start the way. Let me say that Mr. Themba, I've admired your talk. A lot of wisdom, positive things. And this is an educative channel, but addictive. I don't know if my health will be affected, but because I was going to talk about that. So thank Mr. Themba for very constructive input, but I may want to disagree with one thing, that if you know you are strong, you should just go independent straight away. I think there's some positivity of going through the process and then you are thrown out like Mr. Keter. There is always sympathy vote from when you're seen as an underdog. Just by the party punishing you and looking like they are against you, you even get more votes. And finally, you end up in an independent manner. And when you get to parliament or the assembly, you'll be so much against that party that mistreated you. If they had allowed you, even if you have other versions, you could be a bit cool. But when you remember that they punished you, there's no way you with them. But the point is, you can get some votes, sympathy votes, when you are treated that way. Thank you for now, but I'm still available because I enjoy. No, I think I'm addicted, so I don't know this addiction to leaders. Thank you, Bwana Wekesa.
Thank you, Nyumba. Yeah.
Babu Owino mwenyewe mjumbe Mbakazi East. Aha, uno ODM. Wale Wakamba wote wako Mbakazi East wameona Kalonzo na kijana yangu, si ndio? Wote Wakamba wapigie Babu Owino kura. Kama ndio mzuri nundu kasele katune vya wekyao. Na mama ekolo no nengalanili.
Ile mshahara unalipwa? Serikali. Wale askari wanakulinda? Serikali. Yale magari unatembea nayo? Serikali. Ile petroli inaingia kwa hiyo gari? Serikali. Zile simu ambazo unatumia? Serikali. Stima nani analipa? Serikali. Maji nani analipa? Serikali. You are the source of the problem and then you say you are the one who is now going to solve it.
Thank you, Wekesa, for playing those two, and of course, especially the second one now tells you who is fooling who. Now, Nyumba, I had said towards the end of my submission that unless it's your political game plan to want to join a party that you're so sure is going to slaughter you, and you hope to be kicked out, and you hope not to get a certificate, and you hope that to work out for you, so that you can play on the sympathy card. It may not work. Even in the last time those people stood independent, I think I don't know, just a little number made it, because some of them were defeated clearly. So it is just a case of gambling, like they say. But I agree with you. I mean, if it is going to work for your political game plan, and if it is your political game plan that use sympathy as spring, you know, to take you to the next level, then you can pursue that route. But I would really hope for those who are one thing that is clear though, our political party system is not robust. It is we have a lot of things on paper. We have a lot of things in terms of registration. We have legislative, but like we have always said, our Kenyan problem is not the constitution; it's constitutionalism. You know, the process of implementation of the constitutional mechanism. You can have a party constitution, but how well is it followed? Even as simple, you know, like for example, in Kenya, you start a party and then look for members. It's not members who start a party and then choose leaders. So if Nyumba is disagreeable with Themba, Nyumba will get out, form his party, and then look for members, and then start saying that I am championing for democracy in my party. You know, you went away because of lack of democratic space in the other party. Then you started yours. You started yours. First of all, that is undemocratic, by the way. So you start yours, and then you say that in this one, we are going to make sure. You are going to make sure. That's a statement of lack of democracy. There's no way you can make sure. You allow the system to thrive and to make its own way. So when you're saying that I'm going to make sure that there's democracy, you cannot make sure there's democracy. Democracy is felt to be, not made to be. So in the sense, like if we have a constitution, we need to feel the constitution working. We don't need to make it work. That when you are making it work, it means that you are actually using some level of force, which is not ideal. So in a situation like that was where my point was coming in. If it is going to work for you, but for as long as you keep having this people joining political parties, I call them pseudo political parties, as people join them, we are going to have this time without a number. In fact, we are going to, in our next political cycle, we are still going to face that. So are we going to reach a point where we don't have such kind of fallout, or even people crying because they have been mistreated? Not in the near future, for as long as we have political parties being formed around people. But when we will reach that point, then I think we can start having a new conversation. Yes, Nyumba.
Thanks, Mr. Themba. Like maybe like South Africa, the NC, Tanzania, CCM, those are well-established parties. I agree totally with you. There's no democracy in our parties. They are privately owned parties. Thank you.
Yes, Nyumba, thank you so much. And you'll hear even Black here coming to talk to us so much about U.D.A. And U.D.A is not a political party different from Jubilee or different from Wiper, you see? And it's not any political party different from ANC. There's no difference in those political parties. And if you look at them, their constitutions are a copy-paste of the other. They have actually used there's a one that is used as is given out for them to just insert their names. So when you see Black here coming to tell us in U.D.A we have these democratic processes, that is a good thing in theory, but in practice, he will agree with me that all of us need to appreciate that for our political parties to grow, they first of all, not just have to sound like they are owned by members, they have to actually be owned by members. And that is where we haven't reached yet. Now I want to bring in, I think, is it Lazarus? Lazarus, before I bring in Julia. Lazarus.
Allow Julia to go first, Ben. Themba. Then I follow him. I follow her.
Yeah, Lazarus, the one who wants to be popular by using my name. You will use my name, but you cannot be as popular as I am.
Let us give Julia, let Julia go first.
Okay, no problem.
Ladies first, huh?
Julia, this Lazarus thinks that if he calls me a mole, he will be famous. Julia, welcome.
Asante, maybe tutapiga kura, alafu we'll decide between Lazarus and Themba, who is becoming most popular in Mtembei. Then we can decide, but if you decide kukunyima certificate Themba, usilalamike. Wewe ndio umetuelezea kwamba as a party we have a right to do what we want to do with you.
Let me tell you, Julia, let me tell you, and that is something you'll not see. I will make a lot of noise because in a political system, there are many stakeholders, I included, but I will not join anybody's political party to look for a certificate.
Sawa Themba.
I will form my party, and one of the people I'll put as the Secretary General is Mr. Black. And when Black comes there, I will make sure that my certificate is already prepared as we start the party. And I will pretend to take my papers to him. That's what they are doing. Ruto is pretending to take his papers to be looked at by National Election Board. What kind of circus is that? Who in U.D.A can deny Ruto a certificate?
and then you'll call Julia, knowing that Julia cannot qualify. And then
At
you
least
say
it
that
was a
people
process.
presented themselves. And then you said, Julia could not qualify and I Themba qualified. So I'm the presidential candidate.
Definitely,
No, but at least,
I will make
like
sure
you said, Themba.
I will make sure that Julia comes in and also puts her application. And then the three of us will be studying. Make sure that Julia doesn't even raise the amount, 1 million shillings. You know, that
But at
is
least
how
you said,
rigging is done. Julia.
but at least I recall you said that a constitution needs to be followed and to be seen as to being followed. So at least we saw Ruto going there, as much as you can call it pretending, but it was seen as being followed. What about Raila? We all know about Jimmy Wanjigi. He was not even allowed to enter the place where the NSC was meeting. So it was not seen to have been
What
followed
are
by
you telling
the
us?
Raila
What
side,
are you telling us?
as to how he became the presidential
You are
candidate.
confirming to us that U.D.A is just a PR.
No. It was
Because
seen,
what
at
you are
least seen
telling
to
us
be.
is to be seen. If to be
The
seen
key
is
word
just
is
PR.
seen.
You guys are
It's
eating
at
on
least to be
Julia's
seen
time.
to have been. Come on.
And
I
that is
mean,
eating on Julia's
PR.
time.
That's what I'm
so what
defining
about
for you.
what about Raila?
We don't want PR. We
How
want
did
to
he
be
gain?
people.
How did he gain the presidential candidate? I mean,
Raila
what
has
formula
followed
did they
all
use?
the laws.
Okay,
What
Mr.
formula
Black.
did they use?
Mr.
Followed
Black.
all the laws.
Yes,
Mr.
The
Themba.
Black.
law was endorsed
Yes,
by
Themba.
almost
At least we are
29
agreeing.
parties.
We are agreeing that on one thing.
Yes.
There was no democracy in all the parties, including yours. So, Julia, karibu.
Yes, I totally agree with Mr. Black. I mean, U.D.A is just a show of hypocrisy, uongo mwingi, little dramas here and there. In fact, it's okay, Mr. Black. I understand you. I understand where you are coming. You know, he's saying to be seen. It's like saying Julia has to be seen to be a teacher. Yet she's not a teacher. She doesn't deliver anything. So if you ask Mr. Black will say, the thing here is Julia has to be seen, not that she has to deliver in the classroom. Even that's what is U.D.A. And I think talking about U.D.A, I want to talk about Alfred Keter. I don't know why he's disappointed. I don't even know why he's acting up. I mean, I don't know why he's surprised. I'm not surprised myself. I was more surprised, Mr. Themba, when I heard Keter had been given the certificate. I was more surprised than I'm surprised than now. Now I'm not surprised. I was expecting that to happen because I know what is U.D.A. So I don't know why Mr. Keter is doing some little tantrums and his followers. They should not be surprised that happened. There is no democracy in U.D.A. Not that there's democracy in other parties, but I'm not surprised. So Mr. Black is telling us, yeah, they got to be seen like they are doing this. So they say this during the day, and at night they do the opposite. So they try to be seen. Unfortunately, it's only little children you can try to be seen to them, because Kenyans are gonna buy that game. That's the point. So we're not surprised what happened to Alfred Keter. And I think I should ask Mr. Keter, avuke sakafu, aje pandei, ODM, because, not ODM Azimio, because we work in black and white. Kama ni usiku ni usiku, kama ni mchana ni mchana. Kama tunataka igadhi, tunasema ni igadhi. Hakuna beat around the bush. When you keep disturbing us, asking us why we say it is Igadi, we say our party leader comes and announces in broad daylight, our people representing us in Nairobi is Igadi, the following people. So if you are mad with our party leader, you can go away and find another party. Why we beat around the bush to pretend this pretense to watch. That's why sometimes I get surprised when I hear that people are trying to compare Ruto and Kibaki. That is an insult. On that note, to pay tribute to our late President Kibaki. And as I pay tribute, I want Kenyans who are listening to be comparing Kibaki and Ruto, so that at the end of this presentation, I want to prove that Kibaki and Ruto, the difference between Kibaki and Ruto is like day and night, like usiku na mchana. Because we know Kibaki stood for against corruption. Ruto stands for corruption, because show me your friends and I tell you who you are. Ukitafuta Ruto unapata kina Waiguru, unapata kina Rigathi Gachagua, yani wale tu watu wako na macases mbalimbali, including himself. I mean, he cannot even talk about corruption because he knows he cannot fight corruption. Now, Kibaki also helped us get from the bondage where we were going through the Moi era. There were so many things that were not right. Now, first and foremost, we saw that our economy improve, especially in the banking sector. That's the time we had several financial institutions coming in, and people could afford even to have bank accounts in those the banking sector. I think I have seen two economists since I matured and acquired my ID. I think I was still above 18 when we could not afford to buy mobile phones or even have something like Safaricom. My Safaricom line is 2,500, and people bought phones and we had Safaricom and all that during the days of Kibaki. From the days of Kibaki, we've moved from analog to digital. I mean, we've seen lots of changes. People have talked about basic education. I mean, we have achieved a lot in basic education in terms of health. So there are lots things we can say about Kibaki. And that sometime when Kibaki came in, people said that we didn't have enough money in the economy because Kibaki was trying to control inflation. This inflation was coming from Youth for KANU 92 and Jirongo 500 shillings. And you know that Ruto is part and parcel of Youth for KANU 92. So he's one of the people who have caused very many problems in this country. And even after messing our country during when he was in Youth for KANU 92, we see him now mentioned in the likes of Carol, Kimarel, dams, and all those scandals, school land, made scandals. I mean, talk about a scandal and you hear the chief chicken seller's name mentioned there. So fellow Kenyans, don't buy this lie from U.D.A people when they compare Kibaki and the chief chicken seller. There are no comparisons. The two people, the difference between the two is like day and night. Now, and that is why I'm surprised why people are annoyed that somebody was denied a certificate, that Alfred Keter. I mean, Alfred Keter and the chief chicken seller have different policies towards corruption and all that. The two people cannot agree. So I think Alfred was in the wrong place. Now, talking about party politics, I think going forward, we're going to be looking at parties and deciding what does this party stand for. Now, we may not talking about party democracy. I have no problem with this boardroom discussions. And if Demba decides that in his party, he'll work with me, it's because we agree on principles. So he does not have to go and call the village groups and crowds. And then Julia comes around and bribes people and I campaign. And then you say that I want democratic. That is not really still democracy. I think parties are going to come out and decide we start for these values. We are anti-corruption. We stand for this kind of development. We stand to improve our health policies. We stand for this. So, because Demba's party stands for this, Demba can only work with Nyumba and cannot work with Mr. Black. Because Mr. Black will say, I want to be seen to be doing this, but he may not be doing what Demba wants. It's on a line with Mr. Black. But he may want to work Mr. Nyumba, because Mr. Nyumba does not want to be seen to be doing it. Mr. Nyumba wants to do it, want to make things happen. So we shall look at Themba's party with those kind of principles. So Themba will take his time to search for the nominees. He'll search, he'll look at their CVs, he'll look at the places they have worked. If Julia has been a high school teacher, did she become a deputy principal? How did she run this school? Did she have integrity? It is not that having every Dick and Harry in the market from the village to campaign, buying people, bribing them, and then they queue on the day of nomination having been bribed. And then when they lose or they win, you say that you have democratically elected crooks and thugs who are going to bring the same problems to our economy, to our country. So I think going forward, we're going to have parties decide. We cannot have this kind of characters with us. So we shall give room for those boardroom discussions. And I think in future, we may even have a party deciding we cannot have this kind of a presidential candidate. Hata kama kona pesa mingi aje, hatumtaki. He doesn't stand for our values. He doesn't agree with our values. So we don't need him. We don't want him. So that is my take about party democracy. So I think Kenyans now, let us stop these tantrums. Ati tunakuja hapa tunasema ati fulani alisimama, sijui hakuchaguliwa, sijui ni kabila letu. I mean that is kind of mediocrity. Ati ni kabila, hii kabila ndio kabila kubwa, ati kabila kubwa isipopewa hiki kiti hapa. That is a lot of mediocrity that we need to stop. We need now to decide we want this kind of people who are going to perform. So we shall not say like Mr. Black that we should need to be seen to be doing. We do not want to be seen to be doing. We want to do. We want to be in charge. We want to be accountable. We want people who are responsible. We want people who will bring a change to our dear motherland, Kenya. So that is my take, Mr. Themba. So, and as we pay tribute to Mwai Kibaki, Wakenya wenzangu, nataka kuambia tofauti ya Mwai Kibaki na Chief Chicken Seller ni kama usiku na mchana. And we cannot compare the two people. Na kama umekataliwa na chama fulani, fikiria sana, nini kilikupeleka huko in the first place? Why are you going to vie in parties that have corrupt people? What is wrong with you? Sungenda to independent from the word go. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. And there's something else you've said there that I think we need to really think about. You know, party financing. Let me ask you, Mr. Black, you are supporting U.D.A. Are you a member of U.D.A? When did you lastly finance U.D.A activities?
To be frank with you, I have not yet done so, but I'm planning to do so. Hopefully, there is a way to do so. But I have not.
Okay.
Just to answer your question, I have not.
Thank you. Now, that is just a representation of what our political parties are. The members do not finance the party, and if you don't finance a party, you don't have a voice. The greatest financier of the party is the one who has a voice. So you can imagine in a situation whereby someone has financed, and some of the you can take an example of Ngirishi in Kirinyaga. She had given her own building and had painted it U.D.A. So that means that the person who had financed U.D.A in Kirinyaga was Wangoi Ngirishi. Now, what happened a few days later, someone else comes and joins U.D.A and goes and gives some money at Karen Center. What did she do? She repainted, she removed all the paint she had put there. And, decided that I'm not going to be doing this. And this is the discussion, the discourse that you want us to have. She's saying that I am the one who popularized U.D.A in this place. So where is the voice of the members of U.D.A? So she's saying that because I popularized the party, what she's saying by popularizing, she's saying I financed it, therefore I deserve a ticket, right? And now, for as long as we'll have financing of party being done by individuals, parties will not have democracy. Because the person who has the highest amount of money to finance that party will be having the highest voice. So your money, your voice. So for as long as normal small members like us here, we can talk so much about UDA, but we have not given any money. And you're saying that kwa nini mtu wetu hakuchaguliwa? Wewe ni nani in the first place in the party ranks? How much money have you given? So the person who wakes up and comes and has not given any money, they will not get, and fair enough, they don't deserve anything. Where were you when the party was being built? Where is your money? But when we will start as Kenyans to finance political parties, we will have a voice. We'll even have a voice to stand and tell someone, you can wake up and recall a president, like they do in South Africa. They recalled Thabo Mbeki, they recalled Jacob Zuma. You know, a party should have that voice. In Tanzania, they can actually, CCM can recall their president. Now here, who can recall Raila? And who can recall Ruto? Who can say that we have decided you have done something wrong, we are going to recall you? Lazarus, kazi ni kwako, time ni yako.
Themba, can I ask Julia a question before she leaves?
She's not leaving, she's here, but you can ask her a question, that's okay.
Because she has said that Ruto have been mentioned in any corruption scandal in the country. Did you hear Ruto in, for example, molasses scandal, Mumia scandal, Kemsa, and all those places that Raila have been mentioned? Like even, and all, you also say that a leader should be judged by the track record. How was Raila's performance in Kibera when he was a member, or Langata, which include Kibera, when he was a member of parliament, even with the CDF?
You don't have to respond to that, Julia.
Why not?
Okay, I will respond to him because
No, that is pettiness, because the issue of molasses is not in court. The issue of they keep on peddling lies here. The issue of Kemsa, yeah, it is in court, but Raila is not there. So the issue, where do they get these stories? I don't think we should go to that point. We debate things
Julia,
that are
you
not.
don't have to respond to those things. Those are things that we have debated here over time, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Themba. I just want to tell Mr. Gee that Ruto is a presidential candidate. That is why tumemulika. And he's the only presidential candidate with corruption cases right now. Zingine ziko kwa parliament. And Mr. Gee, either you are the only stranger in Jerusalem or you are kind of very ignorant with current affairs. Asante, Mr. Themba.
Thank you for your question, G. There's no question that's a stupid question, but we just chose not to respond. I think you understand when we choose not to respond. So the question equals to sour, but we choose not to respond because
I understand. I think you both did respond already. So either way, you did respond. Even a silent itself is a response. So I got the answer from you, and from Julia, and from the other guy. What is it called? Kamau.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah,
Thank you.
let's move forward. Let's hear from the next person.
Thank you. You are a wise man. I think I like you now. Let's go to Lazarus.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to the entire panelists. I hope everyone is doing well. Let me once again extend my condolences to the Emilio family. As Themba said yesterday, I think Wekesa, in African culture, we don't talk ill about the dead. We can hear people talk of only the best part of the story, but for that we can skip. Everybody has his own good side and bad side, but all said and done, let's move further to what we need to discuss. U.D.A Nullification about Alfred Keter. I think as Themba said, with all honesty, I think Kenya, most politicians and followers are pretenders, because as you ask, most of us don't participate directly on their parties, but we brag on the street how much we are ODM, how much we are UDA, how much we are Ford Kenya and others. But literally you need to go further and know what is your stake in a certain organization. Even if you are a sweeper, what is your stake? Do you have shares? But honestly, we don't have shares. You will realize even the people making noise, they're only making noise because they need to be paid some money to make noise. But inwardly, come to the final election, they'll choose an U.D.A member proposed by the party. Yeah, because I'll rebut Black. He said something about Mombasa the other day. I think if not yesterday, the day before, that we could see the Shabal supporters crying. They're crying because they're being paid. There are people who are on the payroll. There are people who wake up in the morning and they camp at MPs' doors morning to morning. If I'm wrong, someone to prove me wrong. How many people are camping at Karen Monday to Monday? So at times, let us, if you're joining a party, as Julian Temba said, let us be ready for the consequences. They are there. And as Wekesa has been saying, if you think you cannot be there, leave. Keter is a good guy. If I was him, I could have not even initiated a demo. I could have just gone silent, do my paperwork. We meet at the debe. But all said and done, you see, Kenya is a reactory country. We always react to situations. We don't even take time to contemplate why we are doing this and that. But all said, that is life. KAKAMEGA Business Forum. Well, I can't say much about KAKAMEGA because Mr. G, I've been on the background before I came in. You are talking about Etangula, Moses Musalia Mudavadi, having carried all the Western votes to U.D.A. I wish you can address Akinawekesa, those who come from those areas. If you can remember what Ruto said when there was a by-election in Matungu and I don't know, it was Matungu and where, when he said, you are eating my money, and when election comes, munape jamo kitandawili. Did he not say this before that by-election, if you are aware? He said it prior to by-election. And it came to pass when election was done by election, Ruto lost in all those by-election. Am I right there, Bauru Kesa, if you're on there? Did they not lose on those by-elections? Mr. G, can you refresh your mind?
Yes, they did win. Luto lost, but Mudavadi and it was Kabuchai.
No. I'm just. No, let us not. That's what I'm trying to refresh you on. So, I'm not going to take sides either U.D.A or ODM or Azimio. What I'm trying to tell you, the same script you saw, I can tell you, it's going to be worse come 2022 August.
Can I contradict on that one?
You want to counterject or you want to
yes,
contribute?
Because when you talk about the same going to happen, you should also recall that in the same by-elections, ODM had also fielded candidates, and they lost to ANC and Ford Kenya. So what does that tell you? When you look at just that, what does that tell you? That the people are with who? With Raila, or as they said, or whoever said that the people have gone with Musalia, that they could be right in saying so. Because if at all they are with Raila, the ODM candidate would have won, would have taken the day. But it's the Ford Kenya candidate and the ANC candidate that took the day.
I'm not in dispute.
Thank you.
Because I'm not in dispute, Mr. Black. I'm not in dispute, and I told you yesterday, stop being emotional about Ruto and Raila.
I'm not being emotional. I'm using facts.
I'll remind you. I'll keep reminding you on this panel. I told you, come 8 August. You see, like those people are getting emotional about Raila and Ruto. You will remain what you are now, as Temba always say. We should know after 8th August. These guys are looking for employment. So what I was telling you, I was comparing two notes. So when you say now, like we say Ruto is going to get 0, for example, like in Nyanza, who tells Ruto will get 0? Because in the same Nyanza, there are Luos who like Ruto. Given opportunity to vote, they'll vote for him.
But Lazarus, you are raising issues without settling them. You have raised issues to do with Western, and you are giving blacks a field day. When we talk about Kapchai is my constituents. I come from there. And I know how much Kina Kostanyi, Kina, and the team, they rented hotels and camped there a whole month, campaigning for U.D.A candidate Evans Kakai. Kakai got 6,000 votes. Then the 40 Kenya candidate got 19,000 votes. That time, Wetangula had not joined the KAA. So that's how embarrassed they were. When we got to Matungu, ANC got 20,000 and ODM got 18,000. U.D.A got, was it 7 or 5,000 up? Between 5 to 7, I think, in that range. So they also lost that one. The same Matungu MP who won that seat is now in ODM. So he should not tell us that ODM is not popular there. He cannot come in parliament, stay like 3 months, and then decide to go to ODM if it's not popular. So when he was campaigning, he understood what happened on the ground. But you can also see the complaints ODM raised on that day. It is the same day that Malala was crying that his 2 million had been, he may be Wagari. It's the same day that ODM raised issues that there was, you see, that was the time there was a struggle between Oka and ODM, who is supported by the deep state, and that is the time ODM had issues with Kina Kibicho and whatever.
Yes.
So they interfered with that election, but still ODM was very popular. And that's why someone could win, and after a few months, he still comes back to ODM, because while he was campaigning, he understood where the ground is. Otherwise, he would have remained in NNC seeing that it's popular. So you have to clear facts. Don't just say that at ANC and Fort Kenya are popular in Western. No.
Okay, so if ODM was popular, then why did their candidate win? By virtue of the fact that at ODM number was there.
Dakika moja Black. Balkis Mohammed, tafadhali, you don't have to insult people hata kama wana support the other side. Just make a point without insulting. Balkis sako kwa comment section. Be civil. We ask for civility. You don't have to keep insulting people. Sasa kama mtu ndio yuko kwa panel na ni mjinga, hiyo inakuhusu nini? Si sasa ni mjinga kwao. Wewe ni mwerevu. Haya basi toa maoni yako. Don't insult nobody. We block people like that. So just be one. We have U.D.A guys, U.D.A people here. We have Kenya Kwanza. We have Azimio. So just be civil, but we all Kenyans. We all Kenyans. Respect is important, and respect is not done. What is it? It is not. Which word is that? Respect is not forced. It's earned. So kama unataka wa kurespect na wewe pia jaribu wape respect hao watu. Otherwise, just be civil. You can make your point without. In the panel here, people are making points. No one is insulting no one, but they're still making points. So you can still make your point without insulting anyone. You know. Thank you. And the layer Black.
Like I was trying to tell Wekesa, if at all his claims that ODM is the most popular party, then that party candidate should have won the by-elections, isn't it? Then, but why didn't they?
By-elections are subjective.
Coming in second, coming in third, does not mean anything.
But because the candidate is not popular, it doesn't win.
You are talking about the party. Yeah, the party, not the person. The party.
Yeah, the part showed its mighty, and that's why you saw the performance was good. But the candidate had a competitive edge. In fact, that's why ANC, he was not an ANC candidate. Just he was picked. In fact, they rushed for him because they knew he was popular. So sometimes you have to understand there are two factors. Sometimes it's about the party and sometimes it's about the candidate. That guy was very popular and the ANC didn't take even, they had a meeting at night and the following day he had already roped him into his party. So he was not even a member of ANC from the beginning. So let's face it, sometimes it's about the candidate and sometimes it's about the party.
Now, let me ask you, I mean, if at all they just picked him a day before, just few days before, what does that portray? ANC is resourceful, isn't it? It showed that they are resourceful, and they proved it that they are resourceful.
I think I have met my point.
Black, stop taking us in circles, but now we know your debate, Black. We know where you are heading to. We know where you are heading to, Mr. Black. We know you are our other competitor here.
I've made my point because Jubilee won a by-election somewhere. Let's face it, Jubilee won a by-election somewhere in Uasin. Can we say Jubilee is popular than U.D.A? It won against U.D.A. So sometimes a candidate can be popular than the party. And that one you have to acknowledge it.
But my statement was against the point which you say that ODM is the most popular. Now, on that backdrop,
it is true because all the ANC,
then why did it lose in the by-elections against ANC?
And MPs, as we are speaking, are now in the ODM. I can count for you around 10 MPs of ANC are in ODM, and ANC has 2 MPs. So let's face it, in KAKAMEGA, all the ANC have shifted to ODM. You don't shift to a less popular party. You can only go to a popular party. And Musalia Mudavadi, when he took the nation and announced the earthquake told him which party is popular, because that is the direction the MPs went.
Actually, DAPK is far much more popular in the Western than ODM at this point right now.
I don't have. I understand the dynamics. I know the counties where DAP is popular. It is popular in Trans Nzoia and popular in Bungoma. And then when you go to KAKAMEGA, the popular parties ODM and Busia is popular. I come from Western, so I can tell you all those dynamics. And the Vihiga is being shared by DAP and ODM. And there was even a time they wanted to agree. DAP to control Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, and then ODM to take the other parties. But they said because somewhere they are overlapping, they allowed them to go like that. So DAP, what you are trying to tell us actually, and I agree with you, it's popular than ANC in Fort Kenya, which is a fact.
You forgot to mention ODM, not than ANC than Fort Kenya. And ODM.
No, ODM is not competing with DAP. They are in a mutual agreement. They are in one Azimio. So where they have overlapping candidates, they have allowed them to run. The only parties competing with the DAP are Fort Kenya and ANC.
Why do you think they found it necessary to open another party to field there instead of using the ODM?
Like
I mean, going under the ODM umbrella.
This has always been Raila's politics. Raila doesn't bulldoze people like Ruto. Raila, when he comes, do you know he waited for Kalonzo to join Azimio so that he can connect with Ukambani? In Central, Raila is not going there as me, I want to take over the mountain, the way Ruto has taken over and says, if you want to come to Mount Kenya, you have to pass through me. Raila is only partnering with what? Jubilee. So Jubilee still controls Mount Kenya, but Raila will benefit from that through partnership. That's why when we come to Azimio, we have around 29 parties. When you go to Eastern, there are those UDM or what? Raila has allowed every party to have autonomy in its own area. That is his political strategy. So don't ask us why. You ask yourself if in fact, it's you who migrated from your own first stand of saying UDA the highway in Kusema. The others are kiosk parties, the others are village parties. You have now roped in almost 12. Why did you migrate to that? You realize our strategy was always the best. So you tried that one. You can't sell UDA everywhere. Not everybody will buy it. Kuna mahali itakataa. And you have to allow other parties to penetrate.
The more reason why I would just finish by saying, so that I can allow Lazarus to proceed, that in Raila's wisdom, he found it wise that if he would proceed with just using ODM in the Western, most likely he would there would be more chances of him losing. So in his wisdom,
No,
he
he
realized
understood.
that,
What
and
you are saying is
yes,
correct. I don't want to
yes,
argue
yes.
for the sake of arguing. Raila
So we agree on
understands
that.
that not everywhere ODM is accepted. There are places
Correct.
people want to own their own party, but you guys have thought that
So
you
we
can push UDA everywhere, and it's being rebelled. And you
So
will
we are
see
in
even in
agreement.
Mount Kenya, you will see in
So
Mount Kenya that Jubilee will perform better than UDA in this
so
election.
so are we in agreement that he, in his wisdom, realized that ODM
It's not he
is not so
realized,
popular?
he understands that he is
Very
working with
good.
42 tribes and UDAs are working with the 2 tribes. That's
And
completely
ODM would not be popular in the Western, and so he thought best to have them open their own other party that will be identified with
If
Western.
that narrative suits you, it's okay. But what I've told you is a fact.
So at least we're in agreement on one thing.
It's okay.
Proceed, Lazarus.
Wekesa, don't argue with Black. You know, Black, their region, they cannot even form a party. They've been fighting year in, year out. And they even brought Sijui what, Mombasa what, they closed, Sijui whatever they close. So when it goes to party matters, Black, keep quiet and get some calls order to take so we can proceed. Ask Mr. Nyumba. I'll give a simple, I want Mr. Nyumba to guide me because I've worked in Naivasha previously. Let me say Naivasha, Nakuru. It can give you a simple random statistic about Azimio now vis-a-vis 2017. If I'm wrong, Mr. Nyumba will correct me. Right now, even if you go to a place like Naivasha, where it was Jubilee and it was Uhuru Ruto, you're guaranteed in a statistic of 100 people, you will get 25 people supporting Azimio. Mr. Nyumba, am I right or wrong?
You are right.
Which was not the case initially. If you go further, if you do statistics of 1,000 people, you will get 300 people supporting Azimio. So these things change, dynamic change, like Wekesa say, day in, day out. But one thing I want to say, on both coalitions, I think there is no honesty. So we should not come here and say the other side. I said it yesterday. The other side believe they are always as holy than thou. Right now, they believe there is house, there is noise in Azimio house because Kalonzo was jumping the gun, he was making press conference. Right now, you can see your guy slapping people in Karen. He keep on even slapping people with their certificates. And that is democracy to you guys. No one wants to talk about it. If you bring corruption now, even Julia brought about corruption now, the only point of reference for Raila is molasses. And that one will always make them jump very high about molasses. And this molasses, I come from those areas. We don't even know where it is situated. So the only thing I'm saying, there's no, how do I call it? Let me go Themba. If you cannot be in a party, take a walk. Take a walk. Because we are really dwelling on issues of nullification, democracy. Right today we are okay. As much as we don't have much about today issue about the parties, but we must agree that among the coalitions, there's one which did better than the other, and I will not mention which one. But if we can invest our membership and financial support to parties, we can achieve more than this. I'll answer something G said when I was still offside. He said, ODM is more popular in Kiambu than Jubilee. I think that is blackmail. It is blackmail, and that is the blackmail they did when the other time people were saying, let us punish someone to go to Bondo. The same devil which was sent to Bondo is now running the show with the same guy who wanted to send him away. So let us not vote always by saying we are going to punish someone. Let us vote based on ideology. If a member has a good ideology, let us vote for that person. Because either way, the answers may be the same. Nairobi, we voted for Sonko. It was not Democrat. It was not, how do you call them? Consensus. Themba, you call it in a boardroom consensus. Sonko was not a boardroom consensus appointee. But what is the result like? It was drama Monday, drama Tuesday. So you can choose someone through consensus, you get a good result. You can go through universal suffrage, you get the same product. So it is us to know what kind of a person we want. I think I don't have much to say. The rest I can contribute later. Black, you have a question?
Thank you, Lazarus. Until you are asking for questions, Black has no question. Black he only asks questions when he wants to irritate.
I have a concern, not a question.
There's a concern from Wakasa. Yes, Wakasa.
Yeah, Lazarus, I don't know whether you are the one who resurrected or a different one, but when you take this tangent of blacks that in both sides there is no democracy, what do you mean? I think it's good just to state that these are the issues. Issues in U.D.A. Me, I don't like those generalities that in both sides. You see, these guys have always been using that to run away from solving problems. They will come here and tell us, who is not corrupt? Who can meet the chapter 6 of the Constitution? Nobody. So they want us now to agree that nobody meets the chapter 6 of the Constitution. Let's not talk about corruption. Actually, let's just list issues. If you have issues with the ODM, say, I think for me, in the ODM, the way they handled the ABCD is not right. In U.D.A, the way they handled ABCD, so that it's not general, that in all sides. I identify issues, and that is okay for me.
I'll answer you, Ekesa. Thanks for bringing that from that dimension. Now, quick one. I want to remember what was said by our party leader for U.D.A, because our party leader is a Kenyan, not my party leader, but our party leader being a Kenyan. He told us prior to nomination, they have over 39 people to oversee elections, and he's going to teach the entire nation how it is being done. I will compare that with U.D.A, with ODM, because you've said I give comparisons and I compare and contrast. I will give, in a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give ODM for what they tried to do an 8, because they tried to do what was supposed to be done. If Black has a different opinion, he will talk about it later. What I'm saying, what I meant by both sides of the story, coalitions not being fair, it's both sides didn't handle in terms of nomination in a smooth way, because it left, you see, like you had someone ask a question, what is the point of 6 people paying their fee with in mind they're going to contest in the ballot, then along the way only one person is being called and being given a certificate. I found that to be unfair on both coalitions. If you already
let me ask you, have you ever applied for a job?
Well,
admission
yes.
to a school. All of you guys pay the admission fee.
I agree, okay, so we do.
And only successful candidate. Maybe it depends whether they told you admission is non-refundable. So we need to agree. Is it refundable or non-refundable?
Wekesa.
The fact that you have paid admission fee does not in any way stop the administration from choosing the best candidate. We need to agree on that.
Well, okay, so what you are not telling Lazarus is this: there's a very interesting word you are using, and it is not fair. There's nothing like fairness in politics.
Yes.
The term that is used is about justice, you know. So was it because that one, justice is about law, fairness is about how someone feels. So when you start saying was it fair, you should even ask those who are saying that now they have been defeated in nomination and they are now going independent. Is that fair? So there's nothing like fairness in politics. You don't talk about fairness. You talk about was the legal and constitutional requirements of that, was it used, adhered to? That's what you talk about. When you talk about fairness, you throw everything away. Now you are becoming emotional when you start looking about fairness. So you are feeling the emotion of a candidate who has lost, and losing is normal in politics. You will go, there will be a winner, there will be a loser. And so when you start talking about fairness, you are becoming emotional in issues that you shouldn't be emotional about. The candidate is crying because they had prepared their people and their family that once I get this thing, you will be. Right now there are people who have already been they have been lined up. Kuna dereva tayari ameshaajiriwa, nikipata hivi wewe utakuwa dereva wangu, nikipata hivi wewe utakuja kufanya parliament kwa nini fulani. So these people have promised people jobs. So the crying is not because of how much they're not going to serve you. The crying is how much they'd promised so many people certain kind of work, and those people are not going to do. So mambo ya fairness weka kando.
Then you have mentioned something about jobs. You have reminded me something I had commented on. I think we are having a problem in Africa where when you go to, right now, you come together to form a government. Already you have demanded 30% of the government.
Okay, Wekesa, just a second. Now, I'm being told by Selina Sego that she's with our incoming deputy president.
Yes, I've seen her with Mother Karua.
Yeah, she's saying they are with her now. Let me give her the link so that we see if they can join in and we listen to our incoming deputy president. Okay,
she's called Iron Lady, my friend.
Just go on.
Yeah, I was saying, I was just remembering when Joe Biden was running for president. You see, Hillary Clinton put her all weight behind him. Bernie Sanders put weight behind Joe Biden. None of them got anything from that government. Nobody even was appointed to cabinet. But there's a problem in Africa. Someone comes with a few votes and he says, I want 30% of your government. And this is what is making our governments don't work, because everybody is coming with demands. In party, 7 ministers, 6 PSS, how many, even MC, you demand even MCA nominations. So literally, we have a conglomeration of a government that is amorphous, that it cannot work because it's being pulled by different interest parties. I wish when we throw our weight to a candidate, we also give them a discretion to choose the government. Of course, if you are assuming you are a Kalonzo, there's no way Raila can appoint a government without the Kamba nation. Assuming you are...
All right. Hold on.
Hey, hi.
Hi,
Hi.
Selena. How are you?
Wekesa.
Yes.
I'm with the deputy president here in Washington, D.C.
Yes. Hi, Mother Karua. Iron Lady.
Hi.
Hello, Matakarua. Hello.
Can you see the
Yes.
delegation from Kenya? We are receiving our deputy president.
Yes.
Yeah, we are in Swahili village. We are
Yeah.
promoting one of us.
Yes.
So, and tomorrow is the big function. So all these are Kenyans. So we are still waiting for more to come. So we are well. Tell Kenyans that we are ready to take over.
I wish I could ask her questions. I wish you could ask her questions.
2 seconds to say hi. Give her 2 seconds to say hi.
Let her say hi to us in person.
Selena, can she address us? I think she has gone to sit down.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, they are like now. You can talk. You can say hi to them. They are like
that is called Balozi. Balozi, how are you?
You can talk. They hear you.
Habari zenu wananchi.
Balozi,
Nzuri sana.
Balozi of Mwenga, how are you?
We have people from all over, like diaspora, England.
Dallas is well represented as well.
Dallas is there. We have Newcastle.
That is it.
And see what? Most of them are PCs.
Yeah. Salimieni Mtembei TV hapa.
Mtembei TV.
Yeah, we are alive.
Mtembei TV.
Yeah. They are really, actually, they are very good. A lot of people are listening. Every Friday, we have Kikuyu. We had to create a Kikuyu forum because we knew something is, yes.
You have a headpiece. What?
Balozi, how are you? That is the incoming.
So we can communicate.
Okay, that's the incoming MP for Bomachoge. Is it? I don't know where.
It is. I think Bobasi.
Yeah, Bobasi.
Is it Bobasi?
Not Bobasi. It's I don't know.
Is it on?
Okay, let's mute.
So as we connect, we go through.
How do you connect?
You cannot do nothing if you connect by itself. Oh, you should
No, this is not Kimagendi. Okay, let's hope they come on. I think they're trying to connect.
Is it on?
Yes, we can hear you, Selena.
No.
Selena, we can hear you.
Disconnected.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Do you hear them?
Yes, we can hear you, Selena. Selena, we can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear us. That's what happens when you're using Bluetooth.
Hey, Temba, let me go out and then come back so that people want to hear you guys talking, so they need to use the Bluetooth. So let me get...
Awesome. Okay, Wekesa, you are saying something.
Themba, before Wekesa aongee, we want to hear Mother Karua. Hebu tuambie Selina hivyo.
And for the heaven's sake,
Yeah, let them connect
Mwenye
first.
amedanganya Martha Karua atakuwa
We'll ask
vice president ako na shida.
Yeah.
Mwenye anadanganya Martha
Hi,
Karua
Mother
atakuwa vice president ako
Karua.
na shida.
Hi,
Mungu
Selina.
amwombee.
Atakuwa na shida gani? Nani
Okay.
anasema hivyo?
No, relax. Hiyo ni jini.
It is
Okay,
too
can you
bad.
hear us now?
I think the battery is low.
Yeah, the Bluetooth labda imeisha ni.
Do you? Yeah, you have somewhere to charge it? Yeah, we wanted to use in
Now, how comes we can hear them, but they can't hear us?
It's the Bluetooth thing, it's a noisy place where they
Oh,
are.
yeah.
So they are trying to put the Bluetooth so that we can communicate. But I think we can let them sort it out and then they'll get back to us.
Yeah, when they are
They
ready,
should
we will.
probably use earphones. They should try and find earphones. Tell her to find earphones.
Yeah. Mr. Kamau, what is it? I just wanted to add my voice on the issue of nomination and the reason why they are messy. Mr. Nyomba here even told us that he once vied in his area to become, I think, an MP. But what he didn't know is that sometimes it's not about the money you invest. It's not even about the way you want to approach the election. The honesty is about the people who matter in that nomination. Because in this nomination, if the RO was in your pocket, either side, then you are as good as, and that is why I agree with them, but that there's nothing like fairness in nomination. Fairness will never be there, because if you're looking to be fair and please everybody, it's not going to happen. I just wanted to add that voice so that people know it is those who count the votes that matter, not the people you think will vote for you.
Thank you.
Selina, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
This funeral
Selina, can you
is
hear us?
definitely going to disrupt this whole program.
Okay.
Because Baba has to be there.
I think they are not ready. Now, Wekesa, you are saying something before Mr. Kamoke.
Yeah, I was just provoking us even to think as we are having these coalition talks and arrangements for African nations to progress, we need to go beyond what we have been doing. Because this idea is not helping us at all, where we have people who have come together and the focus is to share power, not to serve wananchi. Because when you see other nations, people actually ganging up against or working together towards achieving to see that one candidate is in power, their aim is not that they will get some kickbacks, that they will get some position to dish out, but their aim is to have the right person on the right seat so that the nation can be driven in the right direction. So this idea of sisi tumepewa 40%, and actually a friend of mine almost abused me on social media when I was just supporting Igade. And for him, he thinks because Wekesa is a lawyer, he must support Tim Wanyonyi. I told him personally, I'm even in this campaign because of one person, Raila Odinga. The rest, the lineup can be rearranged in any way. My focus was to have the right person at the top seat. So these other ones, I have no even emotional attachment with them. But you are a lawyer, you need to see the way he's losing the lawyer votes. Who told you? I'm here, Luya, and I've not even been moved. So who told you that the Luya votes are always somewhere there when you do something like this and then they get scattered? Sometimes these are on extended imaginations. That when I do something today, Themba, because it's a Luo, you see, you are tampering with the Luo. Maybe he's not even thinking that line. Julia is not thinking in the line of the Mount Kenya or whatever. I think what we need to have agreed is that Igathe is a brilliant guy. And for a long time, we have had to geges in the city hall. And they have messed up our city management. Maybe we bring somebody from the corporate world with the experience of running companies successfully to bring that prowess. But immediately we start now sisi Waluya tunapata nini kama nyinyi msichukue hii chukua hii. Now we end up with an amorphous government that doesn't work. If we bring, yes, we may have that tribal arithmetic to get the votes, but if you have tribal arithmetic to put leaders up there, they will not fit into each other and perform. And that's where my problem is. We need to balance this discussion as we do these nominations and consensus building and agreements and coalition and collusions.
Thank you, Wekesa. But you realize, Wekesa, the problem is much deeper than that. When you leave the national level where you're talking about balancing at the national level, in the counties, they are equally doing the same. County politics, when you're looking for, say, the governor, you're saying the governor comes from which clan, the deputy comes from which clan, which clan has the highest number of whatever. So the problem is much deeper and entrenched. And because we are Wekesa, as you're saying, we are
just a minute, Demba. Selina, you might have to get out and then come back. Your device is not connecting, it's not picking the mic, so you may not come to the studio. So you have to leave and then come back. Proceed.
Yeah, so we are having hang-ups from the KANU days. You know, KANU days, the presidency was everything. So we are probably still within that transitional period where we are coming out from the idea that presidency up there is not everything, and county governments are supposed to be much stronger than even the national government. And then, of course, it goes on down like that. So that is our problem right now. So as you're saying, our discourse is going to be wider, and it's going to be far more stretched than what we are able to to comprehend right now. So I figure out, maybe as we keep on moving and as we keep having this discussion, maybe a time will come when Kenyans will start appreciating that we are in a new constitutional dispensation. And when you're in a new constitutional dispensation, it means that therefore we have national government and county governments which are supposed to be stronger. And the people are supposed to be the ones who have more voice than the leaders themselves. That hasn't still sunk up to right now. But we are hoping, as we keep having this discourse, as people keep having this conversation, we keep creating the awareness and the sensitization that the constitution gives the people and the counties far more power than they are actually exercising right now. And therefore, politics should be organized from the ground, not up, down, but down, up. We should organize politics from down, up, not up, down. Not we should think about the qualities of a leader, then we put a person. Not put a person, then we look for qualities of leadership in them. Look at all the political parties we have seen. You put a person. I want to say, for example, without necessarily hurting Black, is my guy. You pick Ruto, and then from there you start looking for qualities of leadership in Ruto, and you make sure that he fits into it. So you start looking for things that makes him fit instead of first of all saying, these are the qualities we need in a leader. And then now we go out looking for the person who fits those qualities. So we need to start changing the way we look for leaders. And right now, even when you see us talking, we are saying that so and so should be given the certificate simply because they paid their money, they campaigned. Now, that shouldn't be the only reason why that person should have the certificate and run. We should be having qualities of leadership. And then now we say, does this person, because paying for a certificate and campaigning are personal efforts towards getting a particular seat. Those are not us involved. Us involved is us sitting down and putting down qualities that we want and the things we want from a leader. Then now we start looking at them. Does this person fit? If you lose your certificate that you paid for, if you campaigned for 7, those are of course the things you need to do. It's like paying someone for taking care of their child. You went, you got a child, you have taken care of that child. You shouldn't demand to be paid for that. You see, take care of your child. You got the child. You see, so the things you do because of your choice, now you want the people to take care of you. I don't think we should be saying that huyu jamaa amefanya kazi sana kwa sababu alilipa nomination fee na campaign for 3 months. Alikuwa anatafuta kazi. There's no person, employer who pays you for looking for that job. You are paid for work done. So we need to take it back and start the conversation from where it should be starting. It should be starting from the people. Do the people know the quality of leaders they want? What do they put first? Is it the qualities, then the person, or the person, then the qualities? And unfortunately, we are putting the people, then we squeeze the qualities out of them, even when they're not there. I want to bring in Black because he had not given any submission, so that he gives a submission.
Hello everybody in the panel and the ones watching us. Amjambo jamaa. Sasa I would like to begin with a tribute to Kibaki. I don't know if I'm clear venye naongea kwa sauti, mnanisikia vizuri ama? Good. Well, Kibaki did well. Like Temba said before, I mean, we never speak ill of a person who was when ametuacha. Kulingana na mila zetu za Kiafrika, that is not right. So, but nevertheless, Kibaki had more good in his administration than the wrongs. So I'll go ahead and focus on the good. During Kibaki's time, I mean, he did well because he introduced the CDF at the time for the first time, which ilisaidia sana kwa watu maskini, especially kwa kufund bursaries kwa waliokuwa hawezi kujipeleka shule. They managed to at least afford education. And then as well during Kibaki's time, I can say hata kama Julia alikuwa anakataa na wengine nilikuwa nasikia wanakataa, like trying to compare Kibaki and Ruto would be wrong. But in a way, I would say that yes, I can compare what Ruto stands for in the agenda which he is pushing right now, not what he's been or what is portrayed to have been. What he's pushing for right now in his presidency, once he takes over, kind of mirrors what Kibaki did. Because I was watching Mudi Awori's interview, and Mudi Awori, the former vice president to the late President Kibaki, and he said that Kibaki always told him that a nation is judged by how it treats its least of its people. The way ambao wanaangalia watu wa chini, unaona. And when we look at that, I believe it's the same agenda that Ruto is pushing for the people at the bottom. No. It's during his time that even the border came in. As much as niliona kuna watu wanasema eti boda ni kazi gani, kwani hii ni kazi gani ya kupeana vijana, but hey, I think for anybody who has ever lived or at least experienced poverty, they'd never utter such words za kusema eti boda ni nini. Boda issued a lifeline to the people that were jobless, to the poor, such that they had something to do day to day in that would provide a meal on their table. that could be able to afford them to purchase the most basic commodities and place it on the table without waiting for handouts. No. It's the same border borders that came in and offered an alternative means of transport that was cheaper in comparison to the taxis that were there before Kibaki. Because before Kibaki, during Moi's time, it was either you take the bus or you take a taxi. No. But during Kibaki's time, the border borders zilipoanza kuingia, that's when alternative cheaper means of transport came in. So see, even it improved the quality of life of even the lower class people. Sorry to use the word class, the people in the lower end of the pyramid, that they could travel from point A to point B without necessarily walking, just because they could not afford to take taxis. I mean, in case of emergencies. No. So, and when you look at what Ruto has been so far right now in his campaigns, going through from the time he started with the UDA campaigns, he was all about with the border and the mama mbogas. So I would relate that to similarly to what Kibaki was for, because also just before that, we should also realize that ukitaja neno Kibaki, the name Kibaki is synonymous with economic. I mean, the economy of Kenya, the way it improved during his time. The money was in abundance in the people in the pockets of people. Some would say that inflation ilitokea. Yes, it happened in some sort, but they also curbed it. But what it did was it sparked economic growth, whereby now people now could be able to afford things like the border to start a business. Sorry to use that again. More businesses sprawled up, and at the time, if you could realize, is when now buildings nyingi, because watu wengi walikuwa wanafanya construction sana za kujenga manyumba during Kibaki's time. Now Juliet was trying to say that, sorry, nitaingiza tena Juliet hapa, that it's because of Jirongo and Ruto that inflation ilienda juu because of the 500 shillings notes. So let me tell you something, Julia. I'm sure you're listening to me. First of all, Ruto was working under Jirongo, working for Jirongo. Alikuwa mtu wa mkono. Mtu akiwa mtu wa mkono, kama vile kiungo, kuna mkono na kuna kichwa, but unajua kichwa ndio inapanga kila kitu. Unaona? So kama unasema unataka kuwekelea Ruto kwamba ndo alihusika kwa mambo ya ile 500 shillings notes, unasahau kwamba kichwa ilikuwa Jirongo. You can as well say that hizi shida zote ambazo tunapitia sasa hivi, manake kichwa ni Uhuru, ina maana yani shida zote basi ni Antonani huyu Super CS Matiang'i, because he's the Super CS taking charge of all the other CS. Is he the cause of it? No, he's not the cause of it. So just moving forward, what I can tell you is that even during Kibaki's time, ilibidi at some point the central bank will increase the supply of the currencies in the economy, ndio kuspark economic growth. But as inflation was just about to take over, what they did is they decreased the cash required by commercial banks to deposit in central banks. Manake kila bank before you operate and ikiwa ina operate, they must deposit some amount of cash, a percentage of cash in relation to the deposits that they have in both foreign deposits and local deposits in total that they have in their banks. No. So that in case of anything, that would serve as a security to cater for any problems that would arise, maybe bankruptcy or some things like that. So they decreased that requirement up to 5.25%. So when they did that, Julia, the central bank at the same time reduced or rather constrained the supply of money in the market, such that walipofinyilia ile supply of money in circulation in the market, it created a demand because there was slightly less money available. But at the same time, by the fact that they had reduced the percentage of the cash reserves required by commercial banks to put in to deposit in the central banks, there was some money in billions that was now left in the hands of banks that they could now lend to people. No. And that's the reason why during Kibaki's time, there were more people that were getting loans ambazo wakajiendeleza kwa biashara zao, and that's how it went for, the country went forward na watu wakajiendeleza kimfuko na kiuchumi. Now, another thing about this Keter story that I've been hearing here, I think people are quick to forget that Keter is by every means you can call, unaweza kumdefine by the word disloyal. In 2018, Keter was, if you can recall, once he was being interviewed in the Kass FM, alisema that Ruto is not the right person to lead this country after Uhuru. Understand? And now you're expecting this same guy now, I don't know what has changed overnight, to come in. He wants to ride with the popularity of U.D.A in the Rift Valley region. Anasema anataka kupitiana hiyo chama, yet yeye ndo mwanzo wa kwanza kujaribu kutukana Ruto. Come on. And then again in 2020, he slammed Ruto for visiting hizi makanisa, kwenda kwa hizi makanisa, sijui kwenda kuonana na the Muslim community, the Hindu community, saying that kwani hana dini. And yet he's forgetting that hata even Raila himself, he has been seen on countless occasions. He spent time with the Muslim community. He spent time with the Hindu community. I mean, as you can see, amejaribu piga vita kwa kila njia. So, and then eventually, he even went as far as daring William Ruto, if we can have an audit lifestyle for everything that he owns and everything that he owned before he got into power in 2013, and right now that he's in power. I mean, who does that? And then it's the same guy that you're expecting him to get a ticket kuingia na chama ya U.D.A mwenye anasimamia presidency. I mean, come on. I mean, let's tuongee facts. There's no you can expect mtu ambaye yuko disloyal kwa party leader, and in this case a presidential aspirant wa ile same party mwenye anataka kusimamia nao, na tena eti apewe ticket ya kusimama na hiyo party. It's impossible. I would not expect the same from the Azimio side, actually. If any man or any woman that would go against the party aspirations of their presidential candidate, I mean, kama ni Raila Odinga, mtu anapinga na mtu yuko ndani ya Azimio, I would expect the same to happen from Azimio. They should kick out that person. Unaona? So I don't see why you'd find it special such that Keter being kicked out inakuwa such a big issue at this point. Now, I mean, going to the KAKAMEGA Business Forum. Well, what DP Ruto discussed with the residents of KAKAMEGA.
To ask you a question before he proceeds, kindly. I have a question for you.
Should I? Okay.
Okay, Black, do you want
before I lose my
you want to be asked a question right now?
Let me finish so that then they can ask me. So itakuwa question and answer session. It's easier that way. Is that okay, Mr. Joben?
Just go on, Black. You finish and then.
Thank you. Thank you. In regards to the KAKAMEGA Business Forum, again, I mean, people are judging Ruto in the wrong way. How am I and why am I saying this? When someone is coming in with his policies as to how he intends to deal with things when he comes into power, you don't quickly start judging him by what his boss has failed. Unaona, yeye ni deputy, ni kama makanga kwa gari. The driver is the one who takes you where he wants you to go. Makanga kupeleki, atasema tu, but at the end of the day, the driver decides how he's going to drive that vehicle. No. So anyhow, going to that point, to the KAKAMEGA Business Forum, DP Ruto promised the people from KAKAMEGA that in his government, they would offer subsidized fertilizer such that it would lower the cost of farming. By lowering the cost of farming, the food will be grown in surplus such that it would create food security in the country. And then at the same time, he appreciated the fact that because it was the residents there were airing their concerns. One aired the concern about their dairy cows. So DP Ruto told them that due to the fact that from that forum aliambiwa kwamba kuna shida ya mbegu za ng'ombe, and so he said that he would try and provide improved breed of dairy cows by bringing in a liquid nitrogen plant next to or within the Kari grounds, which is the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, which they have already agreed with, such that now the AI insemination semens that are currently in Kitale will be brought closer to the people in Kakamega, ndo waweze pia kupata good breeds of their dairy cows such that they can have far much more yields when it comes to milk. Unaona? So again, another thing that he promised was that he even asked Malala to try and source for grounds, to allocate for grounds, such that they could come up with affordable housing. I think this is a scheme that was already also there in the Big Four agenda by President Uhuru and himself. But he decided to also take this to Kakamega, where he said that he plans to have at least 10,000 units of housing in Kakamega once the land is allocated, soon as he gets into office. And this will sort the issue of unemployment, because it takes around 8 people to construct at least one house. So if they're constructing around 10,000 houses, calculate that or multiply that with 8 people per house, that would create jobs for around 80,000 people. So that would sort the issue of unemployment, and it would spur, economic growth. Now,
for how long?
Sorry?
Those houses are constructed for how long, such that you are permanently employed?
Number one, it is believed that you cannot build 10,000 houses in 1 week, for sure, can you? You cannot. Secondly, these people are gonna, for how long? He did not say for how long. He did not say that I'm gonna build 10,000 houses for 100 years or 20,000 years. Point is, he's gonna provide jobs. These jobs are gonna provide an income to these people that are gonna be working there. And these people who are gonna be getting this income, they are expected that they're gonna consume some of their income and save some to start up some business elsewhere, so that they can be self-sufficient.
Just be honest, he's playing catch up on Azimio.
Sorry?
This guy is doing a PR banner. This guy is doing a lecture and PR service here.
Listen, Mr. Lazarus, I think when you were speaking, when you were speaking, at least I had the courtesy of listening, and once you finish, then I asked the questions. So similarly, I've just said, let me finish speaking, then you ask me the questions. Why is it that you want to?
But he should not take advantage to retell the whole story.
You want me to lose my trail of thoughts?
Lazarus, you are heckling.
No, what we are saying, Black.
You should stop lecturing us, but you're supposed to give points.
To retell the whole rally.
Okay, hold on, good people. You know, I have to protect Black. You know, we did not need to heckle that. Let's just allow Black. You should be finishing hata wewe. Unaona, umechukua muda mrefu, and the more
wanajaribu kunipoteza trail of thoughts.
Relax. You know, you will have, tuko na wewe hapa mpaka usiku jioni, so unatoa tu point moja, unawacha tunakuuliza maswali tena, baadaye utakuja utoe point nyingine. Usitoe kila kitu saizi. Hata hiyo umetoa imetosha tu, hiyo nyingine siwache, utatoa saa zingine. Wacha tukuuliza maswali kwa hayo, alafu utarudia kutoa hizo zingine. Okay, sawa. So wacha tuanze na
sana namalizia.
Si wacha
just one point. On the KAKAMEGA forum.
Haya, basi 1 minute.
On the KAKAMEGA forum, he also promised that he would have a talk with KRA such that they would be slightly friendly now wanabiashara wa kutoka huko KAKAMEGA, because unajua KRA has this habit of pronouncing everything as counterfeit. Ndio akapatia mfano akasema, unajua ile ng'ombe ambayo inakupatia maziwa huwezi iua, huwezi kuipiga tena ukaiua, because now KRA inapata ushuru kutoka kwa wananchi. Sasa wananchi ndo kama in this sense ng'ombe yenye anakupatia maziwa sasa is the tax. So huwezi kupiga ukaiua. So again now kukua very harsh on these traders, you are just killing them. You're killing their business. How do you expect to get to earn more in regards to collection of tax? So he said that in his entry into the office of the presidency, he'll try and find a balance in between the KRA, that's the tax collector, and the traders, to find a midpoint in which they can both operate. It becomes a win-win situation for both sides.
Thank you, Black. Now let's start the questions by Joben, alafu Wekesa, then Lazarus, alafu tukuje kwa Kip.
Okay, thank you, Themba and our panelists. First, let me put this to Black concerning the nullification here. Themba, there is something that Black is not understanding.
Ngoja kidogo Joben dakika moja. Wekesa, kuna kitu ulitumiwa na DA on how to block this spam thing, kwa sababu anakuja hapa anasema alikutumia kitu kwa email on how to block this spam.
Nilimreply nikamwambia not okay. Email yake ilikuja ikaandika not found.
Okay. Nitamuelezea tena basi. Haya, continue Joben.
Okay, thank you.
I replied him.
Ile kitu iko, these people, they were in the same chama, and this party was Jubilee. Both the DP and also Keter, when they merge. So their angles, it's not something that I've just started recently. It's something that started a long time ago. When U.D.A was formed, U.D.A was looking for members, and some of the legislators shifted from Jubilee to U.D.A, of which their contribution to Jubilee Party, it was withdrawn to U.D.A Party. Why contribution every month from a legislator, and you know very well that this person, you don't want him within your party, and also to an extent you took also his money for the nomination. These are hypocrites. Why? Because I think if you don't like somebody, like where I come from, my MP is having his own party. I come from Nyanza, Ugenya constituency, and my MP is David Ochieng with MDG. David Ochieng, he was in ODM, and when he started working with the DP, he was thrown from the party, and that's when he formed his party, MDG. And we went through to the election with his party, and he was elected. So why do you receive money from somebody since that duration until last minute for the nomination? Then you are saying this person is not good for you because it's like somehow he's a mole. Can you answer that question, Black?
Should I answer one at a time, or can I answer all at once?
Just wait. They ask all of them, and then we'll come to you.
Yes,
Wekesa, what was the question?
Easier that way.
Okay, Blacks alikuwa amesema story ya new houses, and he said they are it's going to sort out issue to do with employment, whether he makes them 10,000 houses. First of all, that's a temporal engagement for that youth, so don't call it employment. It's just a temporal engagement, such that when the project is over, they are back to their own old ways. Two, Blacks talked about transfer of is it nitrogen from Kitale to Kakamega. I haven't seen, but when I look at what is happening in Kakamega, most of the guys are doing subsistence farming. They are not doing dairy on large scale. So I don't think they need a whole plant of sperm bank in Kakamega. And even if it was there, for me, I don't think it's kind of creating something like an employment or a solution to farmers who can still get the same sperm banks from Kitale. Kitale to Kakamega is not very far. And that is something that you engage once in a while, not like daily, unless you have a herd of cattle, which I'm not seeing in Kakamega as being practiced. Most of the farmers are subsistence. Or did he say that he's going to change the mode of animal husbandry in Kakamega to large scale, such that they will be producing, they'll be having a lot of dairy animals, then we come up with a milk plant. I think for me, okay, that could be more substantial than just creating a sperm bank for a few subsistence farming. Most farmers own 1, 2, 3 cattle. Yeah, so I don't see its value a lot. And then there's this thing that I have to bring out blacks. And this is about the promises and promises and promises of DP. In fact, most of the time when DP talks, we don't listen to him because it is the same old choruses that he likes singing. Today he will promise this, tomorrow he promises, and he forgets that he promised something else. He comes and adds another litany of promises, thinking that this is okay. He has perfected his eloquence and persuasive skills, but when you go and check on in terms of implementation from 2013, the things he has been promising Kenyans and the record of the things Ruto has implemented is almost zero. And his followers have been led to believe that whatever Ruto has been promising cannot be implemented now because Matiang'i is in power. So when Ruto himself gets in power, that is when he will implement all these things he has been saying about. And a constitutional office like the Deputy President's office is so powerful. If an MCA are having things done on the ground, if an MP is having things done on the ground, senators, women rep, but a deputy president is waiting to be president to have things done on the ground, then that's a big problem. So tell us, apart from the myriad promises he has made to us, how will his character change when he becomes president? Because when he's deputy president, we have already disqualified him and he doesn't need a promotion.
Okay, thank you. Lazarus?
Thanks, Uthemba.
Lazarus, uache hasira.
I'm good.
Kwa siasa usiweke hasira.
See, one thing I don't take is why people lie on behalf of others. Lying on someone's behalf is what is wrong.
Lying is not a legal term.
No. Yeah, that is what I'm using. I'm not withdrawing that word. You don't need to lie on someone's behalf. Just lie on your own behalf.
Lying is not a legal term.
Now, Mr. Black, I'll ask you one. I have 3 questions for you. Actually, there are 5, but I'll summarize the rest on my time for contribution. I'll ask
Please
you
avoid using the word lies.
Okay. Don't account for someone. Let me withdraw that word. Don't report on someone's behalf. Let me be fair to you. I'll ask you.
But you see, Lazarus, you are giving a rule that even you cannot implement. When you say that do not count in behalf of some, we are here on behalf of our political leaders. So
Fine.
differ with him, differ with his misrepresentation of what you think is the fact. Yes.
Let us not misrepresent someone. Is that fair now? Mr. Black, I'll ask you very precise question about KAKAMEGA function now. Why now? That is one question I'll ask you about. Why now? Correct? More so about DP telling us about housing, about the semen.
It happened to all of us, don't worry.
Come again?
That happens to all of us. It was just a little click of the button by mistake.
Okay, no problem. So, Mr. Black, I'm just suspicious. Why now? And why lie that it will be done yet? I wanted to give that in reference to what DP said, and this is what he did in Eldoret. In early 2014, 2013, thereabout, DP went to Eldoret and opened a fertilizer factory. He launched a factory for fertilizer. If I'm wrong, put me correct. Did it take off?
No, that any factory he opens is next to his farms.
Yes, I'm bringing him to speed.
Yeah. Whoa, that's a bad thing.
This was done in his own home in Eldoret.
Yes,
what is the guarantee?
Pyrethrum. Oh, that has hurt a lot of people, actually.
DP himself, when he was in the first term, he went there and launched a factory for fertilizers and promised all the farmers in the Wasingishu belt that this thing is going to subsidize everything. As we speak to date, the plague is still there the way it was done. He was in power for the first 5 years, where he claimed in the US they are budgeting for 100 billion every year for corruption. Did he not push for this 100 billion to facilitate the construction of this fertilizer farm? The same person you are telling us about, you're talking about the parties, how people should operate. When ODM wanted to suspend Aisha Jumwa for joining Jubilee, did the Ruto wing not the one supported Aisha Jumwa? Right now, you guys feel it is bad. You see, what is happening, as Demba said, when it is being done to someone else, it is fine. Aisha Jumwa grew on because he was supported by Jubilee. But I'm happy the new constitution about political party amendment bill suspends that kind of character. So let us just be fair. When you want to tell us about what is going to be done to the Western people, even us, he has promised us in Nyanza what he was to do to her. He has not done it. So there's nothing he will do to Western. He's been camping in Western since 2013. Every weekend he's been there. So there's nothing he will tell us new about Ruto telling us about Western Kenya. That is political gimmick. Is looking for votes like Raila and Mwalimu Dida can as well do there. But in the whole honesty, is not honest of what he's saying. Mudavadi has been there with him as the DP. If the road going to Mudavadi's home is never been tarmacked since independence. Ask Wekesa is here on this platform. When he was a DP, his road leading to his home has not been tarmacked. So why now? Why now? That is my question to you. And do you think it is genuine? My brother.
Okay, wacha tusikie Kip alafu Black unakaa ulisema vitu mingi. Wacha tusikie Kip. Kip, what did you want to say?
Yes, Stemba nitakusalamia baadaye.
Nisalimie kwanza Kip bana. Kip nisalimie.
Hiding bro. Habari ya US. Unaenda kuona baba?
US, you don't ask people habari ya US. Ukiona mtu anauliza habari ya US, huyo ni niulize habari ya Texas.
How is Texas?
Huyu ni moli ya UDA hazienda kwenye Raila ako.
Si alienda Texas kwa sababu the color of Texas is orange.
Can you ask Black questions? Uko na uchokozi hapo. Wewe na Lazarus mmetumwa.
No. So first of all, I don't know, sometimes Black makes some good points, and I'll rebut a bit of what Wekesa said. It is important what he's promised, but just nasikianga deputy akisema it's all lies. Ukiona akifanya his lies, but what he's talking about, if he was to bring development in Kakamega and building those houses, it is good because it's going to bring employment, and that employment will bring skills for future for those people, and it'll be taken to other counties. So I'd like to rebut that part. But the one question I wanted to ask Black is just the question that Lazarus asked: why now? Isn't it just what Ruto has been doing, which is copying what Azimio has been doing? Because ukiona Azimio started its campaign early this year, but before that, before Azimio's actual launch, Raila went around to do these town hall meetings you're talking about. It's just copying what Raila has been doing. He went from region to region and asked questions, asked these regions what they needed, and what parties they had before these parties would join Azimio, and asked, okay, this is the party in Pokot, do you guys want to join, and what are the needs of this party? Hata alienda back akakuja hapa kwetu akauliza, and he asked for permission, and he did the same. So mi naona hii ni copycat, and ukiona hii town hall meetings, there are two reasons for it. The first reason is to bring back popularity from Madividi, because he's lost. Amepoteza kabisa. Madividi and Weta have lost, and that is why they wanna circle around Western. Why Western only? If you see DP's campaigns or town halls, sasa itakuwa town halls sasa. It's just Central and enda Western. Central and enda Western. And finally, it's just to talk about. Now I'll talk about that later, but I just wanted to, so that you don't have too many questions. It's why is he doing it now? The reason why is he's copying Azimio's book, and he's got nothing to do, because these are things you should have started 4 years ago when he started these rooftops things. Angenda angeuliza hizo town hall meetings, na uliza watu, why now?
Okay, thank you. Black, I want to answer one for you. In politics, there's never too late to do anything, and there's never copy pasting in politics. Whatever you can do to win votes, even if you are doing exactly what your opponent is doing, you can do it. So
you're a mole.
I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. So Black, that one, why now? That one is a big question. Everybody's in it to win. So even if we can go back and do what Baba had done, there's no problem in that. Yeah. So answer the rest, the others. Why now?
I told you he's a mole.
No, I mean he's just like we agreed before. I mean,
walikuja hapa na mnaona hiyo barabara sasa imeanza, si ni kweli? Tuko pamoja bado? Bas, contractor tayari, we have awarded, tumepatiana kandarasi kwa muungwana mmoja, na hivi karibuni atakuwa hapa.
That is Western for you. He's telling the Western people that have done this road, have done this, and they are telling him, no.
Bado.
Wekeza hiyo umetoa wapi? Wekeza hiyo umetoa wapi? Hiyo hata Black hata sema kitu. Black hiyo ni
madharau bana. Umeweka chani hapo bana.
Yes.
Yesterday, the day before yesterday, he was in a CO port. He lied to people. There's a road he has done. It has been done, and it has never been done since independent. guys were wondering which road is he referring to.
You see the embarrassment until now. First of all, you see now, and Black now, that is an embarrassment. Anasema hii barabara imeshatengenezwa, akaambiwa bado. Haya, tumepatia Mungwana contract. Why didn't he say tumepatia Mungwana contractor? That is something he just came up with at that point. Which Mungwana? Okay, back to you. Lakini Wekesa, usigonge Black below the belt namna hiyo.
Unajua kitu moja nilikuwa nataka niulize in regards to these video clips ambazo watu wanapost. How is it that also from our end we can be able to be posting those? Because all I see is the Azimio clips that are in favor of Azimio. But from our end, for example, if for example, hypothetically speaking, if I do have a clip, how do I do it?
Share a clip, I will post.
Do you have
Share
any?
A clip,
Okay.
I will post.
Do you have
that's
any?
what I wanted to clarify that. I wanted to find out how to do it.
Do you have?
At this point, no. But at a later stage, yes, I will.
I usually request I send it to Themba or Wekesa and they play it.
Okay.
If it's suitable or like.
Okay, I did.
This platform is free. I'll be honest with you.
Sasa, at least nimejua. Sikujua. It's okay.
Lakini Black.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yani huyo jamaa bado unataka kumtetea?
Of course, bana, huyo ride or die.
Haya, kuna swali unaweza jibu hapo chap ndio niingize Julia. Naona Julia ametoka kwa curtain kwa sababu ya hiyo clip.
Sawa.
Julia
Joben Otieno. Ama Julia kuna swali?
Ngoja kidogo. Julia unasema?
Okay, niko na swali. Black said that something about, okay, just on what people are saying about DP Ruto, that ataongea na KRA and they'll be kind to these people. And then Black talked about counterfeit goods. So ataongea na KRA, ignore counterfeit goods. Or, you know, how he believes in things that kando. I think KRA works with the law. And when tax na rise kwa kila mtu, or they go down for it, it's a law, it's policies. Si ati DP ama Kenyatta ataongea. Hata si DP, even Uhuru cannot tell us ataongea na KRA. They have to sit and decide what tax rates do we need. If do we tutoe value added tax ama tupunguze import tax, or I mean, so he talks that's street language, Mr. Black. It's street language. He's playing around with the minds of Kenyans, and Kenyans now are intelligent. We can't buy that nonsense. Let me call it that nonsensical language. Anasema ataongea na KRA ati they be kind to you. These things, see at kuongea na KRA. I mean, what is wrong with your leader, Mr. Black? So maybe unaweza mtetea. Kwa nini ataongea na KRA ndio tutunue counterfeit goods, ndio Julia akileta gari kutoka Japan asilipe tax. Sasa he's being nice to Julia and he's destroying our economy. So can you talk about that?
Julia, that's a very good question. Na muulize, is he the same person alisema kwamba anateswa kwa government kwa sababu ati yani hii government imemtesa kutoka mtu akitendawili aingie, kuna vitu hazifanyiki. Hizi vitu zinaenda kufanyika kwa government gani? Is it the same government ambayo anasema kwamba kutoka mtu akitendawili atuchokore? Is it the same government anasema watu wake wanasema kwamba Ruto alifukuzwa kwa government? Is it the same government ambayo anasema hawamsikizi?
Na Themba kwa hiyo KRA alisema that is the opening statement ya accept U.D.A nomination. Alisema I'm going to release this nation from state capture, and the first institution to release it from state capture was KRA. So how do you patronize what you're going to release?
And then one of the examples, Mr. Themba, huyu mama wa Kiroka alisema it is not that KRA inamwingilia, is that she's asking them to give her time to pay tax. She's not been paying tax. She accepted that amefanya makosa, lakini anataka kupewa muda wa kulipa hiyo tax. Sasa this is the kind of government DPs try to bring in. If Julia knows him, namwambia, hey, bwana president, niko na magari 3 nataka kuimport. Suongee bwana na KRA nisilipe hii tax, nitalipa after 10 years bwana, nitalipa after 10 years. I mean, Kenyans, is that what Kenyans you are looking for? That kind of village kind of
Lakini Julia, si hiyo example ushaonyeshwa, si alipigia Equity wakapeana 15B, I mean loan ya 15 billion kwenda kutengeza, is it 150 or 15 billion?
Yes, and then Equity said
50 billion.
Yes, Equity said, called who? Equity asked, did he call us? We never called to give loans. There is a process. Sasa jamaa anasema ati nilipiga simu sijui nani apewe loans. I mean, Kenyans, is that the kind of government we want?
Wekesa ameuliza the most important question, Black. At one time, you are saying you want to make sure those independent institutions work without government interference. The next time you are saying, I'm going to be calling them to tell them to do this. So there's interference and non-interference. So what does your candidate stand for? Black, kazi kwako.
Okay, those are very nice questions that everybody asked, I must say. So let me try my best to be brief as much as possible. So with Julia manake ndo umeuliza sahi and ladies first, you asked me mbona sahi eti Ruto kuhusu KRA kwamba hata anaweza kusema kwamba unaweza leta gari hata bila kulipa tax akuachie. No. Ama mtu alete kitu bila kulipa tax. No. What he said was different from what you're trying to say. What he said was this. KRA has been in a tendency of calling everything counterfeit. When we have so many things out there in the supermarket shelves that are made in a particular country, I don't want to mention that is most popular. Ya wale watu wachinku, sitaki kutafutwa na hao watu sababu nimewataja, na unaonanga mara nyingi hizo vitu zao hazikuangi zikilast muda mrefu, but then at the same time ukiona watu wa chini wamejaribu kufanya biashara zao, kuleta vitu vyao kuweza kutrade, tayari mbio zimeshaitwa counterfeit. Unaona, that's what he was trying to say, because what that does is it kills the biashara ya wale watu wa chini kuweza kujikimu at least na ile biashara ndogo kuimport vitu vidogo kutrade navyo, na inapatia upper hand the people that are up there, the elite that can trade in bulk. Yet their products, the products they bring are equally substandard. Yet
Mr. Black, may I disrupt you? I'm sorry. I want you to clarify this. I want you to take us this direction, or maybe you think about it as you talk about it. It is not kuongea na KRA. It is laws that we need that decide what is quality, what is standard goods in this country. So it doesn't have to do with which goods are imported from which country. It is not kuongea na KRA. That's where I want to get you out of from. It is having laws passed in parliament
now
and we decide that we would buy this kind of goods, we want to sell our goods from this, we want to because we can't say kuongea na KRA. That's why I'm saying you're trying to say that if someone is doing a wrong thing and allowing some substandard goods to be imported, DP should also allow us to do the wrong thing and produce substandard goods. Juu zile za Themba zilikuwa substandard, ametoa China, Julia naye atengeneza zake substandard, so that, I mean, both Themba and Julia benefit. That's not the point. The point is, let us have clear laws made to decide. It is not, we don't even need the DP to do that. We need clear laws. I just want you to get you out of that, because every time ukikuuliza swali unarudi pale tu kwa trap. Unajua maneno ya backdoor, maneno ya kuongea. That is the language, Mr. Black, you and your boss have. I'm sorry to say that.
Because it's not answered the original
we
question.
We have to agree on one thing. KRA is a state agency. Is it or is it not?
A state agency which works under the laws of Kenya. It doesn't work under
You've not answered the question. The question was very specific. Is it a state agency or not?
A state agency that works under the laws.
Even added the statement.
I have added works under the laws of Kenya, not under the president or the deputy president, Mr. Black.
Very good. Now, listen, and that's why I don't know, by answering this question itabidi pia nirudi nyuma kwa vitu vingine, of which was pendangi kurudi, tutaonekana kama hapo na repeat.
Rudi
Sasa,
tu, kama ita clear air, please rudi tu.
okay. Do you believe or do you not believe that a president, a sitting president, has influence over policies that can be made over some state agencies? Do they not have influence
Mr.
over
Block,
those?
we don't want rhetoric questions. Explain
It's a
yourself.
simple,
Explain
it's a
yourself
simple
in
question.
point.
Well, a sitting president has influence over some policies, whether new or some to be improved or others to be removed. They
Which
do
has
have
to go through
influence.
the legislator. You're not answering the question.
The thing is, they do have influence. Do you know that most of the things
Mr.
that are
Black,
brought into parliament, when a government is passing the agenda,
Mr. Black,
it is
just
passed
pause
to
there.
it's passed to who to bring
Mr.
it to
Black.
parliament? It comes from the above,
Mr.
goes
Black,
through parliament. Yes, please.
just hold on. You are contradicting what DP has been saying. DP said he'll allow the independent organizations to work independently. Yet, you are asking us if a president or a presidency, they have influence. Yes, they do. But they should not. That is what you are running away from. Are we together? That is what you are running away from. And listen, your candidate has been saying that is where he wants us to come away from. But you are saying he's going back
and Lazarus, let's expand.
You should realize he may have meant certain.
You say
Sorry.
It's not just the president, it's the presidency. In fact, we have had many complaints. People say that most of the time DP making calls for KPLC, which different company to even influence the tenders. So when you are talking about above, don't imagine that above is the president, the whole presidency. And if he's going to remove that state capture, he must first of all remove that character of micromanaging every department. Like kila mahali kitu inaendelea lazima apike simu huko. So guys, if you want us to go deeper, we can go deeper.
And that is why Mr. Wekesa, the DP, anakona hiyo tabia kusema nitaongea na KRA. Unasikia hiyo story yake ya kusema ati nipigia Equity simu. I mean, if you are the president, you'll say, we shall talk with the parliament and pass laws that facilitate our standard goods and all that. That will be the talk. You can't do this street language. Nitaongea na KRA, nitaongea na nini.
Mind you, even your presidential candidate, when he goes out there and speaks to people, he does not say that I will speak to parliament. He says, I will. And that's the language you use to sell yourself to the people. I will do this, I will do this, I will do this and do that. I can go as far as giving you an example.
No, wait, Black. Give me one instance where Baba has said, I will speak with the state agency. One.
It does not necessarily have to mean that he has to mention the word state agency. But
So
I can give you an example of what he said.
He's made policy statement. He has not made action statement that I'm going to speak with KRA. I'm going to speak with this and this. No. And even when he has said something that he's going to speak, he said, I'm going to speak to my friend Uhuru Kenyatta, because as a president, he has never said that personally I'm going to speak with this. He has said nitaongea na rafiki yangu Uhuru Kenyatta. Who is the president of the country? Uhuru Kenyatta. Who is the policy leader? Uhuru Kenyatta.
A good example, when there was a crackdown of motorbikes.
Yeah. Nitaongea na rafiki yangu Uhuru Kenyatta. But he has never said that I'll talk to KRA. That's a state department. Nitaongea na sijui whatever. Those are state departments which handle.
On the contrary, Ruto said, and then kwa police station mchukue hizo motorbikes then. You see, you interfere with all other institutions.
That's anarchy. You can't have a presidential
this problem is coming now. Remember, this problem is stemming from one thing. Ruto opposed BBI, and I'm downloading that clip. Opposed BBI, and he says the laws doesn't matter. We don't need extra laws. When it came to help, he said that you don't need a law to make help. Was it a grant or whatever? So he said, I can write a letter. So that is how he views government. I, the president, can write a letter to KRA. I can write a letter to HELP. I can write a letter to KPLC. He wants everything. It's about him, not laws working. So when he's talking even about releasing institution from state capture, he's the same one who will be writing to DCI, writing to KRA, and they obey his orders. So in one hand, he's telling us
He will not be writing. He'll be calling them, because just the other day he said he
Yes.
called to give a loan. Can you believe it? He
And then
believes
he-
in calling.
And then he'll be sending Farouk to go and implement. We cannot have our parliament.
Guys,
our
you're taking things. Don't take things literally.
Wait, Black. We cannot have our country going back to be ruled the way Moi ruled this country. That one is a no, and we are refusing. Our country is a country of laws. And if you're going to be a president of the country, you have to work with the policy. Give a policy statement. And that policy should be implemented, accompanied by laws made in parliament. And then from there, those are implemented downwards. Give policy statements. Not someone who is coming to tell us, I'm going to call that state thing. I'm going to follow. I'm going to be the one to do those things. No, that is turning our country to want to run it like your own supermarket in your place in Sugoi. This is country Kenya, and our country has to be run by laws. Ruto is still, has not moved away. His mind is so much canunated so that he cannot realize that we are in a new dispensation. He wants to take us back there, Black. And please, you as one, I want to plead with you. There are things you can help your candidate, that even if he has qualities of leadership, let him not take us back to that thing where Moi alikuwa anasimama naita mtu anamwambia umefutwa kazi. We don't want that. Our country has moved away from that. We don't want interference. Wekesa said it. I said we actually discussed that the other time. He says that he wants to be the one to strengthen the judiciary. How do you strengthen the judiciary? It is a constitution. He wants to start interfering with those institutions as a president. Hiyo tumekataa, tutakataa na tutakataa kwa debe tarehe 9. Black, haya ongea sasa.
No, before Mr. Black continues, Mr. Black, if you're going to repeat the same thing, nitaongea na KRA, please don't. The members in the comment section are getting tired with this debate. So if you're going to say that Deputy alisema nitaongea na nitaongea, please don't go there, because that is really tiring.
Don't take everything literal. Don't take everything literal. In politics, not everything is taken literally.
Move on to
By
the
now,
next
you should
question.
understand that.
No, move on to
Now,
the next question. I don't think you're going to answer it.
Okay, fine. Good. Very good. Now, Mr. Wekesa, you are saying that the jobs here kujenga manyumba was temporary. Okay. And that your story spam plant in Kakamega, it is sio mbali. Okay. And that the DP is powerful, he can do everything as he is right now. Okay. Sasa niulize, kuna makosa gani ikitolewa plant ikiletwa karibu na Kakamega kutoka Kitale? That cannot be. I mean, I don't even see how I should answer that question, because ikiwa inaletwa Kitale, huwezi argue eti Kakamega eti Kitale si mbali. Eti Kitale si mbali.
My tagline was,
tunaweza endea, come on.
My tagline was, he was not.
Eti sio kila mtu anafanya dairy. I mean, watu wenye wanaweka dairy cows si wengi. Come on, but there are people that are there that keep dairy cows. So just because you don't keep dairy cows, they should not.
Is not focusing on the things that are transformative in Western. Those are petty issues that can be handled.
How is it petty? Let me
say. Need to promise a whole president to promise that.
No. Listen, what may appear petty to you is not petty to someone else. You know the one thing that we tend to forget, God said to bless pengine tukafika hizi nchi tumefika, that the problems that you used to go through in the past do not exist anymore just because you do not go through them yourself now. There are people down there right now when anapitia wenye wanaona hizo seme zenye unasema hazina maana, eti Kakamega Simba Kitale si mbali, eti wakiletewa karibu.
Wewe acha.
Wacha nimsaidie hapo. Unajua
wacha malize, wacha Black amalize.
Kwa sababu Black
ngoja keep kienyeji. Wewe ni kienyeji gani? Kienyeji
sasa zingine mnamgonga, and he has a good point there, you know.
When you start speaking,
wacha ongea ukweli Temba. Let keep ongea, keep speak whatever. Tupate kila mtu chance ongea.
Kipa nataka kusikia sermon yako na motivational speech. Wacha huyu jamaa.
There are serious agricultural issues in Western that need to be dealt with. DP has not faced that one. He's dealing with things on to create these are they are not the main things. Those are not the main things that are affecting Western.
Okay, sir.
The question
ngoja keep ngoja.
Okay, keep ongea keep.
Black
saying
Black, si uendelee umalize na usi preach tafadhali. Endelea tu.
No, niko najibu swali ya Wekesa.
Wewe umeanza kuambia Wekesa wewe sijui Mungu alitubariki tofauti. Hiyo tunajua.
It's true. No, it's the truth. While answering, unajua kitu alisema ni iko na maana gani? Underline the word maana gani? Kakamega Kitale si mbali na Kakamega ni karibu.
Hold on Black, in the context of politics, not in the context of spiritual realm. Wewe in the context of politics. Sasa wewe itafsiri kwa context ya politics. Ukianza context ya spiritual realm tutapotea. Wewe just ongea siasa na uendelee.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So yeah, I think Wekesa tumemalizana na wewe kuhusu temporary engagement, yeah? Well, would you rather leave them jobless or give them something to keep them occupied for a while something else comes up? Hiyo pesa ambayo ata earn by the time mtu amalize kujenga nyumba, it is expected that at least hata kama wewe umepewa kazi mahali, huwezi kula pesa yote. It is expected that in between you'd find a way to invest that money in something else that could sustain you. So in short, what that job will do, it will provide you some source of capital to start up something else, which they lack now. As much as he said that,
let me tell you this one. I will not keep quiet, Blacks. Sorry? In Western, we have serious industries that have gone down. That needs, I think the conversation should have been there. If you want to have a sustainable job creation, all those industries are closed. You guys are not discussing there. You are coming up with the abstract things.
To be honest, kuhusu hizo industries zinatumia machinery ya mwaka gani? There are losses. The cost of production in those industries.
You know, you're not answering the question properly. Ungesema kwamba that is bringing new skills to Kakamega for building these places.
There are no new skills. Every day houses are being built. Every day houses are being built. The cash or leverage he talked about.
Alafu angesema vile Uhuru amefanya infrastructure development. Yeah, analeta infrastructure development to these new industries, bring a new industry into the county. But this man keeps bringing stories. And another thing is, give us proof that any promise that Ruto has made has been implemented. So that would be the hapo njingekuwa rebuttal ya Wekesa. But you are giving stories about other things. I wish I had that question. You ningesaidiana.
So anyhow, point is we do agree. We do agree that they stand to gain from that. Do we? So I guess I believe there's nothing to gain from that.
And that would have been a good debate.
I don't believe anything from Ruto. And
no, I mean, no, forget Ruto. We are talking about the housing projects.
It's a
Do they stand
hogwash.
to gain or not stand to gain?
It's a hogwash.
Gain, but
Pass,
you see,
pass.
if
You have answered pass.
Mr. Black,
You
I'll
have
take you
answered
back.
pass.
Okay, sir, a minute. I'll take you back to what I asked you initially. Has he done the same housing in Uasin Gishu? You know, you see, has he done that in Eldoret or in Uasin Gishu? You see, we are not supposed to be people being carried in a basket. Then when it is convenient is when you make a statement. Fine, I know there are two competitors, but trying to tell us about semen in Western Kenya, there's no way you'll move semen to Kakamega, yet Kitale is where there's dairy farming going on. Every agricultural thing, there's interest and priority.
And that is my point. That is
Are there people? Are there no dairy farmers in Kakamega?
Kakamega is subsistence farming. Dairy farmers are in Kitale.
Mr. Black, if you don't know Western terrain,
now listen.
No.
You know.
Let me say something. Mr. Black.
Okay, okay, Lazarus.
If you don't understand the terrain, yes. If you don't understand the terrain, fine. Mr. Ruto may have been speaking about that, but if you don't understand that terrain, for example, if you tell me you want to remove dairy farming in Kiambu and take it to Samburu, is it correct statement? If I'll take you back to what you're saying. You cannot tell me you'll remove semen from Kitale to take to Kakamega. Kakamega has different preference. It is sugarcane and others. So whatever he was saying because he had what we call the town hall meetings, trying to make people understand and to confuse them to his normal theatrics. But that is not a preference to Kakamega. It's like telling people in Nyanza, I will remove the fish industry and bring you, how do I call it, viazi to them. And you are doing the opposite of what they should get. So don't misrepresent.
Lazarus and Wekesa, it is also worth noting that easy view to see it in Ruto aliamka akaongea. It was a forum. Watu walikuwa wanapewa microphone, wanasema zile issue, wana address zile issue ambazo wako nazo. Now among them was this, that one lady stood up and asked about the quality of the dairy cow's breed. And that's when now Ruto stood up and gave that answer with whatever I've just said. So this is not something that Ruto woke up, came to Kakamega, stood up and just said it. It was a question and answer. People would address their issues and their concerns, and he would try. If you go back to the video and watch the whole forum, how it unfolded. Watu walikuwa wanajiongea alafu wananinio. Mtu anajiongea alafu anasema.
You want Wekesa to
anyway, let's move forward.
Yes.
Wait, Lazarus. Nataka Wekesa kuwekea hiyo video ya barabara. Because I think
tunaongea business Kakamega business forum.
No, exactly. But Ruto does not. Ruto is very reactive to the question he answers, and he says things to please the audience. If you see what Raila did, wait, please.
Okay.
If you see what Raila did, they did it in the exact same location in London, and you'd see Raila had done his research and andika notes and anasema hii swali inafanya nini, and you can see this man had read on it. So you see, the problem is the suggestions that Uhuru Ruto might have said could not be a problem, might not even be a problem, would be something me and Wekesa being Azimio would be arguing about. Why is someone is like that? It's like, the way Lazarus said that utaleta tilapia wasingishu. Then for me, I'd say, oh, hold on a second. We can make artificial lakes in Wasingi, arguments like that. But when you see Ruto coming up with these ideas, impromptu na hajafanya research, that is what is irritating. Because
you have to know that sisi ndio wakaachi wa Western.
Exactly. So
blacks want to impose it that it's the right wait. It's the right. If us are saying that is not a priority, you need to listen to us. You don't have. You are from coast. You cannot come and impose and say because DP has said it's the right thing. It is us who are saying it's not a priority. And if one person say it in a crowd, let me tell you, when we were doing even BBI sampling issues, There were only issues that were replicated everywhere that were taken into account. You don't take one issue and make it a policy statement. So you cannot say that one lady stood up and then you create a policy based on that. You have to sample and see what are the areas of need, what is the market sentiment, and how are we going to be. So if that is how he reacted to the issue and created the manifesto out of one or two people, I'm sorry to say that he's not serious.
Yeah, he's not
Maybe
done
he
the
would have
research.
collected the views and then afterwards said that out of these views we gathered and the research we have done, I think these are the concrete issues that are facing Western people. But if you have just given them a solution there, you have not even scaled out the scope of the issues they are raising, then that's a big problem.
And also researching the area before you go there. That's another problem I'm seeing. Before Raila went in his initial campaigns for Azimio, Raila actually, you could see this man has studied the area and would know what is good for the people and also ask them what they would need. So even if this lady had raised the issue, he would have tried to justify his answer or something that he had thought about earlier on, or even at siko ubaya kusema ati look into that and come back to you later on. At the end of the day, hata inaonekana watu walikuwa, like I said earlier on in the forum, it looks like these people are coached. These are questions that are pre-made, for them. So Black, I'll be honest with you, mi naweza tetea certain policies.
Let Black finish.
All right, sir.
Richie has been online for long.
About okay, as I conclude, about mambo ya kusema sijui Ruto anapeana promises zenye hata fulfill ama sijui nini. Come on. I mean, it's expected of every presidential aspirant to go and tell their side what they intend to do for their people, right? Even Raila himself, while campaigning in the coastal areas, just during the time when he became the PM, after the skirmishes that happened, I recall he promised, and he has always promised until now, the coastal people, that is going to bring a solution to the land issues that the coastal people have had all the generations, right? And it is good to note that during his time as the Prime Minister, the Minister of Lands during that time was James Orengo. James Orengo is his point man. What solutions did they offer to the coastal people when it comes to the lands? Zero. Or do you know of any that you can tell me that the Ministry of Lands under Orengo?
They have issued land titles with the president.
Titles. I am from the coast myself. Like you were telling me about how things are from Western.
Be
equally
specific.
Now you learn from
which part of coast?
Can you tell me which part that? Can you tell me which area that Raila Odinga through James Orengo substantiate?
No, I'm saying in the handshake they have offered titles.
Listen, let's go back. As the Prime Minister, having his point man as the Minister of Lands, can you substantiate by telling me which area, which region in the Coast Province whereby titles were issued or any issues regarding land was solved?
If you ask me, because I was not prepared for that debate, I can research and come up with.
No, you don't have to research anyway.
Well, you can go and do the research. We are still here. You can do that tomorrow. You can do that tomorrow when you come in. You can come here and tell me which land that Raila during his time.
I can answer your question immediately.
Tell me. Tell me.
Raila was a gagged prime minister. He fired Ruto, and then his decisions have always been overturned. So you cannot tell me that he did not. Yes.
We are talking about James Orengo being the Minister of Lands.
Is that
and Raila being the Prime Minister?
No, but is that Raila?
Raila being the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but is that Raila?
Minister of Lands. And we are sorting issues that fall in the docket of your own point man, James Orengo. And we have not solved them. Not a single one.
None was sorted out. Let's agree.
Exactly. Yes, let's point out a wrong when there's a wrong. I mean, we said that yesterday, we agreed that
Yes, let us accept
if
it's
it's
none.
something, if something is valid, we agree to it. Even you, when you mention something that is valid, and I see to it, yeah, it makes it. I'll say yes, it's true. So in that matter, if
But
okay,
you
fine.
are saying wait, you are saying
Okay, so
that
let
in
us accept.
running away, Skia, he's saying that in running away from what we are saying. So how do we agree that it's right? Because we have asked you issues, instead of answering, you run away and then you go to the course and you want us to
Okay,
accept.
Mr. Wekesa, I can answer him. In 2016, the National Land Commission was formed and Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister. Was that not part of his achievement? And then, Mr. Blue, when we ask you about your candidate, you're running away to another candidate. Why are you doing that? We asked you about your candidate. So can you stop this? I mean, I see it like a sideshow. So I have answered you. In 2016, the National Land Commission was formed. And
then what happened?
Then Prime Minister Raila was Prime Minister. So we can attribute that as part
then
of
what
his
happened?
achievement. So stop telling us that politicians promise this, politicians promise that. Stop saying politicians promise this.
EACC has been formed also. Had also been formed. Have you seen any city? I mean, any
Black, thank you. We will come back to you. Thank you. We will come back to you. We have several other people who haven't given their submissions. Let's hear them and then turudi kwako.
But he has not answered our questions, my friend. Instead of answering our questions, he's diverging.
He will not answer. He will not answer.
If he's going to answer your question, we will be with him here mpaka hii program ishe. And there are people here waiting to talk. And listen, this is what I usually say here. Ask the questions. The person may or may not answer. So do not insist. If you force him to answer, he will behave like his boss, who will say that hiyo barabara ijajengwa, haya tumepeana contractor hapa atajenga. Sasa unataka uambie he doesn't know. So relax. Black is here.
About Keroche. Huh?
Yeah?
Someone was saying something about Keroche.
Awe Black bana, si tumesema ngoja.
Take a break, tutarudi kwako, wacha wengine waongee.
Wacha Richie achangie pia kwanza. Richie amekaa sana bana.
Sasa saizi ndo namfikiria sasa, ile tushaanza kusema hivyo. Wewe ndo nakaa ni mall wa U.D.A hata kuliko mimi. Na Richi Makiadi, karibu.
Alafu mimi after Richi kwa sababu
yeah. Na najua wewe after Richi ya. Ni nini umefanya hapa leo na kwangu umelala? Ni nini unakuja hapa kufanya leo hapa? Makiadi.
Kuja kwanza ni nini mbaya? Occasionally I have to bring kichwa ngumu to you. Kwani ni nini?
Mtu wa kienyeji. Makiadi.
Haya, asanteni sana. Nitawasalimu nyote. Kwanza ningependa tu mute mic zenu so that at least we have some order. Unajua I'm very quiet when everybody else is talking so that wakati ninapeana presentation yangu na mimi siko interrupted. So wacha nikuwe dictator kidogo hapo. So I think
ukisema uongo tutakuinterrupt tu.
Are you done, Lazarus? Can I proceed?
You're trying his patience.
Thank you. You know, people are complaining in the comment section that we are not helping with the debate. I don't know, because we are talking over each other and it creates an echo and people cannot even understand what we are saying. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, But it's a good day. I've been listening to the show since it began in the afternoon. And I've had some wild allegations and rumors being floated here. There's one thing that I really had to take concern of, and it was an allegation or a statement made by our brother here, Mr. Black. He was talking about how Ruto went through the nomination process in a procedural way. Until he was issued with the nomination certificate as the presidential candidate for U.D.A. And so his argument was, why didn't ODM allow Wanjigi to come into the party's nomination process or something like that? I want to tell you, Black, Raila Odinga is not running for president on an ODM ticket. There was no point of Jimmy Wanjigi competing for the presidential ticket with Raila while knowing very well that Raila is going to run under Azimio. So we will not be wasting time with shenanigans and people who are out to cause chaos. Another guy came here by the name of G, my friend, and he said he made so many allegations about the process, nomination process, and the nullification of the young man from Nandi, Alfred Keter. You know, when I see people justifying what happened to Alfred Keter, I feel a bit disturbed, because the nomination is a process. The nomination activity is supposed to be a process. And the end result of the nomination process is the issuance of a certificate or a nomination certificate. If you look at a situation whereby the end result has already been predetermined, then I don't think under earth it's fair for people to allow Alfred Keter to pay for the nomination process, for the nomination fee, to print his posters, to campaign, to have all the mobilization that is supposed to be there for somebody to have, to win on the material day, and finally to have the returning officer issue a certificate, and then a few days after that, to have the party leadership have that certificate revoked. So I think it's unfair to him, and I'm not saying that Azimio is any better. But there's one thing I want to warn people in U.D.A, and generally the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, that if you do business with a conman, then don't complain when you get swindled. We remember in 2017, there was a guy, I even went back to look for his name, called Kevin Okwaro. Kevin Okwaro was a guy from Western Kenya. He ran for nomination on Jubilee ticket and won in Tarbo constituency. He was the only Luya in Tarbo, in the Uasin Gishu county to win on a Jubilee ticket. What happened to him? They revoked his nomination. They had an independent candidate supported by all these leaders, and that independent candidate ended up bagging that seat. Kevin Okwaro has been complaining up to today, and he has never been remedied. So I want to tell you guys, as much as we feel pity for Alfred Keter, Alfred Keter should have been aware that he is dealing with conmen. And so if he got swindled, then next time he should learn who the people he's dealing with. Now, let's look at what is happening in KAKAMEGA with the so-called KAKAMEGA Business Forum. I think the KAKAMEGA Business Forum is a waste of time. It's a waste of time, the precious time of Western people, simply because the deputy president has realized that Western Kenya is not in the bag. And looking at the way Mudavadi and Wetangula have been running around Western Kenya trying to sell the U.D.A and Kenya Kwanza ticket, it shows that people are not resonating with their message. And the way people, the likes of Black and all these guys from U.D.A come and tell us here that Western is already in the bag for Kenya Kwanza Alliance, I want to assure them today that Western Kenya will eat your money. They will come to these meetings and listen to you. But when it comes to their votes, they know what they do with their votes. It happened in 2013 with the Jubilee. Jubilee even had to pay off a 500 million loan for Mumia's sugar company just to try and entice the Luya people. What happened? The second election in 2017, all the returning officers were sleeping on their desks because Raila told Western people, do not vote, and nobody showed up to vote. So whether William Ruto spends 1 week or 1 month in Western Kenya are not people you can throw maize to like chicken. Na wakufuate wakuje kukula mahindi. They are people who will make their decisions. They know what they want. And one thing I can assure you is that Mudavadi and Wetangula, his brother, are not any options for them. I can advise Kenya Kwanza Alliance to go and search for votes in Mount Kenya. That's where they need their votes in biggest numbers so that they can be competitive in the coming election. Finally, I hear people coming here and telling us about statistics. You know, there's a statistics, there's a survey. Yeah.
Makiadi, let's interfere you kitoko. There is Selina who has the US delegation. Let's see whether they are connected or not. Hi, Selina. Hi, Selina. You're on mute. Can you unmute?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yes. How is everything?
Everything is so nice. We are enjoying myself.
You're with our future vice president.
My viewers are saying they need your guests to speak to us.
We are in this Swahili village. I wish we could be in the room. Then I could have given to speak to you guys. But I will see what we can do tomorrow.
Okay.
I know you would like to hear the voice of our vice president.
Yes. Deputy President.
Deputy President, yes.
Kindly create that forum for us, even if it's tomorrow.
That is, we've seen a little clip of her, and we're very excited.
What do you say, Kip?
We are very excited to see our deputy vice president. We saw a small snippet of her, and yeah, we're very happy. We are very, very happy.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay.
Mom, I want you to listen to these people in Kenya. Okay, Kip, you can talk now.
Mheshimiwa, asante sana. We are looking forward. Mheshimiwa, we are very excited to see you in US with the delegation. Asante sana. Hello.
Yeah, we are eating, but the others, she's thankful for us talking about development in Kenya, how we can support Baba, Azimio, the third point agenda, Azimio, and Mama is talking to diaspora. Then she wants us to be actually what are we doing? We send the money, sending money. What are you guys in diaspora up to? What do you want to do? So tomorrow we have a big meeting, and then I will come back to you guys and we'll talk and see what we can do. Otherwise, she's so happy and want us to pray for Kenya.
Yes.
At least that is it for now, but everybody here is happy. I have sent the very TV to everybody here in diaspora so that we can join with the very TV and say our program. I don't have a plate. Hey, my dear, I don't have a plate. So otherwise, watu wanakula ugali.
Sawa sawa.
Tunakwenda kusukuma na ugali. Otherwise, let me listen. I have somebody from Nyamira. Oh, you wanted to listen their own. Yeah, you want tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Part of Africa is represented Moto, Paloso Mwenga, community kutoka Masaba Kisii. Oh God. So tomorrow we will actually be briefing everybody what is going on in diaspora. We had to come out with deputy president to have dinner, and Baba is Baba Mwai Uparanya, Kaliko Stay, and some group. We are going to meet them in the hotel now.
Mama Selina, can I ask you a favor? Mama Selina, can I ask you a favor? Could you connect to Temba or Rekesa to do a live stream for one of your events? We would like to see it. Connect directly from you so that we can see through Tembe. So if you put your camera, then we see what's going on. We'd like to see what's happening there on the ground. We'd really appreciate that.
I think there's poor audio.
Yes, poor audio.
Yeah, we can do that tomorrow. It's okay.
Yes. Yeah, and also if it's possible for her to do a few live stream videos, it would be nice to see directly from the ground. That would be nice.
Yeah, and there's someone who told me that they had blocked this thing of spam. Yeah, Bwansu, you had blocked that thing, Bwana. Can you do the necessary? And by the way, you guys haven't noticed that Mama Selina was looking awesome today.
Very awesome. Kwanza Julia, I feel bad for her because Julia did not have the hat she wanted. Because Mama Selina amepata kofia before her. So
Mama
Julia,
Selina, you look
awesome.
You look awesome. Look at yourself.
But do we say? But do we say?
You're making her shy.
What do we say?
Mama Selina, you look awesome. You look awesome. Usitoke bila huko leo.
Yeah, but hatukusikii sababu ya sauti. There is a problem with your voice, your audio. I think we
Themba anakupatia clue. Usitoke Mansolo.
Hatukusikii Selina. Selina, hatukusikii.
remove your thumb from the mic. Remove your thumb from the mic.
We can't hear you.
Your thumb is on the mic.
Okay, thank you.
I think her thumb is on the mic. That's why we can't hear her.
Yeah.
You see,
so I think Kiadi, you can proceed because
guys, at times, let me say something. At times in life, we must be happy because life is not that too serious. That is why Mama Selina, she's let me not say.
Mpaka Lazarus, you've seen another Mama Selina inakaa
No, we don't have to be serious in life. She's having fun, eh?
That's go, man. That's go. Don't do that.
Hey, Julia, umepata Lazarus. Lazarus ameanza nini? Mate imeanza kudondoka. Lazarus, focus. Mama Selina unafanya Lazarus anashindwa kufocus. Lazarus ameshindwa kufocus.
Mpaka kipara ina sweat.
Oh my God. Lazarus, we understand you.
Julia, wait after your kofia kama ya Mama Selina. You're missing out on the hat. Kofia Raila.
Can Makiadi proceed?
Yes,
yeah, let him proceed because the other guys are
we are sorry. That is called...
Wacha niendelee. Black umeona deputy president wetu. Lineup yetu tayari tumeshatengeneza. Tunangojea uamue kati ya minji kama hatutafunga Rigathi na labda huyu kijana mdogo anaitwa Ndindi Nyoro ni nani utachagua akuwakilishe. You at least ujue line up yako. Already unaona sisi tuna communicate na DP. Line yetu ni tayari complete.
I see.
Umemuona ndio huyo hapo. Next time tutakuleta umuulize maswali.
Makiadi. Umeona Blacks alikuwa ameenda nyuma ya curtain ndio asionekana alikuwa kwa rally ya Azimio.
I would not want to be associated.
They come here by default. They know where their heart is.
Black, you are so afraid. What happened? You disappeared behind the curtain. You didn't want to see our deputy president.
Sitaki ko associated. It's like expecting to see a Manu fan around Arsenal.
But
I mean, you don't do that.
But uanze kuzoea
an Arsenal shirt.
DP yako mapema. Uanze kuzoea DP yako mapema. Uanze kuzoea deputy mapema.
Deputy opposition leader.
No, deputy president.
Black, you should count yourself lucky. You should count yourself lucky. You had the opportunity to share the same platform with the future deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. You are such a fortunate Kenyan. So
I think she was the one who was lucky. She's the one who was lucky to have shared with a stout supporter of the incoming government in the name of Kenya Kwanza.
Let us give Black credit because he's one of the best U.D.A debaters I've ever found here. Who is able to withstand and who is able to contribute evenly among the.
I have nine Azimio. I have 9 Azimio here against one Kenya Kwanza. I mean, we should try and balance this. By the way, let's try and balance.
You guys, you are not understanding Black. Black is saying. The deputy president is lucky is having the next person is in government. You should also understand opposition is part of government.
Richie amekuwa patient sana and I know he's a very patient person.
Sorry, Richie. No, actually, keep. I wanted to
Hold on. Hold on. Keep, wacha kusifu Bakiadi. Hivi ndio watu wanachangwa watu wakienda mbinguni. Ananyamaza hapa, everybody anaongea, yeye anabaki hapo nini. Bakiadi tafadhali ongea.
Hiyo ni Azimio bana.
Usitusomee, ulianza kutusomea.
Pole Bakiadi.
At you know, you're not doing us a favor by being quiet. Remember,
you're supposed to listen to my submission because I have very important things in zitasaidia Black. I wanted to text Mama Selena and mwambia audio yake iko mbaya, lakini I think nitaipatia na connection yake. So
text wote.
Text very good. That's good. Mwambie connection yake hata angetuwekea picha video tuone vice president akikula.
And how come she has been doing well when she's on the shows, or what's going on?
No, she's got her finger on the mic. That's a problem. I mean,
and I think she's also using her Bluetooth. And ndio sasa. Black, angalia vice president wako ndio.
That's how.
Angalia vizuri na usifai kati.
Deputy opposition leader.
Ndio DP wako ndio.
Mr. Black.
Amen.
Tena
Black, why are you taking off?
Once skia na Black kwa hii
I shall not be associated.
I suspect Black is a blogger for U.D.A.
I will not be. I shall not be. I will not be
nataka atolewe kwa payroll.
associated. Associated. I mean, associate myself with anything Azimio except this platform. That's the only place we can share.
Uko Azimio ndani.
Hapo ndani unajua you have how many malls of you UDA?
Black
we have a U.D.A mall here and his name is
we have Temba. U.D.A in Azimio scheme.
Black.
Sasa
mnasalimiwa. Okay, sawa.
Keep ananionyesha sasa nitakuwa
keep mute usikize hizi points ziko nazo hapa. Kusaidia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ongea sasa.
Maybe he's going completely.
Okay, can you mute the mics please? Black. Echo. Okay, thank you. Wacha nimalizie. What were U.D.A wanakuja hapa wakituambia mambo ya statistics? You know, if I was a U.D.A supporter, I would not be very excited for having campaigned for 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. Alafu wakati opinion polls zinatoka, ninakuwa na 46, I don't know, 47 against 41. You know, Black, there's something called margin of error when you read statistics, when you do statistics, there's something called margin of error. And if I tell you that you as my opponent, you are at 44 and I'm at 41, then we are statistically tied. Unfortunately for you guys, mmekuwa mkicampaign kuanzia 2017. And if the statistics are still telling you that even after campaigning and spending such enormous resources in your campaigns for 5 years, you are still under 40, we know the Constitution wants us to have a 50+1. And again, Baba has just started, hata hajaanza campaign, bado anatengeneza maneno yake. Na unaona wamempatia 41%. Last time tulikuwa above, nyinyi hamkuwa mnaongea. This time mmepanda juu, sasa inaonekana sasa ni kesi kubwa sana. So you guys should be worried as we put our house in order. Madam DP umemuona ndio huyo hapo. Wakati tutaweka lineup yetu, basi mtaona moto. Wacha nimalizie hapo.
Thank you so much, Makiadi, for that. Keep mute. Wacha tusiongee tu sasa kiholela holela. It is good to
they will bring back the BBI monster because they want to create an imperial presidency. They want a president who controls the judiciary using the ombudsman. They want a president who controls the legislature using appointments. They want a president who does what he wants or what she wants merely because she has power or he has power or they have influence or they have money. We are telling them that this country is about 50 million Kenyans and we will not accept to go back to the dark days of an imperial president. We are marching forward to a Kenya of shared prosperity by 50 million Kenyans. As they weaponize the KRA, we will do the complete opposite. We will professionalize the KRA, digitize the KRA, and make sure that it collects all the taxes professionally. And the 60% of the taxes that are not collected as VAT, we will make sure that we will create the mechanism, the digital platform, so that we can collect taxes and we don't have to fight Kenyan enterprises and destroy people's businesses.
Aya, keep time yako.
Thank you. Today I think I misbehaved kabisa sana. I think umetupatia liwe sana na Lazarus, which is good. Comment section is on fire. I wanted to bring something controversial today, but I wanted to start on our future deputy president and feel honored that she graced our presence today. And the Black hata ukijificha, there's a little clip of you and her there, so but yeah, combine. But what I wanted to say is when you see when you see Mother Karua in campaigns, you never see anybody wearing NAC colors. And the reason for that is the crowds that she has are very genuine. They're not just people that she's paid off to come and listen to her policies, and she's a lady that takes her time in terms of making decisions. She doesn't make decisions rush. I had a debate about her yesterday with my cousin. She has been ukiona sasa the person that me and my cousin always argue about. She is somebody that commands the respect of senior counsel. She has been a lawyer. She has been a magistrate. I know people say that She was not a judge. But according to me in Kenya, magistrate and judge are the same thing. So count yourselves lucky that if she speaks as, when she speaks as DP, we would be very lucky. Now, you say that, some people say that, oh, we don't want a future headstrong deputy president. There's a difference between a headstrong president that checks the president, but does not show that in public. What we've seen with our DP is he shows, it's the same thing with Kalonzo. That's why I'm really scared of Kalonzo being DP, is there are certain things you do not air out. You can check your boss in private, in boardrooms. You know, there are things, it's like, I'll give you an example. Kuna vitu ambavyo baba na mama watapigana juu ya nyumba, lakini watoto wataona, which is very important. So I think even if Mother Karua is a person that is very headstrong, I don't think she's somebody that's going to air a lot of that stuff in public. I think she will she will contribute to the presidency of Raila, hopefully for the next 10 years. That is my wish for the next 10 years. And then we will see her performance after that. And hata mkisema ati you might not want a Kikuyu in future, she might be the right leader in 10 years. So tafadhalini, let's watch for that. Now, since Julia is here, I wanted to bring in a second part of the debate. The second part of the debate is not within the realm of what we're talking about right now. It's about which population in Kenya commands the strength of numbers. I kind of think that for the last 20 years, a particular community, a couple of communities have been suppressed due to politics. I believe the number one tribe in terms of numbers, and this is why it's going to be a kind of a debate with Julia, is the Luhya community. I think their numbers have increased over the years, and I think they could be number one. But there could be a second community that we've been mistreating, that I think they could be the actual number one officially in papers. And that is the Somali community, the Somali Kenya communities. These are people that we have, we've not, tumekataza kuwapatia kitambulisho. And if you think about it, around the world, the Somalis are everywhere. Somalis are in the US, Belgium, everywhere. And what I think is just because of a bit of bias here at home, we've forgotten that this is quite a large community and we're not counting well. Watu wapatiwangi kitambulisho. So what I believe, if Raila comes in, Central, there might be contentation about your reign as being the largest community or the kingmaker in Kenya. So I think that is what a lot of these U.D.A goons are fearing, because Western, according to me, this is my own opinion, is the largest community in Kenya. So if anybody has any contentation, any objection to what I'm saying, I would like to bring that debate in, because I do believe that the Western community is the largest. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I want to bring Nyerere.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good evening, good morning.
Nawasalimia nyote. Naona mnaendelea mzuri. I'm very happy with Selina. Naona ametuletea clip nyingine hapa, hata nimefurahia sana. Wonderful. Our deputy anameonekana hapo. Lakini mazee, mtu anaitwa Black, hata sijui anaishi nchi gani. Black yeye ni mtu nafikiri anatoka sijui wapi, is still behind the curtain. In fact Kenya hii hata mahali tunaelekea kweupe. So Black, I'm just advising you, come closer. You are still behind. We are just going ahead. We are going steps ahead. If you are still behind, utahachwa mataani place, my dear brother. So, kuna kitu ngine nilikuwa nataka niulize. About this deputy president we are all talking about. Since 2013, ni vitu vingapi ameahidi? Yeye mwenyewe anasimama in the podium, anaongea vitu vingine hata hajawahi kufanya. Hata unaona kitu kingine hapa ameaibishwa na wananchi. Ameuliza vizuri. Si hata kuna barabara inajengwa mahali fulani wananchi wamemkataza. You see? Those are the things. Anaahidi anafanya. Laptop. Unajua hivi vitu vingine yeye ndiye aliingiza Uhuru Kenyatta kwa mtego. Laptop. Aliambia atapatia watoto all those things. Up this moment. Hata I don't know, sija hata kuviona mimi. So hizo borojo zake anaambia watu wengine ndio borojo, lakini yeye ndiye akona borojo nyingi. Kudanganya watu. As the time goes by. Sasa hivi tuko huu ni mwezi wa 4 unaelekea kuisha. He has been campaigning for the last, hata nyinyi mnanishangaza sana. Mnasema it's 5 years. Since 2013 I've been following this guy. He has never been in the office anafanya kazi ya serikali. When was that? Kitu aingie kwa podium adanganye vitu vya uongo. But yake ni uongozi wa lazima. Uongozi anataka kwa lazima. For the last 9 good years he has been campaigning. Mzee wetu alianza kukampeni just recently. It's not even a year now. Is it? Is just hii ya juzi ni ya jana, hiyo pole whatever ndiye memweka jini. Si tulikuwa tuko mbele all the time. Lakini I'm just nawaidi comes after May, sijui tarehe ngapi hapo wakati itafunguliwa sasa. You can see kivumbi kitakuja. The guy wataingia barabarani na wale wengine hamjawahi kuwaona mtawaona. Nani alikuwa anajua Igata ataingia hapo? Ako barabarani sasa. Things are coming. Therefore, ambia Black tuwe na yeye. Akuje kwetu karibu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mama Selina, are you able to talk now? Okay, no problem. Wewe endelea kusikiza. Black, what do you want to say?
I was just laughing at Nyerere. Hello, Nyerere. I cannot cross. Don't expect me to cross, man. I will not cross anytime soon.
Okay, Black. Sema, unataka kujibu nini?
Kuhusu Makiadi ni issue. Okay, you brought up about ile issue ya why Wanjigi na ile issue kwamba Raila was an Azimio presidential candidate. Well, tunafaa to realize kwamba that was an exclusive ODM NEC meeting, not an Azimio meeting. Just like all the other parties, okay, at least on hizo parties zingi kutoka hizo pande zingine walikuwa na presidential candidates wao.
No. Sasa again wewe unakuja na lies hapa.
Ile Wanjigi akitolewa ilikuwa kwa nini? Ya Azimio?
Wewe.
Ama ilikuwa ODM? Before you answer, keep.
the first time that wali agree before Kalonzo came in, walikuja Jubilee, there was a Jubilee convention, then there was a Azimio convention. Sasa what happened is we postponed our picking our presidential candidate because of Kalonzo.
By our is who? Azimio, or we're talking about ODM?
ODM, it was it was an ODM thing.
Okay.
Alikuwa
So I
amevaa
wanted
colors
you
ya
to be
ODM. No,
explicit.
alikuwa amevaa colors ya ODM.
So it
But
was an
before he
ODM
could
thing.
announce, before he could announce his presidency, and then we all accepted that he's flag bearer. The Kalonzo factor happened, and that is why Kalonzo's table was empty. Alafu sasa unajua, I'm gonna use your tricks against you today.
Listen, can you let me finish?
You see now when I'm going to use your tricks against you, ndio unakataa.
Okay, speak.
Alafu ile siku kulikuwa na convention ya UDA.
Tuongee ODM, focus on ODM. Not UDA.
Watu, hata tunaona hizo ma pictures. We've seen the pictures right now. Mkaleta Wetangula, mkaleta watu wengine, and then you decided outright that Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Ruto is the flag bearer. At least us, we've got consensus that picking a presidential aspirant is directly Raila. Hata Kalonzo amekubali. Now the problem is with the DP. Wait. The problem is with the DP. What have we done? What have we done as Azimio? Within the NEC, we've formed very many subcommittees, and one of the subcommittees is actually picking the DP. Nyinyi mmefanya nini? So please do not bring this confusion about Azimio coalition party. You guys, we still don't know what you are. Are you a coalition party, or are you an alliance of parties? Sasa hata sisi tujui. You've thrown everybody else aside, because that's why when you see me and the other guys in the panels talking about U.D.A only and U.D.A only, and then you see me
kidogo.
Yeah.
I expect you to say that. I mean, to be talking against U.D.A. Now, before Jobe numalize, ndo nisipoteze my trail of thoughts. Alafu tu baada nikishamaliza kuongea alafu naongea. Because nilikuwa naongelea kuhusu Makiado. You'll get.
No, I want Otieno to say it.
Keep.
You'll finish. Listen, keep. There is something that you are forgetting. Wanjigi didn't present his papers, nomination papers for presidential, to the party election board. It was through media, through press conference. Then there is also something that you are forgetting, even to your party. There was a young lady that was disqualified because she was not able to pay for the presidential party nomination. Do you forget about that? If this thing is for bottom up, from watu wa chini ama watu wa mboga ikikuja juu, why was that lady denied her opportunity?
Nataka kumuuliza huyo Black. Nataka kumuuliza Jimmy Mwajigi alijitoa ama alitolewa?
Now, may I speak? Well, Joben, Jimmy Wanjigi presented his presidential bid on the 27th of August 2021 to Sifuna. Please go and check on that. So he did present his bid. Now, the thing is this. It was expected, as per what ODM had announced,
Mr. Black,
that there would be a fair nomination exercise,
Mr.
whereby
Black.
at first it had involved Joho, Oparanya, Raila himself, who had not yet declared
Mr. Black,
that he would stand in as a again.
Mr. Black.
I mean,
No, Mr. Black. You will not go away with this. If you have to go back to the background, you will have to go. Let me put it right to you. I think Otieno has not answered you right. Nyerere has not answered you right. Jimmy Wanjigi was not chased from Kasarani on ODM NDC day. First of all,
he was not invited.
He was not invited, and not all ODM members were invited for NDC.
And wait, Lazarus, he was not a delegate. There are 5,000 delegates.
That is what
I'm
telling
but let me help you. You are beginning at the end. Let's begin from the start where he is confusing us. This guy, let me tell you, in the ODM, Jimmy Wanjigi came and staged a parallel program. He started by opening offices. And then he was asked, the party has institutions. It's the party that opens offices, not candidates. So when he started having a parallel program, then they said, in fact, Sifuna, when he was on was it KTN and TV, was asked, and we wonder what is the agenda of Jimmy Wanjigi, because he's not following the party procedure, even if he wants to be a candidate. Candidates are not the ones to go opening party offices. There is the administration for the party and the procedure to be followed. So when they started suspecting that, then they realized this guy is not just running for presidency. He has a hidden agenda. That's why they started telling him, you need to come to the party office and let's have things done in the right way. But for him, he continued with his defiance message. But now, even the end proved us right. When he immediately, first in Kasarani, he was not a delegate, so he was not invited. So he went by force. He forced his way because he thinks by being a candidate now I don't know whether he thinks by being a candidate you are automatically a delegate. He should just have done things in the right way. If he wanted to be a delegate of ODM, he would have followed the right procedure. The people he ignored, Akina Sifuna, were the ones to guide him on the things to do. But he thought he can just upstage everything and have his way just because he has money. Now, when he reached Kasarani and he realized only the invited delegates are supposed to enter, he wanted to enter by force. And security does not discriminate based on where you stay, based on the number, your account. So he was actually frog-marched like any other intruder, just as Jenny Jenny wa Kiara, when he was frog-marched at that time of Azimio meeting in Kasarani. So Jimmy Wanjigi should not lie to you that there is no democracy in ODM. Democracy has rules. If you are told you cannot go to school and you want to attend class without being admitted first as a student, when you just sneak in the class and you are taken out, you don't say, this school is discriminative, it doesn't admit some other people. He refused to follow the right procedure. So don't lie to us. For the case of Alfred Keter is different. Alfred Keter paid even the nomination fee and everything U.D.A allowed. They even allowed him to participate in nominations, only to bungle him. So you cannot compare those two scenarios. They are completely different.
Now, Temba, you mentioned something that I agreed to about party funding.
Nimekutumia some clips hapo, nataka play hizo clips tugonge Black kidogo. Endelea Black.
Temba, kuna kitu okay. Just sorry, pole about that. Temba, ulisema kitu ambao nilikubaliana nao, because like I said, when mtu akisema kitu sawa, we agree to it. We just don't dispute it for the sake of disputing it. That the reason why political parties zetu za Kenya and those ones in abroad are kwamba they are funded by the members, right? And the political parties back home are mostly funded by the party leaders. In this case, in our case, kama hii sasa unapata presidential aspirant unapata endo na fund the most. Or rather, in short, the aspirants themselves, they own the party, in short, not the members. Now, I think it is an open secret that Wanjigi has been funding ODM. It is not something new. Whether some people will want to dispute that, but the fact is Wanjigi has been funding ODM. It may not be 100% funding ODM, but he has funded. Yes, Wekesa. It's the
That's a
reality.
lie. You
It's
can
the truth.
prove it's a lie. It's a lie. It has just been an exaggerated lie.
Remember, may I say something now that Black keeps on disappearing and reappearing?
No, Black is here. Black, see, Maliza, your point. Black.
Black, do you want me to say something to keep?
Nasikia, lakini sasa unajua ubaya.
Yeah.
Haita make sense nikiwa naongea, alafu mtu anakata in between. When mtu mwingine akiwa anaongea, nasikiliza paka amalize. What I do is I just write my questions here and I wait for an opportunity and I raise my hand, then I ask. That's the right way. Is that not the right way to go?
Ngojeni Black amalize. Black malize.
So is it that, are there any special cows or sacred cows here?
Relax.
Black,
I'm protecting you, Black.
Okay.
Ongea.
I think tuongee ukweli. Tukubali, tukatae, but fact is Wanjigi has been part of the people funding ODM for a long time. So by that fact itself, he deserved to have been in that ODM delegate. And Wekesa, when you say that it was not an ODM delegate, it was. It was an ODM NEC. Yes, it was. Please confirm. On the February 26th, what happened?
I said Jimmy Wanjigi is not a delegate, and you can go and confirm that.
He may not have been,
when he was in
but he may
Kasarani,
not have been.
He's a live member. Even when he was in Kasarani, he said, "I'm a live member, but not a delegate."
He's a live member. Live member, but by that fact that Tile Temba alichosema is right.
Black,
as funding the party.
Black, hold on.
Sorry, small interruption. Small interruption, very important. Very important. Ongea na Mama Selina amesema ataweka mambo ya live tomorrow na ataongea na Temba. So there are going to be a few programs from Tembei TV. We're going to see our deputy president. So this is very exciting news. So Temba, you need to talk to Mama Selina. It's looking very good for us.
Okay, thank you. Now, you guys allow Black to finish. Now, Black, you know you make it easy for people to interrupt. When you keep asking questions, then you pause. Unajua utafanya watu wana interrupt wanaingia. Wewe make presentation yako, maliza. Lakini ukiongea ukisema ati nani alifanya hivi, then you pause. People will take advantage of those pauses. Na wengine hapa ni tabia mbaya kama na Wekesa. They'll keep
But okay, I think Makiadi
to be lying to us.
I think
even like 10 minutes, as we only rebuttal 1 minute, he should not be complaining.
Sasa kama naongea na unanikata in between, mimi nyamaza, anaandika maswali yangu, mtu akimaliza kuongea tena.
Sasa wacha kuwa cry baby hata wewe. Endelea.
So anyway, ndio hivyo nilikuwa nasema that Wanjigi had their each and every right, because it is well known, the whole country knows, and you know that he was everywhere on TV, and he did his best to try and present his presidential bid for the ODM ticket as a presidential candidate. So it was expected of him and everyone else who believes that ODM is a party that is democratic, that they should have had at least a way of picking their candidate as ODM, not as Kenya Kwanza. Sorry, not as I'm too much into Kenya Kwanza. Not as Azimio, but as ODM. No, as ODM. So at that point, at least if they had this nomination exercise, whether by way of consensus, whether by way of polls, whether by way of having a direct nomination exercise, but at least they should have followed at least any of the three available ways of picking up a presidential candidate. So in this case, Wanjigi was expecting to have a nomination exercise by which the delegates would have voted who would be their favorite presidential candidate. Now this chance was not, and this opportunity was not afforded to Jimmy Wanjigi.
How many presidential candidates were in ODM?
And we all know what happened to him. everything was being done to block him. From the point that you saw that the I don't know, let me not get into that, where
You know as
mambo ya
who?
state ile nyumba yake kaenda sitaki kuingia mambo ya security.
Black.
Sorry?
You knew as who?
It has been
You
in the
knew
public
as who
domain.
what was happening?
It has been in the public domain.
No,
He has been on
we don't go.
TV on
Let us
countless
not go
times.
with.
He has
Let
been
us
on the
not go with
papers.
rumors.
Who has not seen? Who did not see? Who did not see Jimmy Wanjigi? Who did not see Jimmy Wanjigi on TV and on the newspapers and on radio, wanting to present his presidential aspirations?
Black. You are
Yes.
now talking. We are not. Naona sasa umeanza kujua siasa. Kwa sababu sasa hiyo sasa unaongea hiyo ni siasa sasa. Kwa sababu there's no relationship between a government pursuing its own leads and party politics. Sasa hiyo ni siasa. Jimmy Wanjigi, the fact that ana support ODM does not make him unique to the extent that he cannot have other things that he has. He has other things to settle with the courts. Unasikia? And with the state. It has nothing. It's just like for example, our friend from wherever. Inaitwa nini?
Nandi Hills.
No,
Keroche.
Keroche had issues with the government. And she's supporting U.D.A, and herself she came and said this has nothing to do with politics because it happened to her 2013, it happened to her 2017, and it is happening to her. She's the one who said. So the fact that you are have a particular political persuasion does not necessarily mean that you cease not to be pursued on other areas. But now you are becoming a politician, just like your friend and your party leader, one William Samoei Arap Ruto. In one hand, he's saying, we are going to strengthen the DCI so that it works well. And on the other hand, she's saying that the DCI should stop politicizing. So, you know, there are those two things that you look at. But I want you to remain. I think I like the way you are playing the politics. But can you remain within the confines of what is appropriate, not what you cannot prove?
And I have another very quick
Was
question.
Wanjigi a financier of ODM?
Wait. I have another very quick question about it. So what happened?
No. It's okay. Hold on. The question you're asking is good. Okay, assuming he was a financier, assuming. Okay, let's go with that. So proceed on.
But me, I wanted to rebuttal on the financial before we assume.
No, let's assume that is true. Let's move on with this. We see his line of thinking.
No, I wanted to rebuttal because it's a debate. And then
Let
before
him-
that,
let
we
him
cannot
finish.
and move.
He has already finished.
Now, him being a financier of the
Which is
party,
wrong.
or at least one of the financiers of the party, don't you think he stands to get an opportunity?
And because of Paranya and Joho are more popular than him, doesn't it seem that they had also the chance to vie for president? Why did they step down? Why does Jimmy have more preferential treatment to them? It's because
Okay,
he funds the party.
Okay, hold on. Now, assuming he was a financier of ODM, assuming he didn't get a fair trial in ODM, he went and he started the Safina. Whom did he vie with in Safina?
In Safina, nobody came out to dispute that. I mean, there was no other presidential aspirant that came in.
Oh, really?
If you go into, let's say,
How
you
do
want
you
to
know?
vie for a particular
How do you
seat,
know?
in a region, in a
How do you
constituency called A, and you are the
No,
only
how do you
aspirant there at that time.
How do you know?
Did you see anybody present himself
No.
in the
How did you
Safina
know?
convention?
How did you know that?
Because how I will know that, how I substantiate my claim
So
is
you
that
watched.
the
You
Safina party, when they're hosting their delegates or their conference, it was aired live on TV. So everything that happened for the Safina party was viewed by everyone who was watching it on TV. So
How did
everything
you
that
become-
transpired
how
in the
did you become-
Safina conference
Black,
was witnessed by everybody.
How did he
Sorry?
become the presidential candidate for Safina?
Like I said, if nobody else came out too, because there was Paul Mwite being the party leader for Safina, right? He was present in that conference, and they passed.
No, Black, can you answer me the question?
Yes. What is the question? How did he?
How
The
did he
delegates
become
there.
the presidential
The delegates.
candidate?
I know where you want me to go. The delegates present.
And you don't want to go there because you know.
The delegates. Okay. The delegates that were present there. There being absence of any other presidential aspirants that wanted to vie on the ticket of Safina.
So how
and
did
only
you know?
Jimmy Wanjigi and only Jimmy Wanjigi having shown the interest of vying under the ticket of Safina.
But how long?
It was presented to him.
How long was he a member of Safina?
A few days.
So within those few days, he became a member and he became the only presidential candidate.
Does it matter how soon or how long it takes, as long as the delegates of that party and the party leader was also present?
You are agreeing with me.
It was but it was a democratic process. He was not enforced on anyone because there were members of Safina party present there, and anybody who's a member of Safina party had the liberty to dispute his candidature under the Safina ticket, right? But there being the absence of anybody who came forward to say that they dispute Jimmy Wanjigi vying under the ticket of Safina, then he was the obvious and the obvious candidate to go through because he was the only one.
Okay.
Now, in the opposite happened. The opposite happened with ODM.
Wait, hold on. Fair enough. You have actually said what
there was
I
a presence of somebody who wanted to dispute
exactly
Raila as being the only presidential candidate.
Black, listen.
Okay.
What you have just said, what you have just said, is what was reported by the ODM management. What you have just said, the ODM management reported and said, by the time they were actually approving Raila as the only presidential candidate, the other presidential candidates had withdrawn their candidate.
The people that withdrew were Joho and Oparanya, not Wanjigi.
No. You see, I wonder why you applying double standard in interpretation.
Yes, double standard.
Okay, Makiadi.
And remember, you have to give me also a chance. I make my point. This guy cannot run away with that.
He's not running away, Wekesa, today. Makiadi.
Thank you, Themba. Black, you know, the same things that you are accusing us for doing are the same things that you guys are doing. Number one, you are saying that we deliberately blocked Jimmy Wanjigi from presenting his papers to the nominations board of ODM. U.D.A did not even block Alfred Keter from presenting his papers. They let him present his papers, pay his nomination fees, let him print posters, run his campaign, print t-shirts, go to the ballot, win, and then they nullified his nomination certificate. We in ODM, on the other hand, saved Jimmy Wanjigi a cool 1 million plus shillings by not even allowing him to be a contender for that particular seat. Let me give you one thing that I need you to know. There's a big difference. We are trying to tell you here. There's a big difference between a party delegate and a life member. When Jimmy Wanjigi crashed that function, he was not supposed to be there in the first place. Why? Because he is not a delegate. Being a life member does not mean that you are a delegate. Number two, the party in ODM has been there for a long time. It has been there, done that. When the party identifies you as a mole, they have mechanisms of dealing with you. And I want to refer you to a person called Ababu Namwamba. Ababu Namwamba was the Secretary General of ODM. There were so many rumors going around. People have said, no, you're just going against this guy because he's young, he's brilliant, he has a good political future. But the party identified that this guy is a mole. And that's how he got ejected from the office. Jimmy Wanjigi has finally showed us his true colors. And you can remember very well when he was doing his thing at Safina with his sponsor. You saw his sponsor come out and say, we have a history together. So ODM has been there. ODM is not U.D.A. ODM is not U.D.A. When we see it walk like a duck, chuckle, it is a duck. Jimmy Wanjigi does not deserve to come and ruin the ODM party simply because he's a life member. We identified him as a mole. And finally, Raila Odinga is not running as an ODM member for president. Mimi sijui Jimmy Wanjigi alikuwa anaenda kung'ang'ania tiketi ya ODM angerano wapi, because there is no ODM presidential candidate in this election. We have an mute your mic, bro. Cool. We have an Azimio presidential candidate, not ODM. Utaangalia kwa ballot. So mimi sijui alikuwa anataka aende kuchukua tiketi ya ODM aende kushindana uchaguzi gani. We are in an agreement with the other parties. And that is why Raila Odinga said, look, because you are in this agreement, I'm going to represent a coalition party, not ODM, a single party. So wewe ulikuwa unataka Jimmy Wanjigi aende kupewa tiketi ya ODM ashindane uchaguzi ya urais na nani?
And very
Now,
quickly,
what I can ask Makiadi,
very quickly,
that conference,
Black,
what was the purpose of that conference?
Wait, Black. First of all, adding on top of what Richie said, yeah, each party has its own constitution. There's a difference between the constitution, the main constitution and party constitutions. So they make their own laws. So if there's a process that ODM has, ata mukirangol mukipiga kelele na nominations ya ODM, it's what the constitutions of ODM has stipulated. That's why, let me give you an example, yeah? Jimmy Wanjigi went to court and stopped the case. He himself stopped pursuing the case and dropped himself from the party and jumped into Safina party. That means that there's nothing he could do legally. When you can do nothing legally, it means that, honestly speaking, you're on the wrong. So the party, it sounds bad, but the party has honors. There's a board for there's a board for the party, and there's a board for ODM party that decided that they're going to form a coalition with Jubilee, and then the other parties came in. So there's a different board in ODM. I'm not a member of ODM, but I know the fact that the coalition board supersedes the party board. So Richie has said right now, what presidential ticket was he vying for? Once the board of ODM had decided they're forming a coalition party, atakuja hapa to run as ODM, or is he going to run as Azimio? Because each party was asked to present a presidential candidate, and then what do you call it? And then representatives of each party would then say who their preferred presidential candidate would be. The Azimio people, all of them, without any question, picked Raila. So Jimmy came in wanting ODM to run on its own. But the ODM council had already decided, no, don't shake your head. ODM as a council already decided that we're forming a coalition. It's been that for 15 years, from NASA from CORD to NASA onwards. That's what they decided. So if Jimmy was coming in to ruffle owners of the party and say that this ODM is going on its own, it was not going to be accepted. This has always been ODM's formula. I'm not a member, but It's always been their formula, and that's what they're going ahead of. So adding on top of what Richie said, he's coming in as a member, whether you're a life member or whatever member. You're not a delegate. Delegates, there are levels. You're a delegate, you're part of a council, you're part of a committee, there are levels in the party, and Jimmy was at the bottom. On top of what Wekesa said, him as just a member, starting to form chapters within the party. He's lucky he did not meet the men in black, although they're a bit old now.
Thank you. Let me comment on issue to do with funding. We have seen people come up with myriad claims. Even the likes of Wetangula says that, you see, I've made a lot of sacrifices for NASA. And so this is how my brother Raila treats me. These blanket statements, you cannot come with them here. Those are political statements. You cannot come with it here and claim that this guy has sacrificed for this. I want blacks to table here evidence to show that Jimmy Wanjiki has been funding ODM. Because most of people claim that way. But when you come to verification of information, it's not there. It's just a perception that he's rich. And maybe he's not even as rich as people think. And another thing, Jimmy Wanjiki has not been consistent in his political followership. First, it's when you look at 2013, Uhuru and Ruto, the arrangement was formed in his house. That arrangement for 2013 was formed in his house. So there is a reason as to why, even when Raila is a friend with Jimmy Wanjiki, he knows exactly who Jimmy Wanjiki is, that he doesn't follow any political persuasion. He can be here and he can be there tomorrow. And so telling us that he has been a life member. When did his life member begin? After he had put Uhuru and Ruto. Can we also claim that he's the one who funded Uhuru and Ruto 2013? It's very easier to claim that, but me, I'm not doing that for the sake of just political expediency, because I don't have a proof that Jimmy Wanjiki funded Ruto and Uhuru 2013. But now this issue of Jimmy Wanjiki and ODM has only begun 2017 there, 2016, 2017 there. And ODM had its own mechanism of getting funds to run its campaign. Nowhere have they come out and say that Jimmy Wanjiki was a part of the stakeholders, people that raised funds to fund our party. And this is the statement. He doesn't have that. If he's asked to prove that, he can. If he was like Kalonzo, Kalonzo comes out and he will share the agreement, even which is secret, and tells you this is what we agreed. Jimmy Wanjiki should come out and say, this is how much I funded ODM. It's not there. It's just people's imagination, and because they know he's rich. In any case, when you are associated with a rich person and you start driving, people think that it's him who has bought for you that that vehicle you are driving. And then on the issue of candidature, Jimmy Wanjiki, he, first of all, when you look at Safina, on the day when William Ruto attended there, this is what he said himself, that if William becomes the candidate of KAA,
I will support him. If I beat him, he will support me. So I assume that at that level, there were two presidential candidates because Kina Musalia Mudavadi had not come out very strongly. I assume that Jimmy Wanjigi and William Ruto were presidential candidates in KAM. How it ended up that Ruto was the only person to run for presidential candidate in KA, I don't know. So can you tell us, when did they agree that Jimmy Wanjigi should run on Safina and Ruto be the candidate of KA? Because I have the clip I can share. They are in Safina's party conference, in NDC. He said, whoever beats the other one will be the flag bearer, and I will invite you in my government.
Black, you are sleeping.
He's given up. He's given up. Too much.
Now listen. Now listen, eh? Now listen. Can I? As per the ODM constitution, it requires that after every 5 years, the party has to have elections to elect national officials and the presidential flag bearer. When you count the years from the time that we had our last general election, 5 years are over, right? From the time they had the ODM elections for their flag bearer. So it was within Wanjigi's right that, as per the party's constitution, that indeed, yes, there was supposed to be an election for the national officials and the presidential flag bearer for the ODM party. Now, why he was mad, it was the fact that this particular agenda that was supposed to be there, as per the ODM constitution, by the NEC, was being blocked by the fact that perhaps they felt that Wanjigi was out there to embarrass Raila in one way or another. So I beg to ask the question, how is it that democracy was exercised for Wanjigi in his quest to be a presidential aspirant under the ODM flag, when he did never get that chance? He was just being blocked left, right, and center.
But he was supposed to be blocked. Wanjigi is not a politician. Wanjigi is a broker. That's why
Point is this.
broker.
Ona, point is this. Mungeacha ingie pale. Then mumpatie Raila vote kama kweli. What is this that huyu mtu alikuwa anaogopewa? Is it that perhaps he could buy the delegates?
Black.
Somebody who's forming sub branches for the party.
Demba,
How would you
Mr.
trust
Black? Black knows everything. Black knows everything about Jimmy Wanjigi. Because if we started issue of Jimmy Wanjigi, when he was summoned by DCI to return those items, that's where this person started attacking Raila, and he knew very well Raila is in ODM. Unaona, sasa hiyo kitu mali ilianzia, tunajua mali ilianzia.
Anybody, let me give Black some interesting information. Anybody taking
Wanjigi tutaenda deep kabisa into that story.
Anybody taking Wanjigi seriously as a presidential candidate is himself learning politics. Let me tell you something.
It's not about taking him seriously.
Roger, relax. Anybody taking Wanjigi should have been. Wanjigi doesn't want to run. Wanjigi doesn't want anything. Wanjigi doesn't want to be a president. Wanjigi is not interested in that. Wanjigi is a businessman and a business political broker. That is all it is. And he has said as much. He came, he said, he brokered a deal between, and he says it proudly. These people's, their presidency was made in my house. One wanted to
Jimmy Wanjigi tuachane nayo. We've taken too much
so
time about this
mtu
guy. He needs
anakuja
to
hapa kutuambia
disappear.
ati Wanjigi is a you can't come talking about a broker. Tell us some serious presidential candidate.
Exactly, we're tired of him. Let's move on. I'm tired of Jimmy, and I think everybody else is
You
tired of
you can't talk about a political broker. At is also Jimmy Wanjigi should have been given fair here. Who is Jimmy Wanjigi in politics?
Who is he?
Jimmy Wanjigi is a broker. Now listen.
Black,
listen,
Black. We move on.
Hata mwendazimu ana haki yake.
Hold on,
kurokota makaratasi anakuanga na haki yake.
Ngoja.
So whether he's a broker or not, he has rights.
Mwendazimu anakuanga na haki yake wapi?
Relax. Okay, we want to close this issue of Jimmy Wanjigi. He was not given a ticket by ODM. That is past. You already the whatever has bolted, and that one is a case behind us. Number two, in equal measure, if we are to look at all those parties, afadhali Jimmy Wanjigi alijaribu kidogo. The other side, there was nobody who tried even to get close. Kwa U.D.A hakuna hata mtu mmoja hata alijaribu, na mtu angejaribu angeona. So you cannot come and start telling us at you should have done this for him. Where you are just engaging.
Now you're forgetting our lady from Daystar bana. Mulitupa msichana wa Daystar.
Uliona msichana alienda hapo. Alienda akajaribu.
Hold on. We alienda wakawekwa. Unajua aliambiwa kwamba unajua ukienda huko peke yako uonekane ni kama niwe peke yako. You need to look for some two people, pay them some 10k, 20k. Mtu wa Daystar ati anaambiwa wewe enda pale ujifanye ni kama uko hapo, alafu mpige nje kwa nini, kwa makaratasi. Huyo mwingine mpige nje kwa sababu ameshindwa kulipa. Then story inapita. Wacha nikwambie Black, if we want to argue about and debate about politics at yours, sijui Wanjigi nani, don't talk about Wanjigi. Alienda kwa inaitwa nini, kwa NDC, sijui ile ilikuwa ina endorse U.D.A. Umemwona karibu na Ruto kutoka hiyo siku. I was dropped like a hot potato because Ruto anajua ile kitu jamani ifanyia.
Remember ask also Blacks, if Ruto believes in democracy, maybe he was the only person, actually he was the only presidential candidate who had declared ambition in Jubilee. He would have squared out in Jubilee and win this ticket and become the presidential candidate. But even before that time comes and they determine whether Jubilee will support him or not, he had already bolted out and formed his own party because he didn't want any competition. He wanted somewhere he can control, and so they should even speak about democracy. ODM is 15 years plus old. This party of 9 months lecturing us on democracy, and they have not even demonstrated in any place that they are democratic, including their own nominations, which they are going to shoot the world.
Okay. I think hiyo mambo ya Jimmy tuachie huyo jamaa. Wewe kama unataka
nitafunga Mbemba, wacha nifunge hii kabisa sasa. We Black, mambo ya kutuambia democracy ati ODM haina democracy, hiyo story usituletee hapa. Unaona ile kitu umefanyia Alfred Keter, alafu tena unakuja kutuambia tuliblock. I mean, wacha kukula from both sides of your mouth. Alafu kitu ingine, usituletee propaganda hapa bila evidence. Unakuja kutuambia Jimmy Wanjigi alikuwa na finance ODM. Wewe uko na evidence? Give us the evidence. Leta makaratasi ya kuonyesha alikuwa na finance ODM hapa. Otherwise kama hauna proof, then your story ni propaganda. Wacha tuendelee kutoka hapo.
Niko na proof kwamba alifukuzwa kutoka kwa hiyo NDC na alikuwa anataka kusimamia. Let's proceed.
Wewe kama unataka Jimmy, Black, kama unataka Jimmy akue president, enda ingia safina. Huko ni yeye ndio presidential candidate.
Tusonge mbele. Tusisimame kwa kitu moja.
Atuambie Murkomen ako wapi kwanza? Murkomen amenyamaza sana.
Huyo Black hata is a busy body kwa U.D.A, hata hakuna kitu anajua mambo ya nini. Yeah, ile the closest is coming to U.D.A na Kenya Kwanza ni kwa gazeti. Huyu hata juu nini.
Temba, just for your records, Black is the blogger for U.D.A, so don't rule him out. He has the dossier.
Watcha Black. We don't bloggers cannot hawezi Itumbi.
Hii ni Azimio tuko hapa.
Hizi ana content,
Hii ni Azimio 9.
Itumbi unajua vile tulifanya Lazarus. Wacha nikwambie what we did to Itumbi. Hii you can take it to the bank. Tuliona Itumbi ile kitu anapenda Moshene. Kwa tulimpatia mtu
Ni sawa. Tunaacha hiyo mambo ya Jimmy.
Amekwama.
Najua amekwama lakini
ngoja niongee kwa simu hapa kidogo.
Sawa. Go on.
Amekwama, but I know what he wanted to say.
Huyu ni mall wa UDA. Sasa amepigiwa simu asiongee.
Yeah, so alipewa mtu from deep state akwe anampatia information but half the information. So anaringa nayo anasema amepata information from the state house, but it's the peanuts that they want to excite him with that. So that is what Itumbi has been running with. The moment alikuja akakatwa, hiyo story hata siku hizi anangojeanga news ndio yapi aongee.
Black need exciting. It's exciting, but sometimes he just gives parables and stories. At a later Bible sometimes, and we get exhausted.
Keep. Black is on the payroll for William Samoei Ruto. Let him work.
It's fine.
By the way, na expect kila kitu yenye mnaongea na expect kutoka kwenu as Azimio. I mean, because I'm not. It's yet nashtuka kama nashangaa. I expect you to say that actually you're doing exactly what you're supposed to do as Azimio. So it's fine. I agree. Whatever you're doing the right thing. So equally, I'm doing my part.
No, what you're doing is good. You know, you have to earn your money, so it's fine. It's
at least show us your Twitter handle. I don't even know your Twitter handle.
But not through lies.
You must make your boss know you've been working.
Silipwi najilipa nafanya kazi.
Muulize Twitter handle yake ni gani bana, atakwambia. This guy is a mole. Huyu mtu tu ni internet propaganda.
No.
Keep is not a propaganda.
Please,
that guy is doing he's doing his job description yake is really doing well. So let him earn his money, because at the end of the day he has to explain what he has done.
Please substantiate your claims, please.
Look,
I think Temba, you made that clear that people have to substantiate their claims, isn't it?
Black ameangalia on the side, kumbe ameweka notes hapo kwa screen nyingine.
Hapana. Who's the moderator? No. Hapana.
Anaangalia notes kutoka Karen.
Hapana. As you can see, niko kazini bana. Niko kazini. I mean, so
Farouk can't pay him. Farouk can't pay him if he doesn't work. You know, he'll be slapped properly. So
they cannot afford to pay
Farouk, we started talking. No, immediately we started talking. Ile spam imekuja tu sahi. That bad spam we always see.
Hawezi nilipa hao watu bana.
Kenya anataka hiyo spam.
Hawezi maintain paycheck yangu.
So, Black, you are welcome to Azimio.
No, I will not. Sorry, but thank you for your invite.
Join the winning team. In government, the next government, kindly. You are most welcome.
Keep dreaming. You are in the opposition. You will be in the opposition. So anyway, proceed. Makiadi was saying something. I hope I did not drag it far.
I think I exhausted my points on whatever claims you made. And, you know, the thing is, we always try to be considerate when you come here and bring us stories and propaganda without evidence. We will always tell you to the face. So on the issue of Jimmy Wanjigi, I don't want to go back there, because you know very well that Jimmy Wanjigi was trying to seek attention. He was trying to paint the party in a bad light. He was trying to show the party one-man show. And tulimuonea 18, tulimuonea huko kabla afike. We've seen these things before. You know, ODM is not party ya jana ya miezi 9. Tulimuonea huko, na mwishowe ulikuja ukaona wakiwa wamesimama kwa podium na sponsor wake wakipeana history ya mahali wametoka. So we can identify malls when we see them. we saw one in Jimmy Wanjigi na tuka-avoid hii kupigana yote mapema. So if you feel like Jimmy Wanjigi was done wrong, then I would advise you to let him come to your party UDA, apate kiti hapo. Kwa sababu sisi tuko kwa umbrella ya Azimio. Na ODM katika umbrella ya Azimio haina presidential candidate. Presidential candidate wenye tuko naye Raila Odinga ni wa Azimio. So we were not giving anybody, not just Jimmy Wanjigi or any other person in the name of a party member or a life member, any tickets for the presidency. Tulimalizia hapo.
Let me share some clip here for NEC meeting.
Can't see anything.
International, mko na live view? So you are set?
These guys will never be ready.
Tengeneza. Morning in Nairobi. This meeting is being held at a very difficult time when the country and indeed the entire world is still grappling with the COVID-19 pandemic. As a party, we continue to urge our members to follow the Ministry of Health guidelines, even as we thank the government for efforts to source enough or sufficient vaccines for the entire population. We request that once these arrive, the government must embark on a mass vaccination exercise to ensure that we quickly are able to reopen the economy. We urge the government to urgently come up with an economic stimulus package, including but not limited to cash transfers, support to SMEs, kazi mtaani and mashambani, in order to alleviate the suffering brought about by the pandemic. The NEC has also expressed satisfaction with the response from the public to the ongoing membership recruitment drive, which has seen the party net more than 200,000 new members in 3 weeks from July 1st, 2021, following the waiver of membership fees. We wish to remind the public that only registered members will be allowed to participate in party exercises, including party grassroots elections and nominations, and that they should take advantage of a current window to register. It's as easy as dialing *483*036# or visiting the www.odmmembership.com, and it's free of charge. The NEC has also received a report from the National Elections Board on the grassroots elections that are ongoing under the superintendence of the board. The exercise kicked off in Upper Eastern and will move to the Lower Eastern region this coming week. We wish to request our members across the country to remain patient as the exercise rolls out and desist from actions that would undermine the work of the board. The NEC has also deliberated on the question of resolution of the dispute regarding sharing party funds with our former partners in the NASA coalition, and wishes to make the following observations. The offer to make certain payments to our former partners was made on a strictly without prejudice basis, because from a plain reading of the NASA coalition agreement, we owe our partners nothing. They have argued before that all monies received by the party was shareable equally amongst all parties in the coalition, which position has been dismissed both by the Registrar of Political Parties and the Office of the Auditor General, because the money ODM receives is purely out of the number of votes received by ODM candidates in the gubernatorial, parliamentary, and civic seats, and does not include presidential votes. We have in the past encouraged our partners to have their claim processed through official channels like the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties or the courts, but for reasons best known to them, they declined and instead opted to engage our party informally. Our party leader participated in these talks with utmost good faith and with an eye on settling the matter once and for all, to free ODM to fully focus on its future. The offer made must be seen from this perspective.
Sorry guys, nimetumiwa wrong neck meeting. I think
nasikia mambo ya COVID tunakuwa confused bana.
Yeah.
What is
nimetumiwa
haina shida.
Zilikuwa mbili. Nitaplay the other one later. Let's proceed.
Let me ask a question before someone starts. And my question, I hope Mr. Black is still here or is gone. Mr. Black.
Curtains kama mimi. Ako curtains.
Mr. Black, please come back to life. I'm on blackout, but I'm doing other. I'm able to.
Don't worry. Faruk amempigia simu.
Mr. Okesa, I have a question about even the clip you've played is really helped me or ask a question to Mr. Black. Prior to nominations, we were told us as UDA, we have 8 million members. I hope Mr. Makedi can support me on that. We were sure that UDA had 8 million members in the register. At what point did they divert to use IEBC register? If they knew they genuinely had members worth 8 million in their register for nominations. Because I find it, you see, even me as I speak to you, I happen to have gone to eCitizen and find myself registered as UDA member without my consent. So I tend to agree.
You are a UDA member, bana. Acha kukataa.
No. So I'm reporting. So I tend to believe you guys were relying on the failure system for eCitizen, which were registering people by force to be UDA members. I have a friend of mine who has been attending current meetings. He once told me that anytime you go to, prior to nominations, you are forced to register as a UDA member upon entry at the gate. So, since Mr. Black is the blogger and the country representative for UDA on Mutembe TV, kindly make us understand why did you guys deviate from using the party register and you went for IEBC 2017 register, which is not updated to date? I rest my case.
I have a small answer for that. I have relatives in Rift Valley that found themselves in the party register as UDA members, and they'd never registered for party. These are independent people, and they're very confused about that. So I think I want Black to answer that. This is not a rumor. I know I have relatives that have never registered for party that are in UDA. So I need to know why UDA is assuming that everybody in the Rift Valley is a member. So on top of that, Black, I want that answer because I know you're talking to Farouk right now. I want to know.
Number one, Bwana Lazarus, in regards to why they used the IEBC list and not the UDA party list, it's not yet filtered, man. The information has not yet filtered. The data has not yet been filtered. Like you said, umejipata kwenye list ya UDA na hauko UDA, which I suspect that you are part of UDA, but in an Azimio skin. Unajificha, unakataa kukubali nini yako bana, chama yako. Na wewe ni mtu wetu. Usikatae. Usione aibu. So uwezi kuwa mbona mwingine hajajipata hapo, mtu kama nani? Joke Otieno. Are you in the UDA party register?
ODM live member.
ODM live member. Makiadi, are you in the UDA party register? No. Why use Lazarus?
I've just told you Rift Valley. I specified a region.
Lazarus just told us that
relatives,
alipata jina yake kwa UDA. Mbona si Makiadi, mbona si Job Otieno?
Mr. Black, just answer my question. Why did you guys use party membership register, but you opted to go for IEBC? Just answer that question.
See, I've given him half the answer. There are members in Central, there are people in Central that have been automatically put as UDA members, and also Rift Valley. Now I've told him relatives, then he's put me in it, and I'm in the diaspora. They can't interfere with that. Sasa mimi nimemwambia story, amesema why am I denying it? It's because he knows it's the truth. No. So you see, you're right. This guy is a blogger, and he knows the inside.
Number one, I dispute that. I don't write, so I'm not a blogger.
I just
hakuna kitabu naandikanga,
what is your Twitter
hakuna
handle?
kitabu naandika, hakuna kitabu nimeshaandika mahali.
What is your Twitter handle?
There's hakuna kitu yote nimeandika mahali online or anything to do with anything in my entire life except for a composition back in high school and in primary school, which the last I wrote was
Black. I had you another question.
Sorry,
I want to ask you. I want to add you another question. I hope possibly Makiadi and Keep and Wekesa probably are aware, or Jobene. You know, there's a someone has a mic. Mic is on. Who is this? Someone's mic is on. Fine.
Mayor Black, he's working now.
Keep your mic is on. Now, Mr. Black, are you aware there's a court? There's a court in case in court regarding UDA using an IB register, which is against Political Party Amendment Act, which was done a few months ago. And to add on that, in case the court find it is contrary to what was supposed to be done, don't you see you guys are in danger? You know, at times there are things people do not knowing the implication, assuming because you guys celebrated the other day, BBA was thrown out. In case the court find UDA breached the rule of the play, will you guys not cry that you say IBC or courts are unfair to UDA?
pole, sikupata hiyo nini swali yako vizuri. I think I may have lost
Lazarus, tafadhali rudia swali.
Mr. Black, you are sleeping. You concentrate, my friend. Tell Farouk to give you time. You are in a panel. I'm asking.
And Lazarus.
Yeah. Yes.
As you finish, I have got the resolution for National Governing Council for ODM. So ukimaliza nita play.
Okay. Mr. Black, I was asking, are you aware there's a active case court regarding UDA using IEBC register instead of political party membership register? And in case the court find it was against the rule and declare all the nominees for UDA null and void, as our court always say, don't you see there'll be a big implication? If you guys were convinced you had 8 million voters, what was stopping you guys using the same register, same apply to ODM and other parties using their own register? I know you'll bring a concept. I know you'll bring a concept of consensus and whatever.
Now, again, Mr. Themba once said that, first of all, to hold a nomination exercise for parties is a very expensive exercise, to which we all agree. The more reason as to why not all parties had this nomination exercise through the ballot box, right? Now, in regards to as to why the UDA decided to use the IBC register instead of the UDA party register,
It's because you have no members.
in my not that we don't have any members. To be honest, in my view, now these are my view. Okay, these are my views, my personal views. Perhaps the data has not yet been filtered out, because, like you said, there may be some people that may be existing in the party list or in the party register that do not belong there. Like you gave an example of yourself, Bwana Lazarus, and keep said that kuna cousin zake na relatives wake wengine ambao pengine wamejipata kwa chama na pengine sio wanachama.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'll say this why it's bullshit, yeah?
It's fine.
I'm a data scientist.
It's fine.
You're always in
It's
your
fine.
KO. I'll tell you one
It's
thing.
fine.
Whenever
Number
no,
two,
wait, don't say it's fine. No, you can't fuck with my, excuse my language. You can't mess with my profession.
Pardon your language, man.
Excuse my language, I apologize for that. Whenever you're recording data, yeah, you have two databases. There's the party database, and then there's the registrar database. The parent database is the party database. You record your members in your party database, and what happens is what you call an API that sends the information to the registrar office and forwards it. So your registration of members should be the original. It's like me, Nikki, sign contract. I have my original, and then I'll send the government a copy. So you can't tell me there's security, that you need to clean it up. No. Those 8 million should have come directly from UDA's offices. So I completely dispute what you're about to say, because sometimes we're black unatuchezanga kichwa, and come back out of the black, please, curtains, because I'm not gonna agree with that. You have a database.
Thank you. Let me play this short clip.
Let Wekesa play the clip for Mr. Black to see.
Our Secretary for Political Affairs, Wandai, to take just 2 minutes to explain something that we discussed in NEC, and then we will pick it up from there.
Your Excellency, the party leader, members of the National Governing Council, my name is Opio Wandai, Member of Parliament for Ugunja constituency and Secretary for Political Affairs of the party. Now, following the report that was tabled by NEC to this National Governing Council meeting regarding the process relating to the party presidential candidate election, I wish now, therefore, to request the National Governing Council to note the following. One, that the only applicants who had applied for the presidential nomination have since withdrawn their candidatures, indicating their support for the party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to be the sole party presidential candidate. Two, that following our party leaders' consultations, following our party leaders' wide consultations with the Kenyan people in all the regions of the country, under the framework of the Azimio la Umoja initiative, the party leader was overwhelmingly petitioned by wananchi to run for the office of the President of the Republic of Kenya in the election of August 2022. 3, and accordingly, on the 10th of December 2021, our party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, did accept the invitation by the people of Kenya to run for the office of President. I wish, therefore, to move as follows. 1, that the National Governing Council notes that the only 2 applicants for nomination as ODM presidential candidates have since withdrawn their applications. And 2, that in view of number 1 above, the National Governing Council does resolve that our party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, be endorsed by the National Delegates Conference, that is tomorrow, as the ODM nominee for president under the Azimio la Umoja movement or coalition. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, guys, facts speak for themselves. That is a National Governing Council reading the NEC resolutions. So blacks cannot purport to know more than the organizations that are in ODM. We have NEC, we have National Governing Council, and then we have the NDC. So if the 3 of them have an agreement of who will be the presidential candidate of ODM, then fronted to Azimio, this guy cannot come here and start lecturing us things that don't make sense. 1, they have said that the only people who send their applications were Oparanya and the other guy, Joho. And since then, they withdrew. So the other guy has been moving around the nation, but he never presented his papers officially because he understood his mission. His mission was just to play in the public gallery so that he can then win sympathy that, oh, ODM has denied me a chance, and then achieve what he wanted to achieve. So those are the facts. The others are mere conjectures and political statements.
Mr. Block, are you there?
Okay, Makiadi. Now that Demba is not there, I think you know how he normally finishes the show. You can try to bring it to a closure.
Oh, I don't know. Are you the one who's sending the link, Wakesa?
I have even just sent without thinking of the time. Anyway, whoever will come, we can just conclude.
Yeah, because I can see Julius is here. I don't know if we can give him at least a minute or 2 aongee.
Yeah.
Na Alex ako pia. Najua Alex alikuwa anataka kuingia.
Yeah, wenye wako, we can give them 3 minutes waongee and then we conclude.
Oh my God, that's black sidekick Penny. You're going to be in trouble.
Penny ana shida. Penny ni mole ya UDA pia kama black.
Wacha nisumbuze kidogo bwana, please.
Okay, 2 minutes guy, you can talk.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, ana show mzuri sana.
You skipping me?
leo nilikuja kwa sababu ya
No, nimeita Julius nikaona sijui ni network imehang na huyu akaitisha, so I thought before you respond, let me give him. But we can have you. Penny, you can wait. He does his 3 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
So as you on, unajua, we don't want to play the U.D.A card here of unfairness.
You'll hear everything is okay, everything is all right. Penny's what? It's all right, everything is
Julius,
fine.
you can start now.
Okay, at first, thank you for giving me this chance, and I'm happy to give my contributions. I was here in the morning, but I went to the church. Unajua huko ni saa sita, actually saa sita mchana. So I'm really happy, and you know, I wanted to at first to mourn with Kenyans and everyone about Mwai Kibaki's resting in peace. Of course, he did a lot of things. Young people, they have been contributing there. Na unapata mtu wa 1998 ana contribute, sasa tuelewi, but it's okay. Again, I wanted to talk about very few things. Kuna hiyo promises that the DP amepea watu wa Western. You know, at times mi naangaliaga vitu zingine, you know, sijui watu I don't know what's happening to people. It's something that you can see, but you ignore it. You know, one thing, of course, to look for a top seat is everybody, constitutional rights, na anatafuta, but at times ukipata mtu those petty things. By the way, I have a lot of interest in Kitengela, and wakati Concert City ilianza, I and my friends, you know, like we are looking for a job. I mean, for kulikuwa na kazi ya if you have a truck, you know, you look. We tried to get a job there, you know. Tukapata kumbe sijui ni watu wa Ruto, you know, hatukupata hiyo job. Hata my friend hakupata hiyo job because kulikuwa na watu inasemekana sijui ni Ruto amechukua hiyo job, you know. So those very petty things. Secondly, kuna Kenya Power ya Kitengela ilikuwa kwa building ya rafiki yangu, a very good friend of mine. You know, after Ruto amejenga a building near EPZ, where now Kenya Power have to shift from my friend's place, ikaenda kwa plot ya Ruto. Seriously. And you people, you think that people, unajua watu wakinyamaza si ati wananyamaza kwa sababu hawajui. We know a lot of things, but we just, kama mtu a presidential candidate akona petty things like those ones, saa hizi akiwa hapo hiyo level yenye ako, what about akienda huko? Seriously, I mean, applaud. Anaenda anahamisha jamaa asipate hiyo pesa kidogo na Kenya Power ikahamishwa kwa sababu ya hata huyo jamaa Mungu alifanya vizuri ya kupata governorship. Anaitwa nani? Alikuwa anatafuta, alikuwa Kenya Power, anaitwa nani? I forgot his name. Anaitwa nani huyu jamaa? Jina yake imeenda, I cannot remember. Seriously, the Kenya Power have to move, wakaenda kwa building ya Ruto in Kitengela, opposite.
Unasema Charles Keter.
Keter, yeah. I'm talking about Keter. That time a lot of things happened. Unakumbuka ndio hiyo wakati hizo nini polls za stima, kampuni zingine ndogo ndogo zilinyang'anywa hiyo contract yake kwa sababu but they akona manufacturing factory in Kitengela ya kutengeneza hizo polls za concrete. You know, so hizo vitu kidogo ndio mtu ukiangalia, you cannot accept it, because kama unanyang'anya watu wadogo hiyo kazi na unasema you want to build a nation, a working nation, na unaenda unawanyang'anya hizo kazi ya chini, kazi kidogo kama ya polls, kama hiyo sasa ya dumping, ya kubeba mizigo ya nini kupeleka Concert City. Hiyo kazi tulinyimwa na tuko na maroli, si ati hatuna, you know. Hizo vitu kidogo kidogo kama hizo, you know, they use that influence. So sometime surely kuna vitu zingine zinafanyaga hata ikuwe namna, it doesn't matter how mtu anakupromise, I will not accept it, because surely this is not kind of a leader mwenye anaenda huko chini, some petty things, those are petty things. It doesn't make any sense surely. But anyway, that is him. And again, hii ya Keter, kujanganya Keter huyo sasa wasingishu kunyanganya nomination, it's okay. But when ODM tried to remove nani kutoka ODM wakati alinini, they supported that. So sometimes unajua mkuki siwe mtamu kwa nguruwe, lakini iwe mkali, iwe uchungu kwa binadamu. That is the same thing. Well, they accused ODM in many different ways, which is okay. But anyway, because of time, I had a lot to say, but I don't want to take much time because it's closing. I'm grateful. Thank you everyone for this. Thank you Tempa. Thank you Wekesa for this time.
Thank you, Julius. Wekesa.
Yeah, I was now that you are away, I was giving those who have come just 3 minutes, and then before we call for those who are here permanently to give their closing remarks.
Ukifika the 7th hour tuingizangi watu, tunaanza kufunga show. Ukileta watu kama kina Megi hapa, hawa watakuja kufungua show.
Yeah, but we are giving them strictly 2 minutes. I realized I had not checked the watch when I was admitting them.
Sasa wamemaliza ama tufunge sasa?
So ni upatia Penny, then you go to Maggie, and then who else has ended right now? Yeah, Maggie, then the rest wanapeana parting shots.
Usiingize mwingine, wacha wengine.
No, nimeshaacha.
Hai. Penny dakika, wewe nakupatia dakika moja, wewe una kitu ya kusema.
Hiyo ni lakini that's okay. If that's what your true feelings are, so be it.
Wacha nini, wacha zako Ben. Uko na dakika 2.
No problem. Mimi ni mzee, hata mimi nakuja kuwachokoza, sitakiwi kuwa hapa. Lakini wacha niseme ya kwamba thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and your show yenu mimi naiombea sana kwa sababu you guys need to communicate with each other regardless of where you are right now. Na yangu ni kuliri kupongeza ule alikuwa anaitwa Black, and that's why I came here. It's like what he really expressing is what us in Ule believe in, and you guys in Azimio believe in something else. So let us communicate our ideas, and you communicate your ideas, and then the elections come to August 8th. And after the elections, life will continue. Personally, I've watched the elections since the 80s. I mean, some of us helped Obama get to be president. Now wengine wananicheka wanasema bibi nasema everything is okay, it's okay. If you don't follow your life, push your life to where you want to be right now, and you're waiting for elections to help you, you're wasting your time. So elections are part of the game, but it really helps if the smart people like you guys, all of you are very smart. If you can push whatever ideas that you want to push and let us help the poor. Thank you very much. Now, Raila coming to America, he's more than welcome. I hope he comes, when he comes to Dallas, I know where he is, my friend on why. I will have to talk to him. But other than that, everything is good. Be happy. Musikasirike sana na siasa. Vile manda wanasema, usiweke kwa mfua sana. Thank you, Temba.
Siniliwaambia huyu jamaa ana kitu ya kusema, angepewa tu dakika moja. Sasa amekuja hapa kutuharibia wakati. Hao watu wa U.D.A saa zingine nasikia vibaya sana. Saa zingine ndio maana sitaki. Anyway, I'm kidding, Ben.
Everything is okay. Everything is good. Everything is okay.
Ben uko sawa. Thank you. Maggie. Megi ameenda kupika ugali sasa. Haya, wacha tuanze closing remarks, tuanze na Joben, then tukuje kwa Kip, then tukuje kwa Julius, tukuje kwa Richi Makiadi, utusomee constitution alafu ufunge, then Wekesa, si wewe hauna kitu ya kufunga leo, si ndio? Wekesa,
Ati nini?
hauna kitu ya kufunga, si ndio?
Closing remarks lazima. We must appeal to our voters after Blacks has made a lot of noise.
Haya, Joben.
Okay, thank you once more. Okay, let me talk to our friends from the other side, not the Azimio team, because Azimio team is a solid vote. Oh, our people from U.D.A, I think this is the right time that you have to make your decision concerning your life, the life of your family, the life of your country. We cannot depend on somebody that each and every time he keep on promise after promise, promise after promise, and he never fulfill. He's full of lies. This is the right time that we have to wake up and put the right place, to put the right person into the top seat. And kindly, Azimio has good things for us. Azimio has a future for this country. Let's come together and vote our presidential candidate of Azimio. Thank you. May God bless Kenya. May God bless all our friends here on the panel. And God willing, we shall meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Kip.
Great debate. Everything is fine. Everything is okay. Wekesa, Bernard, you guys are very bright people. I'm gonna stop the penny chapter. What I think is the thing that really hurt me today is the fact that people don't understand that this election is a do or die. If Ruto gets into power, tutaumia. Our country is going to be destroyed, and it's very important that we stop thinking about tribalist stuff. You know, this is a fight for all of us, and some of these young fellows that are beginning to pick up this U.D.A message to understand that these things that we fought for. Someone's mic is on. Maggie, sorry. There are things we fought for. I did not fight for it, but I saw my parents and my uncles and aunties fight for in the 80s, the 90s, because I'm an 80s child. And there's some injustices that Kenyans saw. And right now, there's even worse injustices that we're seeing with this deputy president, you know, and this government. And you can see a person like me coming in to change my affiliate to my tribesman because of a reason. So I want one Kenya. I want one unity. You know, I want people to fight for their rights. You know, I always believe that the MC is the most important person for me in the government. The region I am from, I am a Kipsigis that has migrated to the KO. But I feel that Biwott has brought some injustices in my region whereby he cut off a piece of land in Elgeyo Marakwet and put it into a Singishu for political value. But I feel that is unfair, you know. So sometimes we may be doing this politics just because we're like, you know, what Black has been saying the whole day, and it is really annoying me because the way he answers his questions, is with a lot of parables. He's not answering direct questions. Julie asks one question, he answers it and brings parables, but then when he has the chance to bring comparison to a presidential candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga, he throws that chance. And then when you refute it, you realize that a large number of the panelists feel the same, because they're seeing a lot of, I'm going to use the word, I'm going to use it not lightly, he's lying. You know, this is a lot of gutter press stuff. There's a lot of things. I've never had Raila being taken to court for things that he's being accused for. And he would not even, he'd be put to shame if he tried to do that. Imambo ya Malasis in the 80s, some of us were not even born when that happened. And then it was proved that it's a nothing case. What other cases has been done with Raila? You talk about his businesses dealing with gas. What has gas got to do with petrol? I still don't understand. Then when we talk to we tell you guys about Starbucks, you then keep quiet. We're telling you, we tell you about the insurance companies the DP has. You keep quiet about it. It's as if you're blinded by that. Sometimes I don't understand. Now, the next point I want to bring is now about party nominations. I think, guys, we need to have patience with Kenya, and this is for both Azimio, U.D.A, Jubilee, and all these other parties that are coming in. We are at a very young age in our democracy that we need to understand that our party nominations hasn't matured enough to kind of make it our own. I always say make it our own. You know, the constitution that we built, we borrowed from a lot of nations. So some of it is not perfect. So let's be patient with our party nominations, because at the moment, most members of the community in Kenya cannot afford to be yearly members of these parties. In the UK, we definitely have to pay for party membership, and then we can make decisions for our parties. So, like, for example, if I was going to pick nominations for my party, it would be online. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm going to pick so-and-so and whatever now. Because I'm a paid member. There are very, very, very few paid members in any party in Kenya. So please, guys, it's something that we're learning. We are trying to make our own. There are areas in Kenya where I'm not an ODM member. I'm an Azimio member. Not a member, like I'm an Azimio sympathizer. But I like ODM. There are things that I don't believe in ODM, but I see they're trying their best. So you'd find that areas that would have direct nominations, they would have places where the Mwananchi is being invited to participate, but that is not their right as member, as Mwananchi. You know, you have to pay for the service. You know, running a party is not cheap. So that is why I see that Ruto could be a bit ruthless while asking people, how much are you going to contribute into the party to run your own campaign? This is the one thing I agree with Ruto. If you're not going to pay for it, party funding is not enough. You know, we're not there yet in Kenya. So, tafadhali, people, ODM, I think, is ahead of all parties in terms of nomination and how they're doing their stuff. You can see what they did in Kisii. In Kisii, they realized that area is run by clan. In Western, they realized that they had to do some coalitions with DAP because the people needed an alternative, and it was allowed. U.D.A is still running around like a headless chicken because it's still an infant compared to ODM, who is now a teenager. ODM is a teenager. Honestly speaking, 15 years, over 15 years, that's a teenage party. Jubilee is 10 years old, so also them, they're doing their thing. Direct nominations, there's a plan Uhuru has for them, so you will see it happening.
Wewe kwani unatoa tena submission?
Inafunga sasa, wewe ni ati temba
utafunga 10 minutes surely, hata wewe keep na wewe ndo unaishi UK. Watu wa UK wanapaswa kuwa ni watu wana lead by example. Jamaa anaishi sijui wapi, huyu ametoa dakika moja. Wewe umepewa dakika 2, unataka kuongea 10 minutes surely.
Okay, za tufunge basi Temba. Dictator. Okay.
Dictator gani? Yaani umepewa dakika 2. Toa nini yako, maliza.
Temba unataka kulala?
Wewe haizi enda kulala. Zadi US
Temba
Texas
unataka kulala? Pole. Najua uliniita na sikuwa kidogo.
Okay, sawa. Mi nitasema asante sana kwa kunipatia muda.
Ukaangi mpaka hii
alafu Temba asante, alafu naacha hivyo. Wewe acha. Nimesema thank you. Thank you Temba. And Julius, thank you. Basi nimefunga. Umekataa niseme story yangu. Okay, it's fine.
Sasa wewe unataka kutupatia historia vile uliokoka sijui 1982, sijui ulikuwa uendi kanisa ndio umeanza kwenda kanisa. Sasa hiyo
sasa ndio naleta debate sasa, nimekuambia nimekuachia.
Julius dakika 2.
Demba umeitwa Museveni. Najua Museveni ni wa U.D.A.
Wachana na Kip
aende huko bana.
Anakuwa mchokozi.
Unajua mtu ni mtu wa Men in Black. This is MIB person undercover hapa. Men in Black official. Kwanza huyu founding member, achana na yeye.
Kip anakuanga mchokozi saa zingine, lakini nimemzoea, ni jamaa wangu. Haya, Julius.
Amekuita ati Museveni. Okay, anyway. Nashukuru sana. Kip umetoa closing remarks safi. Kila mtu, I mean, najua sisi ni watu hatuna makasiriko. Sisi we are very focused and we know what we want and we know where we are going and we know where we are coming from. Unajua wale watu hawajui maneno ya KANU. KANU ilikuwa na kitu watu wanaitwa youth wing. Nani anawajua? Tembo wakati ulikuwa na miaka ngapi? Unajua watu those people, they were very powerful people. Ni kama sahi anaitwa nani, Faruk. You know, they had the law in their hands. Ukifanya makosa kupigwa. Life na hakuna polisi atakushika. So that is the kind of life that we pray that God yani asikubali tu kabisa turudishwe hapa, because tunataka nchi ibadilike, you know. I mean, watu waone mbele, because hii maneno ya unyang'anyi, because unajua hii U.D.A walienda hapo wote wale wakora mikora yote wote, hakuna wale, yani wote walienda one side. So labda wewe ukiwa mtu unapenda ukora, you have to go to the ukora side. So mimi nashukuru sana, nafikiri naomba tu Mungu kwamba Kenya, wa Kenya wafikirie vizuri, wapatie baba aweke tu line kidogo tu hiyo miaka 5 ama hiyo atutengenezee njia, because unajua ukitengeneza kanjia kadogo at least watu watajua vile ya kuifuata. That's what I'm praying for, because let me tell you Tempa, yani zile simu mimi napata kutoka nyumbani atu mtoto ni mgonjwa, yani people cannot raise the health services. Mtu lazima anauza shamba, anauza ng'ombe, anamaliza. That's what nikisikia maneno ya Babake, I feel good, because I know at least itakuwa mimi imenisaidia as a person, because nyumbani hakuna mtu atanipigia simu tena niambia ati natakikana pesa ya OC. You know, those are very important things that we look into. We don't look into wale wengine sijui, I don't know. Na unapata professor akiingia U.D.A by the way anakuwa hata afadhali mtoto wa class 1. A full professor anarudi chini kabisa. I don't know what is happening. Sijui watu ni wachawi. By this gene, I don't know. But anyway, we pray to God that to guide our golden man mzee Raila, baba atupeleke vizuri, atutengeneze hiyo njia, so that we will see the future of our great grandchildren in a good way. Asanteni sana kwa wakati huu.
Asante sana Julius. We Nancy lala. Dada, unaanza kuamka, Wakenya wameanza kuamka sasa tu wanakuja kwa show. Makiadi.
Acha kuchokoza Nancy. She's a good contributor. Achana naye.
Kip, lazima ungetetea Nancy. Najua
lazima nimtetea.
Najua unapeleka ng'ombe wa kina Nancy, lakini hiyo sasa usikuje hapa kuleta nini yenyu ya nyumbani hapa.
Wewe.
Makiadi.
Thank you. So my closing statements nitakuwa brief. Wakati naona Ruto wana hold vitu zinaitwa town hall all over the country, inajiuliza hizo miaka 5 walikuwa wanafanya nini? Ruto aliahidi vijana atawatengenezea internet waweze kufanya biashara na internet. Hii ni mwaka yao ya 10 kwa serikali. Sijaona vijana wakipatiwa internet ya bure. Aliahidi watajenga stadiums mingi mpaka akasema kuna zingine extra just to make it look good. Mpaka leo hakuna stadium hata moja amemaliza. Aliahidi vijana kutakuwa na attachment kwa serikali, ili mtu akitoka college ama akitoka university na anataka kwenda mahali kujifunza kazi, kabla ya kupata kazi kamili, atakuwa na mahali pa kujishikilia na atakuwa analipwa. Hiyo imekuwa ni kama pipe dream. Ruto alienda Mount Kenya akaambia watu ya kwamba watu wa Kongo hawana ng'ombe, so watachukua maziwa ya watu kutoka Mount Kenya apeleke Kongo huko. Hiyo pia ni pipe dream. So when I listen to Ruto using a lot of English, talking about mechanizing the KRA system, operationalization of the DCI/DPP to fight corruption, inaona ni mtu ambaye anataka tu kutumia misemo mikubwa kufanya kitu ambacho ameshindwa kufanya akiwa kwa ofisi. So he has failed to do these things while he is in office right now. He has been in office for the past 10 years. Na sioni kama kuna kitu ambayo atafanya differently hata akipatiwa nafasi kama hiyo. Hatimaye ama mwishowe nitaongea juu ya organization ambayo naona ikiendelea katika chama cha Azimio. I'm happy that at least we can see some progress day by day, step by step. Tunaona zile migogoro zilikuwa zinaonekana siku baada ya nyingine, at least wanatokea na solution. There's a bit of kukanyaga mtu hapa mguu kidogo aumie kidogo, huyu mwingine, a give and take sort of negotiation, ndio at least wakuwe na clean house as we head to the election. So I just hope the people in Azimio, especially the leadership of Azimio, will try to sit ground and work together for the betterment of the country and the party as a whole. And finally, with the trip that Baba is doing right now, I just hope that he's given a chance to sell his manifesto, because I know he means well for the country. And given the opportunity, I know we'll see all these changes that he has always aspired to implement in a government that will be led by him. So thank you all that are watching. Thank you for our panelists being here, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Maggie. Ameenda tena.
Niko.
Dakika moja Maggie.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Nimeshukuru sana na tena nimefurahi kuona nyinyi hapa kwa panel. The debate is becoming so lively and good, with love in all of your faces. That is so good. And nafikiri baba alifika salama. Sijaona ama sijasikia anything about him, but I hope he is good where he is. Ile kitu ambaye ni alarming sana nilisikia tu leo somewhere somehow. Mwambie baba if you people can reach him. Among the manifestos zake iwe hii mambo ya watoto wetu kuolewa huko Saudi Arabia It's becoming too alarming. I really fear for our girls. I really fear for what is happening, the agencies who are taking them there. Alafu nimesikia wanauzwa sijui mara 4 mara 3, wanauzwa kutoka Kenya, waendelee kuuzwa na baba akishika usukani astop hii mambo ya sijui kuperekana na wasichana huko through these agencies. Lakini nimefurahia whatever is happening now in Azimio. I don't want to complain because they know what wanajua, they have stable minds and they know what they are doing, which is the better for Kenya. We just need the new Kenya, which is going to be from August 9th. Kama tunapisha baba achukue shukani. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
Yes, thank you so much for those who have prevailed over the night and day for those who are in other areas. I want to conclude by saying that Martin Luther King Jr. once said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality tied in a singular garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all of us indirectly. So we have no reason to just say that, oh, it was just Alfred Keter. When it's happening, it's a threat, because supposing this guy becomes the president, that becomes the manifesto, that becomes the policy, that becomes the order of the day. That anybody who chooses to disagree with him will be expunged from his government or will be eliminated even from the land of the living. So we need to be angry when we see injustice happening to anybody, anywhere, because soon what goes around comes around. It's also said that I think someone made a joke and said that Ruto traveled all the way from Nairobi to Siobot just to tell Luyas how to grow simsim. Yeah, it was a joke, but what he was saying that the issues that these guys have come up in the name of business plan for the Luya community, some of them are immaterial, just to win voters, but they don't have a clear plan on the issues affecting Western that needs to be resolved. Otherwise, I've appreciated your company, and each time we're together, just as iron sharpens another one, we learn from each other. I can tell you for free, even those who are on the opposite side of the divide, if you listen to them carefully, you will learn something. So we will always appreciate each and every person, despite where you come from or what you stand for. Have a good day, a good Sunday for those who are in Kenya or East Africa.
Before you continue, hakuna mtu ameongea juu ya kuona DP wetu bana. I mean, come on guys. We met our DP. Need to appreciate. That is a privilege.
No, we will do a full DD of it. I think combining it with tomorrow. I think if we have that session so that we can, let's combine the whole thing. Today it was a kind of short.
A teaser.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Hold on. Just wait. Everyone, we really appreciate your intention to always come here and have this chat with us. And kama kawaida, we are always having this discussion taking place. Kenyan time, it takes place Kenyan time from 8:30 or earlier, depending with what time this man called Wekesa comes on. He's the one who starts the show. So when he comes on, that's when the show starts. So when you see Wekesa, know that the show is starting. But like we say every day, we start at 8:30, 9:30. And when Wekesa wakes up early, we can start at 10. So one more thing that we usually do here is that we have put it upon ourselves as Kama Kanisa, we are educating and doing sensitization on our constitution. So we've been going through our constitution. We have been doing it starting from chapter 1. I don't know if Makiadi disappeared. Let me see if I can bring him on back because he's the one who's been. Makiadi, are you there? Makiadi.
Yeah, I'm here. Then pole nini laptop yangu imecrash, so nina restart system pole.
No problem. So you ready?
Yeah, we can go. We can go.
Okay, take us through.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you, Makiadi.
Okay, so sawa. Tulikuwa tunasoma Article 34, and it talks about freedom of the media. Number 1, freedom and independence of electronic, print, and all other types of media is guaranteed, but does not extend to any expression specified in Article 33(2). Number 2, the state shall not A, exercise control over or interfere with any person engaged in broadcasting, the production or circulation of any publication or the dissemination of information by any medium, or B, penalize any person for any opinion or view or the content of any broadcast, publication, or dissemination. Number 3, broadcasting and other electronic media have freedom of establishment, subject only to licensing procedures that A, are necessary to regulate the airwaves and any other forms of signal distribution, and B, are independent of control by government, political interest, or commercial interest. Number 4, all state-owned media shall A, be free to determine independently the editorial content of their broadcasts or other communications, B, be impartial, and C, afford fair opportunity for the presentation of divergent views and dissenting opinions. Number 5, Parliament shall enact legislation that provides for the establishment of a body which shall A, be independent of control by government, political interest, or commercial interest, B, reflect the interest of all sections of the society, and C, set media standards and regulate and monitor compliance with those standards.
So this is the article that establishes Media Council and similar other organizations that have been set to regulate, to facilitate or regulate the media, freedom of the media. That is Article 34. So we are continuing. Tomorrow we look at access to information. That is Article 35, access to information. Thank you so much, everyone. That is part of what we do here. We are continuously engaging people and doing civic education on matters constitution and many other things, because this is like Wekesa put it, it's a forum where we exchange ideas, and we want to, as much as possible, people to learn when they come to this particular platform. And today we had the rare opportunity to have a little a gracious opportunity to have our the Honorable Martha Karua saying hi to us. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have an opportunity to host her and maybe hear from her view, whatever it is that they have for the diaspora and Kenya at large. So stay right in here. We'll be posting you as expected so that we can be able to listen. We hope those people who are coming from the U.D.A and Kenya Kwanza, you will behave. You will not come here to start shouting our. Oh, you are saying we don't bring them on. Okay, thank you. It has been agreed we don't bring people like Nyagaka and Black and the rest to come here.
So
because
you don't want us to come tomorrow? Is that what you're saying?
Say what?
You don't want us to come tomorrow, right?
No, you can come on the comment section. We don't want you on the screen.
I don't get on the screen, I don't come. That's okay. You know, you do what you do. It's your house. You
Ben,
tell me if I can come and get on the screen. If I can't, I don't have to come.
Stop taking it personally, Ben.
Okay, but that's okay. I will not come tomorrow, but I will see you on Monday. Thank you, Bernard.
No. Ben, you can come, but you'll be on the comment section. If there's a if you see the show.
But again, Themba, again, that session may be just a short session. The rest of the session she will not be there, so people will not make it that it will be a whole night here, Mother Karu.
Just pulling Ben's leg. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Let me acknowledge some of those guys on the comment section. Tunakwanga na nyinyi si ati atuonangi. Sami Kombui, msione iwe issue. Sami Kambui, asante. Linet wa Bomba, miaka what? Miaka 5 alijua ana campaign. Okay. I hope miaka 5. Gitash Day, lakini kama una war, sina war. Mohamed Ege. Kip leo ni mato kabisa. Kip, unasikia vile umeambiwa hapo? Oh, alienda. Yeah, Kip amekuwa mato kabisa leo. David Olo, asante. Mason Sanders, Ruto si president, who has to authorize, stop giving foolish submissions. I think we are responding to someone. The sweaty Nancy, asante.
Just announcement.
Yes, sir.
The government has declared Friday as a public holiday to give Mwai Kibaki a befitting send-off.
Haya, na sasa nauliza Wekesa, now that it will be a state funeral, will you have the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, the deputy president, William Samoei Ruto, sharing the podium?
Yeah, normally even in the holidays they have been sharing. It's only that he understands now that it's not politics. It's this is an official event.
Will you come to say that I'm going to continue with your legacy?
Of course. In fact, let me tell you, I don't know where it will be done. If it's in Nyeri, they will want to do what they did in Kirinyaga. He tried to create a crowd that makes him he's more, people on the ground like him more than the others. But I know this being a state funeral, things might be under control. Because they will always want to bring their crowd to look like they are more popular on the ground than the president.
Wacha tusikia tuone what is we can share that maybe a day too as a debate to see. Duke Moses,
we will understand the dynamics.
Yeah, we move on. Yeah. Mohamed Ege na wengine wote, David Ondieki, asanteni sana. We really appreciate your presence and staying with us. God bless you. Now, before we go, Joe Ben Otieno tukaririe wimbo wa taifa stanza ya kwanza. Mungu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na amani.
Pamoja na Uhuru. Hatukae na Uhuru.
Pamoja.
Joben, Uhuru na amani hawawezi kaa pamoja. Na tukae na undugu, tunakaa na undugu, amani na Uhuru.
Pamoja na Uhuru. Ametuchanganya hapo.
Bye. Thank you so much. Subscribe to Mutembei TV, and kindly as you subscribe to Mutembei, subscribe pia kwa channel yangu. Joben uja subscribe kwa channel yangu. Channel yangu inaitwa Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Enda hapo YouTube saizi. Ukisubscribe kwa Mutembei TV, usubscribe pia kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Themba and Lulu Show ni show yangu na my daughter.
Okay.
It's just a journey between my daughter and I, and we're just interacting, discussing life's issues. An African dad with an African girl growing up in American soil. So kindly go there.
When am I hosting you again?
Right now. You need to tell me. You are the production manager. Kindly tell me when you want to host me so that we can come with my daughter.
Unitumie snapshots ya the hot clips yuko nayo alafu we plan.
Nitakutumia zote zile nini uangalie zile
the latest.
The latest. Yes. Kindly go there and subscribe. Really appreciate. Huyu jamaa ambaye atuspam kuna jamaa alikuwa anasema ati amemblock lakini naona bado yuko hapa. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
You could block, hata mimi na block, but what is here when you block here, I think it's done.
Now what you need to do before you block ikitokea unangoja anamaliza kupost alafu ndio una block.
Nimeblock zote. But now itakaa after like 1 hour na anaanza kupost ama 30 minutes anaanza tena kupost. So I don't know what is happening.
We need to have a permanent solution. See you all. God bless you. See you later. The day break.